Hey everyone and welcome back. So in the next couple of hours we are going to be building a full stack Instagram clone with React and Firebase. And at the end we are going to deploy it so that you can put that link on your resume. I want this tutorial to be as beginner friendly as possible, so we are not going to be using any React frameworks such as Next.js. But instead we're going to be using a tool called Vite to initialize a React app, which is absolutely fine. Besides React and Firebase, we're going to be using Chakra UI for styling, Zustand library for state management, and a couple of more useful packages that will help us build this application faster. In the first 3-ish hours, we're going to build the UI design, and in the remaining part, we're going to add all of the full stack features. One thing that I want to mention is that recording these tutorials are taking a lot of time and effort, and currently I am studying computer science, so in theory I don't really have time to record these tutorials, but in practice I somehow managed to do it. So I don't really want to sound any dramatic, but all I want from you is to subscribe to the channel and like this video so that it can reach to more people. And without any further ado, let's take a look at the demo and then we're gonna start coding. Okay, so now I am in the Auth page where I can log in or I can sign up. So I already have an account and I'll just go ahead and sign in, but you can log in or sign up with your Google account as well. So let me just go ahead and log in. So if I just put the wrong password, it is just gonna say invalid credentials, but if I just put the correct one, it is just gonna log me in. Now we are in the homepage where we can see the posts of the users that we follow, and currently we are following this user as well as Heisenberg. So we could like these posts or unlike that. So it's gonna update depending on that. We can see all of the comments by clicking that, and we can even comment from here. Nice pick guys, let's say. And if you just post that, it's gonna have loading state, and there we go, it is just has been posted. And here on the homepage we have the suggested users component where we can follow those users, and it's gonna immediately update our feed depending on that. And we could just like those posts as well, or we could unfollow these users from here, and again it's gonna update our feed. So we could create a post, but more on that later. So we could search users, so I'll just say Jane Doe. If we search that, there we go, this is the user that we have. We could follow or unfollow from here as well. So let's go to a profile page of a user. We're gonna see their posts, followers, and following counts, as well as all of the posts. So if we just click to one of them, we're gonna get to see this caption, comments, number of likes, and when this has been posted. We could even comment from here, and we could follow or unfollow this user. So let's go to our own profile. And here we could edit our profile where we have the username, bio, as well as the full name. So I'll just change my profile picture. So I will just select an image from my machine and I'll just select this one. And if I submit that, it is going to have the loading state. And there we go, profile updated successfully. And this is our new profile picture that we can see. And we could go and delete a post. So if I click to this, since this is my post, I can see this delete icon and I could just delete that. If I say cancel, it is not gonna delete. But if I say actually delete this post, it is gonna say that post deleted successfully. And it is going to update this number of posts. So we could go ahead and try to create a post. If we just put a caption but not the image, it is not gonna allow us because an image is required. So even if we don't put the caption, we're gonna still get the same error. So I'll just select an image. Maybe I'll just say this is Bob. And if I post that, it is gonna have a loading state for a second, and then post created successfully. We see that number of posts has been incremented by 1, and this is the post that we just got. So it says posted 9 seconds ago. And we could just comment, like, unlike, and it is going to be updated depending on that. And lastly, this application is completely responsive. So if we go to here and let's take a look. So this is on the larger screens. Let's close that. And as we shrink, the sidebar will shrink as well. And the post will be in the vertical direction that we can see. and it is gonna work up until 300 pixels, which is one of the smallest devices. And we can go into the home page. There we go. It is gonna still work almost in every page. So in the home page, auth page, and the profile page. And our models are also working fine. So this is the create post model as well as the search user model that we can see from here. And basically we could just log out from this account. So by clicking that icon, so there we can see now everything works fine. In the larger screens we have this image, but on mobile devices we don't. And we're going to be storing everything in our Firebase account. There we can see we have the FireStore database, storage, and authentication system. So here in the database, we're having the posts as well as the users that we just store. And in the storage bucket, we are having our posts as well as profile pictures. So these are the images that we have in our application, as well as the authentication system. There we can see these are the users that have signed up to our application, and these are the providers. So this user signed up with Google account, and these others signed up with email and password credentials. So that's pretty much it. Now let's get started. So the first thing that we need is to create an empty folder. I created it in my desktop and I called it InstaClone. And then I just open it up in VS Code. Now we're gonna go into the view and terminal. So here we are gonna just create an empty React application. So we could say npm create, so that should be create beat at latest. And then press enter. It's gonna ask us some questions. So the project name is just gonna be dot, so that it will initialize it under this folder. So press enter, and we're gonna choose React with JavaScript. And now it says run npm install and then npm run dev. So let's say npm install to get the node modules folder. And once it is done, I'll be right back. Okay, so it has been completed. Now we're just gonna say npm run dev and press enter. It's gonna start our application in this 5173 port. It should be in your case, but in my case it is 5174. It is because the demo application is running in this port. And if I just say localhost 5174, I should get this empty React application. So this is the boilerplate that we have. Now we're just gonna clear this a little bit. So I will open up this, shrink the terminal. We're gonna go into the source and app.jsx. We could literally just delete everything here. So let's say here, we're gonna delete the logo, React logo, also app.css file. So we could just delete this, as well as the import. We could remove this useState. Okay, and then we're gonna go, let's delete this assets as well. And then what are we gonna have inside the main.jsx? We are gonna only gonna have the index.css, but we can just clear this file as well. So I'll just delete everything and save this file. Now let's see, what do we have? So we have this high text in our homepage. So in this application, we're going to use multiple images, and I will provide all of them for you, which you can grab from the GitHub. So go inside the public folder and just maybe delete it. Okay, we're going to create another one with empty content, and then just copy all of them and paste it into this folder. So we have the auth png, which we're going to use in our the authentication page. We're going to have our fav icon, Google icon, image 1, 2, 3, and 4 for our posts. And we're going to have this logo that we're going to use, as well as Microsoft icon, Play Store, and the profile picture, which you can replace it with your own. So now that we have handled our images, we are going to go and install the Chakra. So let's say Chakra-ui.com. So if you never heard of it, it is a simple, modular, and accessible component library that gives you the kind of like already components that you don't need to create. So if you want to use a button, just simply search for it, and it's going to give you different kinds of button that you can use. So the solid, outline, and so what is this? So variant is ghost, and maybe the link. So let's say you want to create a model, but you don't want to write the code from scratch, and there you go. They just give you the code. You just open the model, close it, and copy copy the code and paste it, and it's just gonna work fine. And in this video, we're just gonna learn everything about Chakra. So first, let's go into the getting started page. So we're gonna get started with Vite. So let's say, is this for Vite? I'm not sure. That says index.jsx. So here, let's just scroll to the very bottom. We have this Vite and select it. Now we're gonna copy this installation script and then open up a new terminal. So maybe we could just split this one and paste it. Press enter, and then while it installs, let's see. So it says provider setup, which we're just gonna wrap our application with this Chakra provider thing that we can see here, and then we're gonna just import it. So I will just copy this line and then go to the main.js. Okay, we are just gonna install this, okay, and then say Chakra provider and wrap our application with it. And what this is going to allow us is that now our application can use any kind of component that is coming from Chakra. So the buttons, models, the avatars, so everything. And what is an avatar? Let's see. So it is this thing, this profile avatars that we can use. So let's see if it has been installed. Okay, it has been, but we have an error that says Chakra UI. Maybe we could just refresh this here again. Okay, so now it works fine. We can go to the inside app.jsx, and instead of saying hi, we'll just say maybe button that is coming from Chakra. Let's import this, and not from the dist, but it should be just Chakra, and we'll say hello world. If we just save this, now let's see, and we got this light button, and now we want to use a dark mode in our application. So what we have here is only dark mode, and this is what Instagram uses. So let's search for it. We'll say color mode, and now let's see, it gives you this extend theme. Okay, we're gonna copy this and we're gonna go into the main.jsx. So let's shrink our console or terminal, and we're gonna paste this extend theme as import, and then we're gonna get this config as well as the theme. So I'm gonna copy this and paste this, and this theme is gonna be passed to this Chakra provider. So I'll say theme is gonna go here. Okay, so it's gonna be going to here, and we want to change this initial color mode from light to dark. And yeah, so our application is only gonna have the dark mode because this is what Instagram has, and we're passing this config into this extend theme, and that theme is gonna be used in our entire application. So now our application has the dark mode by default, and also we want to change the background color when we're in the dark mode. It is because the Chakra uses this this background color for the dark mode, and we just want to have this completely black color. For this, we need to change something, and that thing is just gonna be inside an object. So let's just write it down and then I'll explain. So const styles, this is how we're going to be so customizing our theme. So this is gonna be an object which takes the global, which is also gonna be a function that takes the props, and here this props, it's gonna return an object. So here let's open up our parentheses as well as the curly braces, and the thing that we would like to change is going to be the body. Okay, background of the body as well as the color. So for the background, we'll just say mode function that is coming from Chakra, so it doesn't give us, so let's just import it manually. Import mode from Chakra UI and from the theme tools, and we'll just say mode, and the first thing that it takes the background color for the light mode, and we can just put anything here, but let's just put gray 100. And for the dark mode, we would like to have completely black background, so we'll just put 3 zeros, and then call this function again with props, and this is going to handle the background color for us for the body. And then we're gonna have the color that says mode, and again the light mode, the light color first, and then the dark color. So we could just say grade 800, and then for the background we could just say, for the dark mode we could just say white alpha 900 and call it with the props. And then we're gonna take the styles extend the theme with it. And this theme is being passed to our Chakra provider, which provides it to our entire application. So if we just save this, now we're gonna see our background has been changed to the black color, and it didn't because now we're in the light mode. If you open up our terminal or console, we're gonna go into the application, the local storage. Here it should be, let's see. Okay, local storage. If we just delete this and refresh our page, it is going to be in the dark mode, and as you can see, the background is the black. So let's quickly summarize what we did. So here we just create a styles object with the global function or the global key, and it just changed the body field, the body selector, and we're changing the background as well as the color. And in the light mode, we're going to use this background color, and in the dark mode, we're going to use this background color. And for the light mode, we're going to use this color, and for the dark mode, we're going to use this color. And then we're passing this into this extend theme so that it will override the color that Chakra provider gives us. And then we're just passing it into our app. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna be our Chakra setup. So in our application, we're gonna use different icons as well as we're gonna have different pages. So for this, we need to install a couple of packages, or actually just two. So let's say npm install, and maybe I should just kill this terminal and open up a new one so that we don't get any weird highlighting. So I'll just say npm install react-icons as well as react router DOM. So and just press enter. This is going to allow us to for the navigation, and this will gives us different icons. So let's just take a look at the icons that we're going to be using. So we could just say react icons, and here let's go to this GitHub pages. And then, so if we just search for any icon here, let's say home, we can just copy and paste it, and it's just gonna work. So the other thing was React Router DOM, and for this, we are gonna go first into the main.jsx. Okay, we already have it open. So we're gonna wrap our application with something called browser router, and then just wrap entire application with it. And this is going to allow us to use any component that is coming from the React Router DOM library. So we're gonna save this file here, and then inside the app.jsx, we're gonna put our routes. So maybe we could just have this empty fragment and just delete this. We're gonna have routes. Okay, that is wrong. So let's just delete and then try again. Okay, this is our fragment, and then here we'll just have routes that is coming from React Router DOM, and we're gonna have route component, which is gonna be just self-closing. And then let's see, import this. And if you are in the home page, so let's say path is / that just indicates the home page. We're gonna show an element, and this is gonna be our home page component, which we're just gonna create. So now we are getting this red underline. It's because we don't have this page. It is not defined. So for this, we're going to go and create a pages folder and another folder called, let's say, home. That should be homepage. And then inside this, we're going to have homepage.jsx. And we're going to use RAFC to get this boilerplate. And it is coming from my extension. Let's see, it was React snippets, I believe. So it should be, let's say, React. Okay, it is this one. So ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. If you install this, you can now use this. So let's say RAFCE, which gives you this boilerplate. And then here, you could save this. Let's go here, import the homepage from the pages folder, and then homepage folder, and then homepage.jsx. So we can delete this button because we're not going to be using this in this component. Now let's save, and if we go to the home page, we see this homepage text that we can see. Now we're also gonna add a page when we go to the auth page. For now, we don't have this page, so let's just create it. We are gonna just duplicate this route. It is gonna be /auth, and then we'll just show the auth page. And now let's create this under the pages folder. Let's say another folder. It's gonna be auth page. And then authpage.jsx and get the boilerplate that says this is the auth page. And let's import this. When we go to /auth, now we cannot see anything. Let's refresh again. So it is not working. Let's see from auth page. I don't know why, but let's delete this. Hello from auth page. That should be already working. I'm not sure. Delete all these. So let's try this again. Okay, so even if we just say, even if we didn't change here, so even if it was like this, if we had this import React statements up here, it should still be working. So okay, it's just working now. But the reason that I deleted it because we're not using this React anywhere. We're not using this one. So yeah, it wasn't related to that import React statement. Okay. So with this quick explanation, now let's move on with the auth page. So the first thing that we're gonna have, let's take a look. So everything now is in the center that you can see. On the left, we have our image, and on the right, we have this auth form. So just to take everything to the center, what we're gonna use in Chakra, something called container. And what it does, it just to contain any piece of content, wrap it in the container component, and it takes okay, so we don't have any description for this, but I'll just explain. It just takes everything into the center of the parent container, okay? So here our parent container is the body, so it just puts everything into the center. So now let's go to the auth page, and we're just gonna code it from scratch. Okay, here we could just delete everything, just return maybe a flex, and then just coming from Chakra. And okay, here we're gonna have a container. So let's say container, which is also coming from Chakra React, and that shouldn't be this. I don't know why it gives us. So maybe it is still working in this. We're gonna see. And this container, we can just say max width is just gonna be container.md, and we could say it is not gonna have any padding. So padding is gonna be 0. And just to put this container to the center, we'll say minimum height of 100 VH, and then this flex is just going to be justify content to be center, as well as align items to be center, and padding X could be 4. And here, let's say this is some content. Now if we just take a look at this in the auth page, so okay, it shouldn't be coming from dist. We could just delete this. It should be chakra/UI, and then chakra-UI/react. So here, okay, our content is literally in the center, in the middle of the screen, and we're gonna put a image on the left, and then on the right we're gonna put that authentication form. So this is gonna be, let's put our comments left hand side, and then we're gonna also have the right hand side, but for now let's say box, which is just a basic div. So here we'll say display. Okay, it's gonna have some styles, and on the mobile, so here let's take a look. On the mobile, we're not gonna show this image, we're only gonna have this form. So that's why we're gonna come here and say display. In the mobile, if we want to make something responsive, we put another object into here, and we just say on the base, which is smaller screens and above, is gonna be none, but the medium screens and above, it is just gonna be block. So medium screens and above is gonna be the tablet dimensions. So here we'll just put a image that is coming from Chakra, but not dist. I'm not sure why it gives us this. Maybe we should just reload this VS Code. I'll say Control-Shift-P, and then developer reload window. So maybe that would fix it for us. Okay, so inside the image, now we're gonna say source. The image is gonna be this one, auth.png, inside the public folder. And in order to get into the public folder, we just say /. Now we're inside the public, and we'll say auth.png. And this is gonna have height of, let's say, 650 pixels, and then alt could be font image. Okay, we could save this, and now we're gonna have something on the right as well. So let's say, okay, right hand side, and then here on the right hand side, we can use something called vertical stack that is coming from Chakra. So let's say vertical stack and just import it from Chakra UI React. And let's just put these into here again. So put a comma. Okay. So what is vertical stack? It is just like a flex, but instead of putting items next to each other, it just puts them under, like on top of each other. So here, let's take a look. Now this is inside the vertical stack. We can see the logo above, and then this input above, I mean like in the vertical direction. So we're using vertical stack now. We're gonna have this AuthForm at the top, and then this text as well as this logos at the bottom. So let's go here inside the vertical stack. We can use this spacing, which is gonna give us force spacing, and then align, maybe it should be stretch, and we're gonna see why. So here we're gonna have our AuthForm component that we need to just create now. So it should be self-closing tag, and let's go inside the source components. We're gonna have AuthForm, but that should be a folder. So we could just say AuthForm / AuthForm.jsx. So it's gonna put it under this AuthForm folder, and then we'll just say RAFCE and save this and delete this React and import this. And after this AuthForm, we're gonna have a box that says get the app, and then we could just say text align should be center, and below this we're gonna have one flex with 2 images. So it is just gonna put them side by side. That's why we're using flex. We'll say gap of 5, and then justify content to be center. So to center them in horizontal, horizontally. And then here we'll just put 2 images. So let's say one image. It is gonna have this source called / we're in the public folder, and then play store.png. And then we could just say height is gonna be 10, as well as the alt is gonna be play store logo. And just duplicate this. The second image is gonna be the Microsoft. So we could just say Microsoft.png, height is gonna be 10, and the alt could be Microsoft logo. And we're just gonna save this now, and let's see what are we gonna get here. Okay, so we have our image as well as our AuthForm, but they are not in the they are not next to each other. So the reason might be this flex is not working properly. I mean, not this flex, but another one that should be inside the container. So here we need to have a flex that the first child is going to be this box, the left hand side, and then another child, which is going to be this right hand side. So if we just cut this and paste it here, and we'll just say justify content center, and then align items also should be center, and just to give some gap, we could say gap is going to be 10. So let's just save and let's take a look. Okay, so the problem was this container had 2 children, but it wasn't wrapped within a flex. So now we just give a flex, and it's gonna put the children side by side. First we have this left hand side, and then we have this right hand side, and we just say align items to be center so that they are vertically aligned. And now everything is working fine, but the only thing that we need to add is gonna be this AuthForm. So I'll just save this file, and now inside the AuthForm we're gonna change this content. So let's get started with this. I will delete this div, and I'll just create a box that is a simple div that is coming from Chakra. So here this box is just gonna have this border 1 pixel solid and gray, and then here we'll just have border radius of 4, and then padding is just gonna be 5, and then we're just gonna have vertical stack again, and you're gonna see why. So let's say vertical stack, and we're gonna import this. We're using vertical stack is because we want to put this logo input and this button on top of each other. So everything here you see is just on top of each other. That's why we're going to be using it. So inside this vertical stack, we'll just say spacing should be 4. And then we're gonna have one image, which is gonna be our logo, Instagram logo. So image, let's import this from Chakra. It's gonna have a source to public folder logo.png, and height I use 24, but you can change it. And then cursor could be pointer, as well as alt says Instagram. Okay, it should just say Instagram. And then below this image, we're gonna have an input for email. So let's say input, which is coming from Chakra. And also, if there is anything that you don't understand, simply just go to Chakra and just search for it. So here we have input, and you're gonna see like different usages. So it has this input component, it has this placeholder, and you can even just change it, and it is interactive. So you can use the font size, so which you can see here, or the size in general. You have this HTML size with, in the variant is going to be outline, filled, flashed, unstyled, and maybe for left and right. Okay, it is add-ins. I was going to say icons, and then it has this element inside an input. So just any kind of thing that you can imagine. So yeah, that would be my recommendation. But now let's go to here and then VS Code. So we're gonna import this input from Chakra, and it's gonna have a couple of props. So the placeholder, let's say it's just gonna be email, and then it is gonna have the on change in value, but we're gonna add it later in this once we completed the UI. Okay, so we could just say font size should be maybe 14 pixels, and that shouldn't be inside a string. Okay, and let's see, and below this input we're gonna have another one, so I'll just copy and paste it. So it is gonna be for the password, and the type of this guy is gonna be password. So let's say password, and maybe for this we could also say the type should be email, and font size is going to be 14. Yes, that's it. And also in the sign up page, so let's take a look here. In the sign up form, we're going to have another one, so that says confirm password. But if we're in the login, we're not going to see that. For this, we can use something called state in React. So const, we could just say what should we say? Let's say is login. So set is login, and initially it's just going to be true. And here, let's take a look. I'm just looking at my notes. So below this password, we'll say if we are not in the login page, okay, if it is the sign up, then we're just gonna render this portion, else we'll just not return anything, which we can just put null. And then here we're gonna have another input. I'll just copy this, paste it. That says placeholder, confirm password, and type is gonna be password, font size of 14, and that's just it. Okay, so we can save this, and we're gonna be changing this when we click to that sign up button. And below this, we're gonna have another button. Let's say button, not but button. So it is going to say if you're in the login page, it's gonna be a login, but if you're in the sign up page, it's just gonna say sign up. And maybe that should be like this. And this button is gonna have the width of full, and the color scheme is just gonna be blue. Also, let's say size of small, font size of 14 pixels, as well as on click function, but we're gonna add that later. And actually, let's just add it. So let's say on click. Okay, let's just add this later. And then below this button, what are we gonna see? Let's just first take a look. Now here we see email, password, and this login button. And then below this, we would like to have this or field, okay? And for this, we're gonna use a flex so that all of them are gonna be next to each other. We're gonna give some spacing here, and we'll just say align items to be center so that they are vertically aligned. So let's go here below this button. We're just gonna use a flex, import from the Chakra. That is just gonna have align items to be center, and then let's say justify content to be center as well. Margin Y of 4, gap of maybe we could say 1, and then width is just gonna be full, so that it is just gonna take the full width of the parent component. So we're gonna have a box. We already imported it, so it is not gonna have any content, so that could be a self-closing box. and we're using box for this thing that you can see here. And this box is just gonna have flags of 2, and it's gonna say height of maybe 1 pixels, also background, let's say gray 400 maybe. And below this we're gonna have our text that says or, okay, we'll say text imported from Chakra, that is gonna say or, that should be uppercase, and then margin X of 1, as well as color is just gonna be white. And below this we're gonna have another this box. I'll just copy and paste it. So this is gonna be our or text, or maybe we could just say it like this. Okay, this is what we see in the UI, and we have an error. Okay, it's just a warning. So let's see now in our original app, we see this or text as well. And below this, we are going to add this login with Google button. Okay, we're gonna have again a flex on the left image, on the right the text itself. So let's go here, and then we're gonna go into the VS Code. So below this flex, we'll just create another flex. Let's say on the left, we're gonna have our image. So that should be a self-closing tag. It's gonna have the source to be public folder google.png, and then width we could say is gonna be 5, and alt, let's say Google logo. And on the right hand side we'll just have a text that says log in with Google, and then this is just gonna have margin X of 2, let's say, and the color should be blue 500. And this flex is gonna have some, let's say, align items of center, and then justify content of center as well. And maybe we could just say cursor is gonna be pointer, so that it looks like a button when you hover over this. So now let's go here, and we see this login with Google. And what happens if you don't use align items in this here? So in this or text, I'll just delete this for a second, and do you see like it is not vertically aligned? So these lines should be come to here so that they are vertically aligned, or this or text should go to up. So that's why we're using it. And then we just say margin Y and just give a gap between this text, this box, and this box. But anyways, after this login with Google text, so after this box, I believe we're gonna have another box that is just gonna say do you have an account or don't you have an account? In that case, just sign up or log in. So we're just gonna say box, and this box again is gonna have border 1 pixel, solid, and gray, and then border, so let's say border radius of 4, as well as the padding of 5. And let me just scroll a little bit. So we're gonna have one flex so that they are next to each other. So say flex, and then align items should be center as always, and then justify content should be center as well. And now we're gonna have one box on the left and then another box on the right. So this box, the first one, let me just save so that we get this formatting, and then we're gonna go here and we'll say is login. Now if we're login, we could just show don't have an account, and if you already have an account, that could just say already have an account. And then this box is gonna have some styles, let's say margin X of 2, and then font size is just gonna be 14. And below this box, okay, in this one I mean, we're gonna go inside. It is just gonna be, if we're in the login, we are gonna return a text that says sign up, otherwise it's just gonna be a login. So when we click to this, we would like to call a on click function, anonymous function. So on click to this, we're gonna call this anonymous function that just says set is login, whatever the value, just negate it. So false is login. If it was true, it's gonna be false. If it was false, now it's gonna be true. And after this on click, we're just gonna say color should be blue 500, and cursor is just gonna be let's say pointer. Okay, now we're gonna save this and hopefully it should work. So let's just zoom out a little bit. Okay, now we're in the login page. That's why it says don't have an account, then just sign up. So let's see here. It says now we're in the login page. It says don't have an account. We're in the login page. It says sign up. Okay, I'm gonna save this, and if I click to this, the login state now will be false, so that we are gonna see this confirm password, and this button says sign up, and if we're in the login page it says login. And now if we just shrink our screen, we shouldn't be seeing this image on the left, and it is because we added this display property up here. So on the base, which means in the smaller screens we're not going to see that, but on the tablets and above we're going to see this image, which is in the left hand side. So believe it or not, this is the entire code for our auth page design. Now we can work with the homepage. And even before we get into the homepage, let's add this functionality where when we just put our email and password, when we click to this login, it should take us to the homepage. So let's add that functionality. So we're gonna open up our application and then VS Code. So it is gonna be this button where, so let's see, it is gonna be this one. So when we click to this, it is gonna call handle auth function. Let's create it. It's gonna be up here, const handle auth and arrow function. And for now, it's not gonna do anything. And let's have our states. So let's say const inputs and set inputs. We're gonna have like this, and we're gonna have the email, password, as well as the confirm password. Now we need to bind these inputs with these input fields. So we're just gonna say for the email, the value is just gonna be inputs.email, and for the on change, so let's say on change, it is going to take the event, or maybe okay, let's just take the event. We'll say set inputs, and we're just gonna destructure all of the inputs, and we're only gonna change the one, which is the email at this point. And we can change this password as well. We'll say value as well as the on change. When we type into this password field, we're only gonna update the password state. And also for the confirm password, we'll just say value is gonna be confirm password, and on change only update this field. And we could save this, and when we call this function, let's say console.log the inputs. So let's see, now I'll just put my email and my password, open up the console. When I click to this, okay, let's just clear this. We got the email as well as the password. The confirm password is empty because we didn't type anything in. So let's just put something here as well. If we just click to that, we got all these states. And what we want to do is just take this user to the the home page. For this, we're going to use React Router DOM. So we'll say const navigate. There is something called navigate, which handles the navigation. It is coming from this use navigate hook. And here we could now delete here, and we'll say if the inputs dot email is empty, or if the inputs dot password is empty, or the confirm password is empty. So let's just get this, and then if this is the case, we'll just alert and we'll say please fill all the fields, and then return out of this function. And below this, if everything is correct, every input is filled, then we'll just say navigate this user to the home page, which is just /. And now let's test it out. And before that, this should be if not, okay? If the input email is empty or the password is empty, and we could actually just delete this for now, because this is only the design part. I don't really want to write any if else checks again, and this should be okay. So let's test it out. I'll say something here, something for my password. If I don't put anything, so let's just delete, it is gonna say please all the fields. If I don't put anything here, it's gonna say again fill all the fields. But if I just put something, it's just gonna take me to the homepage. Now we can get started with the homepage, but before that we need to just realize that every single page has this sidebar. So we have in the homepage, we have in the user page, we have the sidebar, but in the auth page, we don't have it, right? So we're going to design our remaining pages depending on this. So we can create a layout component for this. And instead of adding the sidebar to each page, we can just only create it once and use it inside the page layout. So it sounds complicated. So let me just show that. So inside the source, we're just going to have layout. So let's say layouts, and then it's going to have page layout, let's say. And inside this, we're gonna have a file called page layout.jsx. So we're gonna get the boilerplate, and now here we're gonna render the sidebar as well as the content, but we're not gonna show the sidebar on the auth page. Okay, so here I'll just say one flex and import it from Chakra, and this flex is gonna have something on the left, which is gonna be the sidebar on the left and the content on the right. Let's say the page content on the right. So for the sidebar, we're gonna create a component, and here for the page content, we're just gonna get the children as props. So let's say children, if I can type. We're just gonna copy it and put it inside a box. So let's import the box from Chakra and wrap this with curly braces. And then this box is gonna have a couple of props, but before that, let's create our sidebar. It is gonna be inside a box again. We are just have the sidebar component, let's say. And now let's get into the components. That should be, let's say, sidebar. And then Sidebar.jsx. Okay, now we can import this sidebar, and then this box is gonna have a couple of, actually only one. The width is just gonna be, on the smaller screens, it's just gonna be 70 pixels, and in the medium screens and above, so let's say MD, it's gonna be 240 pixels. But we're only gonna show this sidebar other than the auth page. So we can check it by, so I just cut this. Now we'll just say const give me the path name from this hook that is gonna give you the path name. So we'll say if the path name is equal to the auth, actually if it is not equal to the auth page, then we're gonna render the sidebar, but else we're not gonna. So we'll just say null. So if we are not in the auth page, we're gonna show the sidebar. And so now this box is gonna take some props. Let's say this flex is just gonna be 1, which means that it is gonna take the remaining part. And width, we could say on the base, and above is just gonna be calc function with 100% minus 70 pixels. And for the medium, we'll just say exactly the same function. So I'll just copy and paste it, but the pixels is just gonna be 240 pixels. And now what we can do is to just go into the app.jsx and wrap our entire application with this page layout. And okay, so let's say page layout. Now all of our pages is gonna be within this page layout component, and whatever we pass is gonna be this children. So if we are in the home page, this children is gonna be the homepage content. So we're gonna put it, put the homepage content on the right and the sidebar on the left. And if we're in the auth page, we'll just ignore this part as if there is only the auth page content. And here we have some warnings. Let's get rid of this. We're gonna go inside the ESLint.rc. So it is a prop types error. So after this first rule object, okay, inside that, we're just gonna paste it, this line. It says React prop types off, and we added this to avoid prop types error. Okay, we're gonna save this. Now we're not gonna get any warnings. And now if we go to the, let's say we are in the auth page, we don't see, okay, this is not our application. So let's save, so let's save it app.jsx. So here now in the home page, we can see the sidebar on the left and the home page on the right. If we go to the auth page, we're not going to see the sidebar. It's because we're checking for the path name. So it should be here. If the path name is auth, we'll just return null. And this path name is going to be whatever you put after this port number. If you're in the home page, the path name is just going to be this slash. So now we are going to go into the home page, let's say, and we're going to just add this sidebar. So let's go to the Sidebar.jsx. We can close these files that we don't use, main.jsx, maybe app.jsx, AuthForm, auth page. And then here, we are just going to have a box that is coming from Chakra. And then inside this is going to have a couple of different props. So let's say the height is going to be 100 VH. So it should be inside a string. And then it is going to have this border right, let's say 1 pixel solid, and border color, it's going to have white alpha 300. And then padding Y of 8. Position is going to be sticky, let's say. And then the top is going to be 0, let's say, and the left is going to be 0. So it's just going to put it at the very top and it's going to be sticky there. And on the, let's say, padding X, for the base, it could be 2, and for the medium screens and above, it's just going to be 4. And this box is going to have one flex, which is going to be holding that, so to say, the icons. So the first icon that we're going to have is going to be inside the link, and it is going to be that Instagram logo. So if we just take a look at it here, so it's going to be this logo. So we're going to give this icon, and on the mobile screen that we can see, it changes to this mobile icon, and we're going to be adding that as well. So first, let's add this desktop icon. So we're going to go into the link, and this flex is going to have a couple of different props. So let's say direction to be column, so everything is going to be vertically aligned, or gap of 10. Width is just going to be, say, full, and then height is also going to be the full. And then this link is going to take us to the home page, but this link is coming from Chakra, right? Actually, it's coming from React Router DOM. So let's say, let's delete this and import it from Chakra, but we're going to say import link as router link from React Router DOM. So we just rename it to the router link, and we're going to use this link as if this is a router link that is coming from React Router DOM. We're doing this is because this link, we can both add styles to it, just like a normal Chakra component, as well as this to functionality that is coming from React Router DOM. So padding left is just going to be 2, and we'll say display this on base, it should be none, and for the medium and above, it's just going to be block. So inside here, we are going to say show us the Instagram logo, which is something that I will provide to you in the GitHub repo. So this is also going to have the cursor. So let's say cursor is going to be just pointer. And now for these icons, we're going to create a assets folder. So let's say assets, and we'll say constants.jsx. And let me just grab all of them. So I just copied all of them, and now I'm going to paste it. So here, let me just shrink all of them. So shrink this one, this. So we have a couple of icons, and all of them are just a basic SVG that we can see here. I just copied and pasted these guys from the Instagram website. So now we're gonna import this Instagram logo that is coming from constants. So now I will just copy this link and then paste it again. So this is gonna be for the desktop, and this is gonna be for the mobile. So it is gonna have the almost the same props. So to this homepage, as router link, padding, let's say this padding is going to be 2 from all directions, and then display on the base, it is going to be block, but on the medium screens and above, it's just going to be none. So in the small screens, we're going to show this logo, and in the larger screens, we're going to show this one. Now this will also get a border radius. So let's say border radius is going to be 6, and then it's going to have a hover state. So let's say so this is how we add hover state in Chakra. So underscore hover, and it's going to take another object and the properties that you want to change. So you want to change the background to be white alpha 200. And the lastly, this is gonna have a width. Let's say width on the base, it is just gonna be 10, and medium screens and above, it is not gonna have anything because it is display none anyways, right? So let's delete this and let's just give it a 10. Okay, so we could save and let's take a look now. Inside our application, we see this icon, and when we go to like the medium screens, it's just gonna be this logo. And now below this logo, we're gonna add this so to say search bar items. So we have logo and text on the right. When we shrink this, when we hover over this, we see this tooltip on the right that says home, and it says search, notifications, create, and the profile. Now, in order to get this tooltip, it is just a component from Chakra. So let's say tooltip. And as you can see here, when you like hover over this, you're gonna see this hover me tooltip, and it has a lot of so to say properties, and we're going to be using some of them. Okay, so we're going to use tooltips for this, as well as this sidebar items, or the icons that we already have in the constants.jsx file. So here inside the sidebar, I'll just paste something here. It's going to be our an array of icons. So some of them will have link and some of them will not have. So now let's import all of these. AI fill home, that should be coming from Chakra, but this should be coming from React icons, but these guys are going to be coming from our assets. So let's import all these, and the avatar is going to be something that I will go over as well. So let's say import AI fill from React icons AI, and it is going to be this one. So let's say, okay, it is this one actually, AI fill home. When you search for the home icon, is going to be the first one that you get. And now this avatar is something that Chakra gives you. So let's say avatar, and it is basically this circle profile picture that we get this down below. So for this, you just put the source, and you can put size to just give different sizes. So 2x small, medium, small, maybe x small, and so on and so forth. So below this logo, now we're gonna add our sidebar items. So after this link, I believe we're gonna have another flags, and it's gonna have this direction to be column as well. So let's say direction gonna be column, gap of 5, maybe cursor, pointer, it should be. And then we're just gonna get this sidebar items. We're gonna map it, get each item, so as well as the index, let's say, and we're gonna just return some JSX here. So it's gonna be tooltip. So this is how we use tooltip. You first wrap the content into this tooltip, and it's gonna have a couple of different props. So we want to have this arrow when we hover over this. The label is just gonna be item.text. So either it should be search, notifications, create, profile, or let's say home. So this is going to be the label, and then the placement, so let's say placement is just going to be right. Okay, so when you hover over that, it's going to be on the right hand side. So we need to give a key to get rid of any React errors. So we'll just say the index, and so what should we have? So margin left is going to be 1, and there is something called open delay. When you hover over this, it just delays. So you could put 0, 1000, anything else. So we're going to put 500 milliseconds, so half second. So we'll say also display on base, only show it when we are in the smaller screens, and medium and above, we don't want to see that because we already have the text next to it. So that was it. Inside it is going to have a link. Okay, so this is the tooltip, that we just wrap it with the element that we would like to put inside. So let's say it's gonna have a link, it's gonna have a lot of props. So let's go one by one. So this gonna be display flags, and then 2. So it is gonna take us to a link if there is any. So we'll say 2, and we're gonna put something here, but for now let's just ignore this. We'll say as router link that we did previously, and then align items, not the content, but align items to be center so that they are vertically centered. And we'll say gap of 4, and on the hover state, let's say underscore hover, another object, background should be white alpha, let's say 400. And then below this, we're gonna have border radius of 6. And then after this border radius, it's gonna have the padding of 2. And let's say width should be 10, as well as the justify content should be on the base, center, and on the, okay, that should be string, let's say. And on the medium and above, it's just gonna be flags start. And I will just cut this for now, and then I'll add it so that you can see what's going on here. So we're gonna put the icon here, which is gonna be item.icon, and after this icon next to each other, we're just gonna put the item text, which you can put it into a box because we're gonna add this display props. So it is gonna be on the base. We're just not gonna show it, but on the, so let's say medium screens and above, we'll just say block. And into this box, we're just gonna say item.text. And I think we can now save this. Do we have any errors? Let's see. Okay, so this 2 is gonna take us to the link. So if item has a link, it is going to just take us to there. But if this is not the case, it is just gonna be in the null state. So yeah, when you click to this search button, it doesn't have any links, so it is not going to take you to any page. But if you click to this home icon, it is going to take you to the home, or if you click to this one, it's going to take you to this user page. So we could save, and let's take a look now. And here we get, okay, in this one it should be, so let's say map, we have a typo here, it should be map, and then okay, now it works fine, but we cannot see the icon. Let's refresh again. Let's see what's going on here. So we imp constants, it should be, right? Assets, constants. Okay, let's just rename this. And we imported that somewhere else, I believe. No, it wasn't. Okay, it's gonna be the constants, but it is not gonna work again. So let's see. So why it is not working? Let's just put full for the width. Maybe that should fix. Okay, so we're just gonna say then on the base and above it should be 10, but for the medium and above, it's just gonna take the full width of the parent. So here we can see the icons, but once we hit the medium breakpoint, which is so you can see it from here, 768 pixels is gonna be the medium, and the sidebar shrinks, as well as we see all of these icons with the tooltip when we hover over this. And here, do you see like it is not centered when you hover over this? It is because if you just add this to here, justify content, on the base it's gonna be center, but on the medium and above it's just gonna be flag start. So I'm gonna save this, and that should be working fine now. It is centered. And the last thing that we need to add into this sidebar is just gonna be that the logout button at the very bottom that we can see here. So it is almost gonna be identical to these guys. So I'll just go and copy this entire thing for now, and it is gonna be after this flags. Okay, I'm gonna paste it. So we don't have any key, we can delete that. For the label, we could just say logout, let's say logout, and the placement is gonna be right. It's gonna have this margin left, so open delay, and display on the base is gonna be block. On the medium screens and above, it's just gonna be none. And for the tool link, it is just gonna take us to the, let's say, auth page. And for the icon, we are just gonna show this let me just copy and paste it. This is another icon that is coming from React icons. So we could import this from, let's go to up here, React icons, BI logout. So we're gonna go here, and it doesn't have really any texts. So we could just say logout. Okay, so I think this is gonna work fine. Let's save, and okay, so it's here, but we just want to have it at the very bottom. So if we just say margin top auto, it is gonna take it to the very bottom. It's just gonna push it. So where should we add it? So it is this link, or even, yeah, let's just add it to here. Let's say margin top is gonna be auto, and there we go. We just see that at the very bottom. If we just shrink that and hover over this, it is gonna show us this tooltip. When we click to that, it's gonna take us to the auth page, and everything now is working fine. Also, this auth page is responsive, that we can see. I forgot to show you guys. So this wraps the sidebar component. So let's just quickly reiterate what we did. Here we created a page layout, and the reason is, let me just copy and paste the thing that I said previously. So instead of creating, I'll just read it. So instead of adding the sidebar component to every page, we only added once to this page layout component and wrap the children with it. So this way, every page that is in our app.jsx that we wrapped with the page layout is gonna see that sidebar, but except the auth page, because we're checking if the path name is equal to the auth page, then we're not gonna show this. We're just gonna return null. But if it is not the case, then we're gonna show the sidebar. And on the smaller screens, it is only 70 pixels wide, and in the like the large screens, it's gonna be a little bit wider. And the sidebar, inside the sidebar, we used a couple of items, which was the home, search, notifications, create, as well as the profile. And some of them had a link and some of them didn't. So the ones that had a link, when we click to them, it's gonna take us to the link page, so to the home page or to the user page. And we see something called avatar with Chakra, where we just put the source as the profile picture, and with a name field that is gonna be kind of fallback while this image loads. Okay, I just put my name here, and we have this size, which is small. And then we loop through this sidebar items down below here. For each of them, we showed something called tooltip with some props. So such as, is this tooltip is gonna has the arrow, it's gonna have some placement on the right, open delay, and we're only gonna show it in the smaller screens. And yeah, so basically this is what we did. So basically I can just save this file so that you guys have this comment here, and then we're gonna go into the app.jsx, inside to the homepage, and we're just gonna add our homepage content, which is, let's just go to the demo app, to the homepage. So on the left we have the sidebar, but on the content we're gonna have our feed posts, and on the right we're gonna have our suggested user component. So let's start with the feed posts, and then we're gonna get into this suggested users component. And if we think about the HTML structure for this, we have something on the left and something on the right. For this, we're gonna use flags, and to put everything in the center of the screen, we're gonna use container. So I'll just go to inside the homepage. I will change this with container, okay? And that also should be container. And we can say that this container is just gonna have the max width of that should be container.large. You can change this if you want. Maybe you could make like x large, 2x large, 3x large. It doesn't really matter, but the LG should be nice. And then we're gonna have a flex, as we said. So let's import this, something on the right and something on the left. So let's say this box is gonna be for the suggested users, and actually it's gonna be feed posts, right? So feed posts, and the next one is gonna be the suggested users, because the suggested users are gonna be on the right hand side and feed posts on the left. So this flex is just gonna have a gap of 20, so that these guys have something in the middle, like they are separated. And this box is gonna have the flex of 2, padding y of 10. And then this box is gonna have the flex of 3 and margin right of 10, actually 20. And then we're not gonna show the suggested users below the large breakpoint. So we're just gonna say display only in the base and above. So it's, don't display. So base and above is gonna be none, but on the larger screens and above, we'll just say block. And then the max width is just gonna be 300 pixels. And lastly, let's just say the border is gonna be 1 pixel solid red. This is temporary so that we can see that. So it should be suggested users. I will just save this and let's give this a border as well. I'll copy this, paste this, and I'll just say blue. Now let's go inside the homepage. Something on the left, something on the right, which is suggested users. They have a gap of 20, and now that should be working fine. We're gonna first build the feed posts, and now if we just shrink our screen, once we hit the large breakpoint, we're not gonna see the suggested user component, right? Do you see? And this is the exact same thing in our demo application. When we hit that breakpoint, it's just gone, just like this. So let's go inside the, so here we'll just create this component. Let's say feed posts, and we're gonna go inside the components. Let's say feed posts, and it's gonna have the feed posts.jsx, and let's say RAFCE to get the boilerplate. And then this is gonna return a container as well. So you're gonna see why. So basically it is just used to give some spacing. So let's say container, this should be, and we could delete the React import, and we could say that maximum width for this is gonna be just container.small, and padding y is just gonna be 10, as well as padding x of 2. And here we'll just basically return a feed post a couple of times. So which is gonna be a component that we're gonna create. So let's say feed post 4 times, and let's create that component, and I'll just put it into the feed posts folder because all of them are related. So feed post.jsx, and I will get this. So save, and let me just import feed post, which is coming from here, and let's save this. And also we're gonna get the feed posts here. Okay, so let's take a look. We have feed posts, they are on top of each other, and we are gonna change all of them with one of these posts. Okay, so we could close this, and then let's get into the feed post. And how are we gonna structure this? First, it's gonna have this feed post header where we hold this button, as well as profile picture, username, and the created at date. And then we're gonna have the the post body, which is gonna be this image, as well as the post footer, which is gonna have this icons, the username, likes, and number of comments, as well as this input and post button. Okay, so let's go into here. I will create all of them. So let's say post footer.jsx and post header.jsx. So delete this. Okay, inside the, let's close them for now. Inside the feed post, first we're gonna just handle here. So I'll just give a little bit space for me, delete this one, and then let's get into the work. So first of all, we'll just have the post header, okay? And we should be importing that. It doesn't give us, so post header. Okay, we're gonna just import it manually, and then below this we're gonna have the post body, which we can just really put it inside the box, which is gonna be that image. So let's say we're gonna get a image component, and it doesn't give us for some reason. Let's say image from Chakra UI, and then this image is gonna have a source. Let's say source image. So let's see, public, we could just give this image 1. Okay, image1.png, and then alt, we could just say user profile pic. And then below this box, we're just gonna have the post footer. So post footer, I'm not sure why it doesn't give us. So post footer, okay, let's say import post footer from here, and then post header from here. So if we just save this, now we should be seeing that and see, okay, we got the post image, but now we need to add the post header. So let's delete these borders as well. We don't really need them. It was for showing purposes, so I'll just delete this. And now we're gonna go into the post header. It's gonna be here. So as we said, something on the left, right? So again, let's take a look. So this is gonna be the left hand side and this is gonna be the right hand side. So we're gonna have a flex with justify space between. So let's get into here and delete this one. So let's start with the parent flex, which we said that it's gonna have the justify content of space between. And then it's also gonna have the align items center so that it is centered vertically, and then width, let's say width of full. And inside this flex, we're gonna have one flex, which is gonna be for the left side, and then we're gonna have one box for the right side for that button, that follow unfollow button. And inside this flex, let's say align items to be center, and then gap of 2. So gap is just gonna be 2, and this flex is gonna have an avatar on the left. So let's say avatar, just import it, and then source could be again the same picture. So image 1.png, let's say alt, so it should be user profile pic. And then I think that should be it, as well as the size of small. And next to avatar, we're gonna have a vertical stack, we could say, or we could basically use a flex because it's not gonna be vertically stacked. So inside this, what should we say? So the username is gonna be on the left, and then the date is gonna be on the left, that we can see here, right? The username, and then this created at date. So inside the flex, we could have the font size as 12 pixels, font weight should be bold, and let's say gap of 2. Okay, we'll just say gap of 2, and we're gonna have the username. Let's just put the as a programmer, and then below this we're gonna have a box which is coming from Chakra as always, and the color, let's say it's gonna be gray 500. And then we'll just have this thing that I'll just copy and paste. Okay, it's just gonna be 1 week. Now, if we just save it like this, it's gonna have one error, I believe. Okay, so maybe we could just give some spacing at the bottom. So it is going to be this container. We'll just say margin bottom or margin Y of, let's say 2. And that should be working nice. And on the left, I mean on the right, we're gonna put that button. Okay, so it is going to be this box where we'll just say unfollow, and it is gonna have a couple of different props. So first, let's actually put this into a text so that it's just gonna be semantic. So import the text from Chakra and paste the unfollow text into it. And then this box is just gonna have font size of, let's say, or maybe we could give it to the text. So this is just gonna have the cursor to be pointer, and now this text is gonna have the font size. So let's say font size of 12, and then color blue 500, and then font weight bold, and then hover is just going to be color white. So I'll just say color should be now white. And we want to have some transition, so I'll just say transition, so we could say 0.2 seconds is in and out. So I will just save this now and let's take a look. So we have the button. When we hover over this, we got this transition, so as we can see, and everything is working nice. We have the header. So what we did was one box on the left and another one on the right, and justify content space between. And then here we basically did the same thing. We have the avatar on the left and this guy on the right. So we're gonna get into the post footer now. So inside the post, we could actually close this, and let's see. Inside the feed post, okay, we're gonna have the post footer, and we're gonna just put the content now into this component. So let's see how the footer is gonna look like. So it has this logos and then number of likes count and then the username as well as the description and then this the count of comments as well as this input with the button on the right. So let's go step by step, just create all of them from top to bottom. So let's open up here and then we're gonna get into the post footer. So I just want to have a empty fragment here so that we can return multiple children. So let's say flex, and this is gonna be coming from Chakra as always. It's gonna have the classic align items center, and then we're gonna have the gap of 4 as well as the width full. Let's say width full. We could just say padding top is gonna be 0, margin bottom of 2, and then margin top of auto. Okay, that should be working nice. We're gonna go into here. First, we're gonna have a box that shows the like or unlike logo. So for this, we can create a state. So let's say const, because we're gonna be changing this dynamically. So liked, set liked, initially it's gonna be false. And then also we could have the number of likes. We are going to use it in a second. So let's say set likes count. Okay. And initially, let's say we're going to have maybe 1000 likes. We can just give it a little bit space. And then inside this box, we're just going to say if it is not liked. Okay. In this case, we're going to return a logo. And if it is liked, we're going to return another logo. And this guy is gonna be the notifications logo, I believe. Yes, so notifications logo, which is coming from our assets. And then here we're just gonna have the unlike logo. And if we just now import this, when we click to this box, we would like to change the state. So let's say on click, we're just gonna say that maybe we should say handle. So let's say handle like. This is gonna be an arrow function. So if it is already liked, we're gonna, let's say if it is liked, which means that now we're unliking this. So we'll just say set liked to be false, and we're gonna just decrement the number of likes. And in the else case, we're just gonna do the opposite thing. So set liked gonna be true, and just increment it by 1. And now let's see what are we gonna get. When I click to this, now it is liked, and when I click to that again, now it's unliked. And let's have a cursor of pointer into this box. So I'll just give some props. Let's say cursor should be pointer as well as the font size of 18. That should be it for this one. So it should be 18. Okay, what is the error? Okay, if you just save, it's gonna reformat this, and then we're gonna have another box that is gonna hold the comment logo. So I will import this guy from our assets as well, and this box is just gonna have the cursor to be pointer as well as the font size of 18, and below this I say 18 and then write 17. Okay, and then below this, what are we gonna have? After this flex, we'll just have the number of likes. So import the text from Chakra. So let's say likes, which is gonna be the count. Okay, it's coming from the states and the string of likes. And this text is gonna have the font weight. So let me just give a little bit of space for us. Font weight of what it should be. So 600, as well as the font size small, we could just say. And then below this, we're gonna have a couple of text as well. So maybe at this point, I could just copy and paste it because it is not anything different than this guy. So we'll just say for the username, I'll just put my name. So as a programmer underscore. So let's see. So we just have one text, okay? Okay, we have one text, font size of small, that gives the username, and then a little bit space, and then another text. Maybe we could just have it that one space, just like this. So username, and then the description of the post or the caption, and then the number of comments. So color of gray, font size small, and this is okay. So here we have a text, but it is not a paragraph. Instead, it is a span because we're using as span. But if you use a text normally, without this as tag, it is just going to be a paragraph. Now let's save and let's take a look here. Okay, maybe we could just give a little bit space for this. So it is going to be this icons container. Which one is this? So margin top, so it's auto, let's say maybe 2. Okay, let's say 4. Now it looks better. And then below this number of comments, we're gonna have an input, which is gonna be inside the flags, so that we can use align items and gap. So here I'll go inside the post footer. Below the texts, I'll just create another flags, and this flags is just gonna have a couple of props. So say align items to be center, and then gap of 2, justify content, let's say space between, and then width of full, let's say. And now if you can see here, we have inside an input, we have a button. For this we can use something called input group. So let's say input, maybe only input, you're gonna see it here, left and right elements. So as you can see, there is something called input group, and we're gonna be using something on the right. So let's search for it if there is something called right element. Yes, there is. So this is what we're doing. We're creating an input group, and inside we're just putting the left element or the right element as well as the input. So in our case, we're going to be using the input right element. So I'll just go to here inside the flags. I will say input, it should be u input group. So we'll just import this, and it's going to have one input as well as input right element. So I'll just say so input, I'll just import this input, and then variant of flashed. So I'll say placeholder, that is gonna just say add a comment with 3 dots, and then let's say font size of 14 pixels. And below this input, we're just gonna have an input right element, which I will copy and paste it. And then that should be a not self-closing tag, but rather just like this. Okay, input right element is going to take something inside, which is going to be a button. So let's say this is going to be the button that says, let's import this from Chakra and import this one. The button is just going to say post, and button is going to have a couple of props and or the styles, let's say. So font size is going to be 14, and then it's going to have the color of blue 500. So let's say blue 500, and then font weight of 600. So I'll just scroll a little bit, font weight 600, and then below this we'll just say cursor pointer, and on the hover state we're gonna change the color. So let's say hover, we'll just say color should be white. Okay, and then below the color we'll just say background should be transparent. So whatever the background of the parent component. And I believe this is gonna be it. So let's save and let's take a look. Now that we have, okay, we cannot see the placeholder. Maybe we should change the color for this. Let's take a look. Place content. No, it's just gonna be a placeholder. Okay, it's working nice. Now we're just gonna give a little bit of margin bottom so that we have some space. So maybe that should be margin Y. Okay, it is gonna be for this. So let's say margin bottom or margin top it was, and we could just say that maybe inside the feed post, let's say margin Y of 2. Now that we have some spacing, and below the post footer we're gonna have it, so we could just say box margin Y of, let's say 4. And now that should be working nice. We have this margin below each post, and since we're rendering this 4 times, that's why we're just seeing the exact same post, but we're gonna change it. So let's say if the margin bottom was 10, how it's gonna look like. Okay, now it's better. Let's say margin bottom of 10. So let's quickly reiterate what we did. We create the post header and then the post body itself, which is this image. And then we have created this post footer with the input group element, where we have something inside the input, and we use the right element. And now we can like this. It's going to update the number of likes as well as changing the icon. And if we unlike that, it's gonna just decrement it and change the like icon. And there is one thing that we're missing, is that this image should have some border radius that we can see from our demo. So it just has this border radius. And for this, we can go inside the feed post where we have this image. This box is just gonna have, let's say, border radius of 4, but if you just do this, I think it's not gonna work. It's because now it's overflows the content, and for this we'll just say overflow should be hidden. So overflow is gonna be hidden so that it doesn't, so the image doesn't overflow this box. So now that should be working fine. As we can see here, we have this radius corner. So now every post has the same image, same username, so the same avatar. And for this, we could just change this by with props. So for this, we're gonna go inside the feed posts and we're just gonna put the username. Okay, for each of them, we're just gonna do this. So let me just give this cool spacing or formatting. So for the username, let's say for this is just gonna be as a programmer, and then we're gonna give the so let me just take a look my notes. So we're gonna give the image, username, as well as the avatar. So I'm gonna copy this and paste it, and now I will just copy and paste all of them. So we're only adding this image field, username, as well as the avatar. So I will cut all of these and paste it. So it is just the exact same thing. We have the image, username, and then the avatar. So the image is gonna be this content, okay, and the avatar is gonna be this one, as well as the username. So let's go inside the feed post and change it. So we're gonna take these props, which is the image, username, and then the avatar. So we're using the avatar as well as the username inside the post header. So I'm gonna just take this and put it inside here. So let's say username, and it's gonna take the avatar. Oops. So it should be like this, avatar. And inside the post footer, we're only using the username. So I'm gonna copy this and then paste it here. So for the source, we are already getting this for the image. I'll just say source, this is gonna be the image. And that should be working nice. For the alt, we could just put the username. Let's say username. And for the post header, we're gonna take the username and the avatar. So username, avatar. For the username, we're just gonna put the prop into here, and then we're gonna get the avatar. It should be inside this source. And I think that's it for this component. We could save it. So we have some errors. Okay, that should be inside the curly braces, right? Okay, we have the username and then this box. And so we're gonna close this, and inside the post footer, we're only getting the username. So let's destructure this username. I'm gonna copy this, and let's see, it should be here. I'll just say username. Now everything should be working fine. We're gonna go to the home page. Okay, so this is the first user. If we just refresh, and now we're getting the second one, the third one, the fourth one, right? So the John Doe, Jane Doe, Josh, as well as the Burak. Okay, so we could see inside this, we're giving this usernames and avatars, which are coming from the public folder. So these are the pictures that we can see. And I hope now it makes sense. We are taking this, destructuring it from here, and pass it to the post header as well as the post footer, and then just using it inside inside the source and inside this, so let's say username as well as the avatar. And our application is still missing some feature that we have in our demo application. So when we refresh, we have this cool loading skeletons, but in our case we don't have. So how are we gonna add this? It's gonna be inside the Chakra. They have this skeleton, which you can just call it, give some height or width. So let's say width of maybe 100 pixels, and there you go. So this is the 100 pixels wide, and so let's say like 20 pixels of height. And then you can just put some HTML into that. It's gonna be contents wrapped, and it'll not be visible. So if I just copy this, paste it multiple times, the skeleton gets bigger and bigger, but we don't see anything inside. So this approach is really cool. Maybe we would be using this. So now inside the feed posts, we're gonna go, let's say, close the footer, and for each posts, okay, so here we'll just have a state. So let's say const is loading and set is loading, and initially it is actually going to be true. So when you first refresh the page, it's going to try to load the posts, and after 2 seconds, so let's say use effect, I'm just initializing it. After 2 seconds, we'll just say set timeout 200 milliseconds. We'll just say set loading to be false. So first, when you refresh the page, it's gonna loading state is gonna be true for 2 seconds, and then it's gonna be false. And while it is loading, we're gonna show that loading skeletons. So we'll just say if it is loading, then just run this array 4 times. So let's say 0, 1, 2, 3. So it is going to map through this 4 times. We are just gonna get the item, or we could just say underscore and then the index. So now we're gonna see what we're doing here. So we're gonna have our skeleton 4 times when it's loading. So we'll just say vertical stack for this. Let's import it. It should be coming from Chakra. Okay, it's gonna have a key with index so that we don't get any errors from the React. And this is gonna have the gap of 4 between each children. Align items, let's say flex, start, and then we give the key. Margin bottom is just gonna be 10. So we're gonna have one flex with, let's import it, with the gap of 2. And then we're gonna have skeleton circle. So let's see if they have something like this, circle and text skeleton. So we're gonna have this avatar skeleton, which is this one. I'm just gonna copy that and paste it. Let's import it. The size is just gonna be 10. And then we're gonna have another vertical stack. And then this is gonna have the gap of 2. Align items to be flex start. Oops, so it should be start. And then inside this, we'll just have 2 skeletons with the width of 200 pixels and height 10 pixels. I'll just copy it, paste it, and let's import these guys. Okay, I'll just indent them, so like this. And after this vertical stack and flex, we're just gonna have one more skeleton. I will copy it and paste it. And so it is just gonna be this approach where we see so it is this one. So we just put some HTML into that, and it just doesn't show us, but instead it makes this more it gives this skeleton a little bit height. So we are gonna say this is gonna be width of full and height of 500 pixels. Now we are only gonna show this feed post if it is not loading. So I'm gonna cut all of these for a second, and I'll say if it is not loading, then just return this React fragment and put them inside. Now this should be working as expected. So I'm gonna just refresh. As you can see, we have this, like, let's just make this true for a second. And then let's say it's gonna be false. Okay, so here we just see 4 times of this, so say skeletons. First we have the profile picture as well as the, so is it the same here? Okay, actually we should only have 1, right? This doesn't make any sense. So let's go to here. So we could just delete one of them, and okay, so that looks nice, but I think Instagram has it like this, so that's why I used it, I believe. So we're just gonna have it like that. And we have all of these skeletons, and once it is changes the state, we show the feed posts. So let's say Control Z, and yeah, that should be working nice. And it should be responsive as well. If we just test it out, I'll just open up my console and just shrink it. Now, as you can see, it just works nice up until here, and then suggested user components just unmounts, and it just works nice up until, let's say, here, which is one of the smallest fonts. Okay, so now we are gonna add the suggested users component. For this, we are gonna go into the home page. Let's see, we're gonna delete this and let's say suggested users. And I will just create this component inside this components folder. So let's say suggested users, and this is gonna have the suggested users.jsx as well as the suggested user.jsx. So it's gonna be the same approach. We are gonna create this. So the posts. So here we just had feed posts, and inside we just return each feed post, right? So we're gonna have the suggested users component here, and then we'll basically return multiple suggested user. And let's get this one as well. I will delete the React import, save it, delete this one, save it, and let's import this guy. And also we're gonna have something called suggested header, and I'll just explain in a second. Let's say RAFCE delete this import React, because we're never going to be using this, and it is not so to say it is not required anymore in React. So we're going to just delete this and save it, and save here. So the suggested user header is going to be this one, where we see our profile. Okay, we have the logout button, profile picture, as well as the username. So let's just create this one first, and we're going to go into the, let's say, the suggested users. I'm just taking a look at my notes. So we're gonna just delete here, and then we're gonna have a, let's say, vertical stack, because it's gonna be in the stack format. So let's say padding Y of 8, and then we're gonna have padding X of 6, as well as the gap of 4, and then so that should be a vertical stack. And now we're just gonna have the suggested header first, then we're gonna have a couple of suggested user, but before that we're gonna actually have this text which says suggested for you and see all. Okay, so let's first create this header, and then we'll just go step by step. So I'm just gonna I'll just take a look at my notes again. So inside the suggested header, we already imported this. Let's save, and we're gonna create this content. So first we'll just have a flags. Okay, let's import this. It is gonna be the justify content space between. And why is this? Let's take a look. So we have this, let's say, spacing between these guys. So that's why we're using justify content space between. And then we're just gonna align them vertically. So align items center, and then let's say width of full. So for the right hand side, we'll just have one flex, which is gonna be taking that avatar as well as the username. So at this point it's pretty basic. I'll just copy and paste it and just walk you through. And this flex is gonna have the align items to be center, as well as the gap of 2. Okay, so what we did here was to just create a flex and put the left child and the right child. Avatar has this name as well as the size, and the source goes into the profile picture.png, which is this one. And then on the on the right, we have this box which just holds our username, and maybe that should be a text so that we'll just get the paragraph and it'll be more semantic. So we could delete this box for now, and that should be working nice. So below this flex, we're just gonna have that link that says logout. So I'll just import this from Chakra, and this link is gonna be so to say import link. So it's gonna be rendered as router link, I was trying to say. So we'll just copy this router link as we did before. So as router link is gonna take us to the auth page. So let's say /auth, and then it's gonna have a couple of styles, which I will again copy and paste, because at this point it just doesn't really make sense to write the font size, font weight, and color. So it is not gonna have this text decoration of none. So let's just delete, and we're gonna paste in a second. So let's say the content is just gonna be logout. If I save this, and we're gonna go into here, so we see this header, and when I hover over this, it has this the underline text, and I don't really like this, so I will just Control Z, which is gonna be this style of text decoration is gonna be none. Let's say Logout. And now when we hover over to this, we're not gonna see that underline. And that is gonna be it for the suggested header. Now we are going to build the next thing, which is gonna be that that text as suggested for you in Auth. So below this, we'll just have one flex again. Let's import this. This flex is just gonna have the align items to be center, so that we have vertical alignment. And then justify content again, what's gonna be. So what should we add here? Okay, I heard that you said space between. So I'll just say, oops, I can type. So I'll say space between. Okay, it is because we would like to have some space between this guy and then this guy. So we're gonna go here, justify content space between, and then width should be full. And then on the left hand side, I will just actually copy and paste again. It doesn't make any sense. On the left, we have one box, font size of 12, font weight bold, this color, and that should be maybe a text. That would be better. So let's just delete this. And this is the left side, and now we're gonna add the right side. I'm gonna copy and paste. That is gonna be a text again. So maybe we should just, okay, it says see all, font size of, again, the same, font weight bold, hover, we are just changing the color, and cursor is just gonna be pointer, so that we have that button feeling. Now, if we just take a look, that should be looking the exact same. And below this, we're just gonna add all of our suggested user components, okay, one by one. So after this flex, we'll just say suggested user, and we're just gonna be calling this, let's say 3 or 4 times. Okay, we have 3 times, and that should be working nice. And below all of these, we'll just have this build by, and you can just put your name, it's completely okay. And I'll just put mine, and I'll just go here. So let's just give a little bit space. I'll have a box. Let's import this. I think it's just gonna have a couple of different props. Let's say align self start, so we set that align items to be center to this. So let's see, is it inside this flex? Okay, let's just delete this, and I don't know why we added this. We're gonna see. Okay, box, we'll have font size of 12, and then color of gray 500. And also the margin top is just gonna be 5, so that we have that spacing. And then inside this box, we're just gonna say, I'll just copy and paste one line. Okay, let's just say this copyright icon, built by, and just give a space, and then one link that takes you to your YouTube account or your GitHub, LinkedIn, whatever that is. So I will import this from Chakra, let's say, and target blank, so that it's gonna open this in a new tab, color as well as the font size, and then you could just put your name. Now let's save and let's take a look. Okay, that should be working fine here. Okay, that's why we added the align self center, I mean start. Now it is centered in this container. So if we just say that this box gonna be align self to the start, it is just going to be at the very left, starting from here until the end. And if I click to this, it'll take me to my YouTube page. And now we're just going to get into the suggested user component. So it's going to take a couple of props. It's because, as you can see, like the number of followers, the username, and the profile picture is different for each of them. And we're going to be solving this by using props. So let's go here, and I will just put a couple of props. And let me just take a look at my notes. So the name for this guy, let's say name prop, we're gonna give something like Dan Abramov, okay? And followers count as well as the avatar profile picture. So I'm just gonna say like this. We give the name, followers, and avatar for this suggested user, which we can grab it like this. So number of followers, name, and then the avatar, okay? We're gonna just be doing this for these two guys as well. So I'm gonna copy it and paste it, You can grab this from the GitHub repo or just type it manually. So we have the Ryan, this number of followers with this profile picture, and we have Christian with this followers and this profile picture. So I'm gonna save this component, and inside the suggested user, we're just gonna be using all of them here. So first, let's just change it with this flex import from Chakra. We're gonna have one flex on the left and one button on the right. So we could just say flex. So what should we use now? So we have some space between. So what are we gonna use? Justify content, space between. And then here we'll just say align items center so that it is vertically centered. Let's say width is just gonna be full of the parent. And then we are gonna have one flex on the left and then one button on the right. And this button is just gonna say follow or unfollow, okay? So inside this flex, we're gonna have avatar. So let's say avatar, and maybe we could just delete this. Source is gonna be the avatar that is coming as a prop. Also, we'll just have the name as name, let's say. And then what should we have? Lastly, it's just gonna be the size of medium. And this flex is gonna have align items to be center, as well as the gap of 4, or let's say 2. And then below this avatar, we're gonna have one vertical stack. It is because, let's see, these two things is just on top of each other and they have some gap. So you could use box as well, but I'll just use vertical stack so that I can use the spacing property. Okay, let's import the vertical stack. I'll just say maybe spacing of 2. And on the top, we'll just say box. Let's get this. So this is just gonna be, say, font size of 12, and then the font weight of bold. So number of followers, I'm sorry, it should be the name. And then below this, we're just gonna have the number of followers. I'll just copy, paste. This is gonna be font size of 11, and then color, it's just gonna be the gray of 500, and this is gonna be the number of followers. And you could give the number of followers and then text that says followers. Okay, and I think that should be working fine. Let's see. And in the button, I will just say, now let's have a state for this. Const is followed and set is followed. Initially, it's just gonna be false. When we click to that, we're gonna change this state. So let's say if it is followed, then just say unfollow. But in the else case, let's say follow. And this button is gonna have a couple of properties. Let's say font size of 13, and then BG transparent. It should be a string. Let's see. Let's say transparent. And then after this BG, we're gonna have padding of 0, height of max content, and then after the height we'll just have font weight of, let's say, medium, not the bold. Let me just scroll to give a little bit space, and then here I'll just say color of blue 400. I'll get this time, and after the color we'll just have the cursor to be pointer, as well as on the hover state we'll just change the color to be, I believe it's gonna be white. So let's say white. And lastly, on click to this function, we're just gonna negate this state. So inside this arrow function, say set is followed, whatever the value is, just negate it. If it was true, it's gonna be false, and vice versa. Now let's test it out to see if that is working nice. And there we go. Okay, this is the demo. Let's see here. So yeah, we have this follow buttons, and this should be, let's say, align self start, so that it is not in the center, but it is on the starting from the very left. So for this, we could use in the vertical stack, let's say, align items to be flags start. Is this gonna work? Yeah, it is working now. When we click to this, follow state is gonna be, I think, yeah, it's gonna be true, and the text is now going to be unfollow, and if we click that again, it's going to be follow, and we can just use this for all of them, and it's going to be working nice. And if we just take a look if this is responsive or not, and up until here it is responsive, and then it is just disappearing, so it is perfectly fine. So yeah, it's just looking awesome. And this is gonna be it for the homepage. Now we can go ahead and work with on the profile page. But before that, let's add our title as well as this favicon. For this, we can go into the index.html. Let's just shrink everything and close it. So inside the index.html, we can change the title. I'll just say Instagram clone. You can just put whatever you want. And for the icon, we can go inside the public folder and choose this favicon. So I'll just change this with favicon.ico. And now if we just save this, that should be working fine, that we can see here. So now let's just go ahead and try to add this user page. So for this, as always, we're gonna go into the app.jsx and duplicate this route. Now, since the user page is going to be dynamic, okay, we'll just say we put this colon and then whatever we want. So in our case, it's just going to be username, but you can put user ID and anything like that. But in our case, it's just going to be username. And the page is going to be the profile page, which we're just going to create in a second. So the page is another folder called profile page. And inside, we are going to have profile page.jsx. Okay, so here I'll just import this, save, and there we go. We can see the profile page. Now, what are we gonna have here is that we're gonna have a container large that we can see. Everything is in the center, and we're gonna have this profile header. Okay, this is profile header, and then profile tabs, and then the profile posts. So we're gonna have two flags. One at the top that is gonna hold the header, and then one at the bottom that is gonna hold the tabs as well as the posts. So we're gonna go here inside the profile page, and as we said, we're just gonna have a container. We can just delete this and complete like this. Okay, so here this is gonna has a max width. Okay, let's say max width. If I can type, it's going to be container large, and it's also going to have the padding y of 5, and inside this we're going to have two flexes. The one is going to be holding the profile header, and then the second one is going to have the profile tabs and the posts. So let's say this flex is going to be padding y of 10, and then padding x of 4, let's say, and padding okay, actually padding left is just going to be base of 4, and medium and above is just gonna be 10, and I think that should be okay. So the maximum width for this flex, let's say max width, or let's just say width, is just gonna be full, and then we'll say margin x of auto, and also it's just gonna be flex direction of column. So let's say it's gonna be column, and then here we'll just have the profile, not the page, but let's say profile header, which is a component that we're going to create in a second. And then here we'll just have the tabs, let's say profile tabs, and also the profile posts. Let's create these components. So inside the components, we can just create a profile, and we're just going to put every component that is related to profile into this folder. So let's say profile header.jsx, and let's say profile tabs.jsx, as well as the profile posts.jsx, and the single post profile post.jsx. Now let's say rafce to all of them. Okay. Now let's import the header, and let's say profile tabs, posts. Okay. Okay, now that should be fine. I will get some props into this flex as well. Let's say a padding x of base 2 and mid small of 4, let's say, and max width, let's say it's just gonna be full width, and then margin x auto, border top is gonna have 1 pixel solid, and then border color just gonna be white alpha and 300, and then the direction is just gonna be column, let's say. Okay, now we can save this and we're gonna work with the profile header. So let's just close these for now, and if we just take a look, we can see the profile header with border, and it holds the profile tabs as well as the profile posts. So we're gonna go and work with the header. So the profile header is gonna have two things. Now on the left it's gonna have this profile avatar, and then on the right this content. So we can say flex, and then on the left put the avatar, on the right put the content, which can be a vertical stack because everything is in the vertical direction. So we're gonna go ahead and here we'll just say this should be a flex, and we're gonna have avatar on the left, but this is not gonna be an avatar. Actually, it's just gonna be avatar group, and let's see what that is from the Chakra. And we're gonna say avatar, and we have a group here, and it just gives you this kind of border that we use here. If you use avatar, you're not gonna get this border. That's why we're using it. And let's go here. We're gonna import this, and this avatar group has a couple of props, but before that let's add this flex props. So the gap is gonna be on the base 4, on the small it's just gonna be 10, and now this is gonna have some padding y of 10, and then direction is gonna be on the base it's gonna be column, but on the small and above it's just gonna be row, which is the default for the flex. And then avatar group is gonna have some props. Let's just put it. Size, it's gonna have a couple of different sizes. So let's say for the base it's gonna be x large, and then for the small, actually let's say medium, and it's just gonna be 2x large. Okay, so after the size it's gonna be justify self of center, and then align self, flex start, as well as the margin x is just gonna be auto. Okay, inside we're gonna have our avatar, and this is gonna be where we put our source. So let's say source. For the name I'll just say as a programmer, and the source is just gonna be profile picture.png, and now that should be working fine. Also let's add an alt. So what is the problem? Okay, that should be name actually, not the source, and alt is just gonna be as a programmer logo. Okay, after the avatar group we're gonna have the right hand side, which we said that it could be a vertical stack. Let's import it, and it's gonna have a couple of different props. Let's say align items to be sent, actually start, and then the gap of 2, margin x is gonna be auto, as well as the flex of 1. So it's just gonna just contain the remaining part after the avatar group. Okay, so this is gonna have 1 flex. Okay, and we're gonna add a couple of different props. So let's say gap is gonna be 4, direction is just gonna be again on the base column, and on the other side, like small and above, it's just gonna be a row. And as far as for the justify content, we're gonna be doing the same thing. So we'll just have 2 different values. For the base, this is gonna be center. On the small and above, it's gonna be flex start. And after the justify content, we'll say align items to be center, as well as width of full. And now we're gonna hold the username as well as that edit profile button. So let's say 1 text. Okay, import it. Let's say as a programmer and underscore. So text is gonna be font size of say it's gonna have a couple of different values. For the base, it's gonna be small, and for the medium and above, it's gonna be the large font size. And that should be okay. Now let's save and let's take a look. So we have the profile, I mean the username, and then the profile avatar on the left. Okay, so we are going to add this edit profile button. So after the text, we can put a flex here, and let's just give a little bit space like this. And this flex is gonna have gap of 4, and then align items to be center, as well as the justify content center. And then inside this flex, we're gonna have a button that says edit profile. So that should be button from Chakra. Okay, edit profile. And for the button properties, it's gonna have the background of white and color of black. And on the hover state, we are just gonna change the background. So let's say hover. It's gonna take another object with bg is being white alpha 800. And then after this, we're gonna just change the size. On the base, it's gonna be x small, and for the medium, okay, let's say comma medium, it is gonna be small size. And that should be it. That should be it for the button. And after this button, after this flex, and after this flex, we're gonna have one more flex, which is gonna be holding the number of posts, followers, and following count. So let's say this flex is just gonna have align, okay, flex. Align items to be center, and the gap is just gonna be on the base 2, and on the small it's gonna be 4. Let's just scroll a little bit, and then we're gonna have one text that says like posts, but we need to show the number of posts, and for this we need to highlight it, and I will use a text, and I'll just say this should be as a span. Okay, span tag, and font weight of bold, and let's say margin right of 1, and that says, let's say 4 posts. And now we can basically just copy and paste this a couple of times. So this is gonna hold the number of followers, and then this is gonna just hold the let's say 149, and let's just duplicate this again. I'll copy and paste it, and this is just gonna say following, and maybe we could just say a random number, let's say 175. And now if you just save this, let's take a look. So this is the result that we get. And below this, what are we gonna have? Let's see the username itself, as well as the description or the biography. So we're gonna go into our VS Code, and after the following count, okay, after the text, after this flex, we're gonna have another flex that says align items to be center, and then the gap of 4. Below this, what are we gonna have? One text that is gonna be holding the username, let's say as a programmer, and then this text is gonna have font size of small and font weight of, let's say, bold. And below this flex, we're gonna have one more text. I'll just duplicate it and take it here. Font size of small, we could just delete this, which is going to be the biography, and I'm just going to copy and paste it. So tutorials that are meant to level up your skills as a programmer. Now we just save, and that should be working fine as far as for the profile header. And if we just shrink our screen, let's see, after the small breakpoint, okay, it is not working at this point. So maybe we could just make the font a little bit smaller as we have here. So for this, we're gonna go again back to here, and let's see. So for every text, we are just gonna make this a little bit smaller font size. So let's say font size, and on the base it could be X small, and on the medium we'll just say it's gonna be small. And I will copy this and paste it to here as well as here, which holds the following count and followers as well as the posts. So save, and let's take a look again. Okay, now that should be working properly. So at this point, it is gonna go, okay, it shrinks, and then here it goes again to the very bottom. So now that is working up until 300 pixels. Now we're gonna add the profile tabs and then the posts. So let's work with the profile tabs. So the profile tabs is going to be relatively basic, because if we just take a look at the demo, so we just have these three guys and they are next to each other. So we could use flex and just give a little bit gap between them. So one flex with three children. So we'll just say flex and let's import it. We're going to give a couple of props. Let's say width is just going to be full, and then the justify content to be center. And then the gap is gonna be on the base 4, and then on the small is gonna be 10. Smaller and above, the gap is increased. And then text transform, so it's gonna be uppercase. And lastly, the font weight is just gonna be bold. Inside the flex, we're gonna have three children. So one flex, two flex, three flexes. Okay. The first one is just gonna have a border top of 1 pixel solid white. And let's go inside, and it's just gonna have let's say box. Let's import the box. It's gonna have font size of 20, and then this box is gonna be holding one icon, which is BS grid 3x3, and it is coming from React icons. So let's import it from, so let's say import BS. Okay, it already gives us this suggestion, and that should be working fine. Below this, we're just gonna have one text that says posts, and import the text. It is gonna have the font size of 12, and display of on the base. We're not gonna show the posts text. So on the base, it's just gonna be none. On the smaller screens and above, it just could be block. And that should be it, but we need to add a couple of props to here as well. So let's say align items, center, and then we're gonna have padding 3 on all directions, on the 4 directions, and then gap of 1. The cursor is just gonna be pointer. Oops, cursor. Okay, so that was the first child. Actually, we can copy this, okay, and just delete these guys, and we're gonna just duplicate that twice. So 1, and then like the second one. And these are not gonna have border top. We could delete that, because if we just take a look at the demo, only this guy looks like it's active. So we can, that's why we're just deleting this border tops. I cannot talk clearly. And then here, we're just gonna change the icons as well as the text. So after the post, we had the saved, and then the, let's say, likes. Now you could put reels, which Instagram has, but in our case, just saved should be okay. And as far as this icon, we'll just say BS bookmark, it should be. We're gonna just put this, and then the last one is gonna be BS sweet heart. And for the size, actually the font weight, let's say it's gonna just be bold. And I think now we can save this, and that should be working fine. And okay, it is not working. Let's just refresh. Okay, so it is almost the same thing that we have here. Now we're gonna go and work with the profile posts, which is gonna be one of the longest part, because it's gonna have this model. When you click to that, it looks pretty complicated. On the left, we have the image. So like the comment section, the footer section, as well as when you shrink that, it is also responsive. So we need to take care of it. And then it's also gonna have this loading skeletons, okay, in the first load. So let's go ahead and try to implement this. It is gonna be here in the profile posts, and we're gonna just have the exact same behavior or the approach where we just did in the feed posts. So let me just open that up. So here we're gonna have a loading state with the use effect. After 2 seconds, we're gonna say is loading should be false, and while it loads, we're gonna show our skeletons. But if it is not loading, then we're just gonna show our posts, okay? But it is not gonna be the feed post. Instead, it is gonna be the profile post, and I think we have already created it. So let's see here. Okay, it's gonna be this profile post, and yeah, okay, and it's gonna take some props. So let's close maybe everything, the profile header, tabs, app and then index.html. So we can open up the profile post as well, then we can start to working. So here let's delete everything, and then here we'll just import the profile posts maybe 4 times. And before we import that, we just need to just put a grid here. So it's going to be the grid component or the grid container that is going to hold the grid items. So why are we using grid? It is because like we're just going to have 3 of them at the same width, so we can use fractions for this. And once we hit the small breakpoint, it is just gonna be 1 fraction, so the entire width. So it is okay to use grid for this, and you can check for it from the documentation as well. So here we have grid and grid item, and grid is going to be the container. The grid item is just going to be each child. So here we can see they are using this template columns, which determines how many times it's going to be in the same row. If we just say 4 times, like this, it's going to have 4 times, and then it's just going to repeat. If we just said 2, then on the each row, it is going to have 2 columns, and then again, so on and so forth. So this is what we're going to be doing, and we can give a gap, column gap, and anything. So let's go here inside this grid. We're going to have this template columns, but in our case, it is going to be responsive. So that's why we're just going to put an object, and let's go to bottom. On the small, we'll just say repeat, and let's say on the smaller, it's just going to have 1, okay? It's going to just take the full width. And then on the medium, we're just going to repeat 3 times. So let's say repeat, and I'll just auto accept this and change it to the 3. And the gap could be 1. I think this is going to be the row gap, but we want to also give the column gap. We could say 1 as well. And we're going to have a loading state. For now, maybe we could ignore this. Or actually, let's just do it right now. So as always, we're gonna say const is loading, or maybe you could just pause the video here and just try to implement this because we already did this. So set loading initially is gonna be true. And now what are we gonna have here? Yes, we're gonna have a use effect. Let's initialize it on the onMount, and we're gonna have set timeout. After 2 seconds, we're just gonna update it to be false. That should be 200 milliseconds. And then we are gonna say inside this grid, if it is loading, let's say if it is loading, then we just want to okay, end. So we're gonna have let's say 6 items. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 dot map, and we're gonna get each item as well as the index. We're gonna return some loading skeletons. So I'll just say vertical stack for this. So let me just take it, vertical stack, and import it. It is gonna have this key as the index, and then inside this vertical stack, we're just gonna have 1 skeleton, let's say, and import this. We could just put a box with 300 pixels. So box height of, did I say width? That should be height. Okay, height 300 pixels. I will import the box, and you could just say content wrapped. And now what we can do, we'll say this skeleton should be width of full, and for the vertical stack, we'll just say align items to be flex start, and so let's say flex start and gap of 4. Now if we just save this, and what are we gonna see? Okay, that's it. That's what we see in the first initial load. 6 loading skeletons. And now we're gonna actually be building the profile posts. So I'll just say if it is not loading, and in this case we're gonna, so let's say end, and then we're just gonna go here, and with a React fragment, then we're just gonna have profile, let's say profile post component, and we're just gonna import it 4 times. And for each of them, they're just gonna actually be taking an image. So let's say image, we could just say image1.png for this, and so we're just gonna take this. So I'll say Control Alt and the arrow key down 3 times or 2 times, and then I'll just paste it. Now we can just add all of them at once. So that was a cool shortcut in VS Code that you can use. Now inside the profile post, we're just gonna go inside, and since we use the grid, now we're gonna use the grid item in here because this is the child or the children for that grid item. I mean for the grid container. Okay, that was the grid container, the parent, and this is gonna be the child. So now if we just take a look at the demo, that we're gonna see something. Now we only see the images, but when we hover over it, we see this overlay with the number of comments and likes. So we're gonna add two things, which is gonna be the image as well as this overlay. So let's go here. We're gonna have a grid item, which is coming from Chakra. It's a grid item here as well, and it's gonna have a couple of different props. So let me just take a look at my notes. Okay, it is gonna be first cursor of pointer, and then below this border radius of 4, so that we could get this rounded corners, and then overflow of hidden, so that it doesn't overflow our images, and then border, let's say 1 pixel solid, and then the border color is just gonna be white alpha 300, and then the position is gonna be relative because we're gonna use absolute positioning inside this parent component, and then aspect ratio 1 to 1, so it's just gonna be a square, and on click we're gonna use on open function, but we can use it in a little bit because we're gonna add the model at the end. Okay, so we'll say one flex. This is gonna be our, so to say, the overlay when we hover over it. So how can we do this? So we'll just say opacity initially gonna be 0, but on the hover state, the opacity is just gonna be 1, and this will make it visible on the hover state. So position gonna be absolute, and top 0, left 0. So we could also say right 0 and bottom 0. That will make it width of full. And then we'll just say background should be, let's say, black alpha maybe 700. And for the transition, we just want to have a smooth transition. You could say all 3 seconds or 0.3 seconds, and then ease. Okay, this is gonna be our transition. So we could say z index is gonna be 1, so at the top, and then justify content to be center. And inside this, we're gonna have the number of likes and comments. So we're gonna go inside and let's say flex. This is gonna have the align and justify content as center. So align item center, justify content center, and then let's see gap of maybe that should be 50 pixels, and then one flex for the number of so to say likes, and another flex for the comments. So this flex is just gonna have AI fill heart. This is the icon that is coming from React icons. You could just say size of maybe 20. So let's just give it like this, and then we're gonna have the text. Let's import the text, number of 7, and then font weight of bold, that should be a lowercase, and then margin left of 2. Now let's import this icon. Okay, we'll just say import AI fill heart from React icon /AI, and after this text we're gonna have this flex, I mean this one, I believe, yes, and this flex is just gonna have FA comment. So maybe at this point I could copy and paste it, and it is nothing complex. We just have the icon as we had here, we give a size for it, and the text that says 7 comments. Now let's import the icon. So import FA comment from React icon /FA. And now let's save, and hopefully that should be working fine. We're gonna go here, but we don't have the image, so let's show the image as well. After this flexes at the very bottom, so we have 1, 2, and 3. Okay, after this it should be, I believe, yes, this is our overlay, and then we're just gonna put the image. And at this point we could just say image source, which is coming from let's import this first. The source is coming as a prop, so that was the image. So for the source, it is going to be taking the image, and then you could just say alt, let's say profile post, and then this is just going to have a width of 100%, and then height of, let's say, 100%. And lastly, we could just say style, or maybe the object fit should be cover. So let's save, and let's save it here. Okay, we have the loading skeletons and then the images. When we hover over it, we got the overlay for each of them, and that should be working fine. When we click to that, now we should have a this model. So for this, we are just gonna go here and let's say model. And how are we gonna use this? So a model just has this first the parent and a button that the button triggers the model to be open. So that button for us gonna be this image. So when we click to that, it is gonna call the open function. So at this point, it is on open. Let me just zoom in, and on click, we're gonna add it. So this model is gonna have the isOpen variable, or the state that checks if this model is open or not, and the onClose function. And it's gonna have a model overlay. It's gonna have model content, close button, in the model body that we can see here. Also, you could add model footer. In our case, we're not gonna add it. So let's see how that look like. So this is the model footer, and then the body. So this is the header where we see the close button, and this is the overlay. When we click to that, onClose function runs and model closes. So now let's implement this in our application. So first of all, I will just copy these 3 lines, okay, our states and functions. I'm gonna just paste it after our state, and let's get this use disclosure hook from Chakra. And for the onOpen function, we're gonna be adding it into here. Okay, I just pasted it into the wrong place, so I'm gonna cut it, delete this one, and that should be inside the profile post. Okay, for each post, when we click to this grid item, we're gonna call this onOpen function. So I will say import the use disclosure, and on click to this, let's say on click, just call the onOpen function, and that will make the model to be open. And now I will go here, and I think I'll just copy all of this, and maybe I should first delete this model footer because we're never gonna use it. And like this, I'm gonna copy this, and maybe at the very bottom, so after the, let's say, maybe not the grid item. Okay, so here I'm gonna put a fragment. Oops. So I'll just delete. Okay, what is going on? Okay, I think I messed it up, so I'm just gonna delete it. And okay, this is the grid item that we have. I'm just gonna wrap it with a React fragment so that we can both return the grid item and then the model at the end. So this is what we're doing. So we had the grid item, we just put a fragment at the top, and we just close it at the very bottom. And after the grid item, we're just gonna paste what we have just copied. And this is gonna have the model, let's say model overlay, content, header, close button, as well as the model body. Or here we could just say, hey, this is a model. And if we just save this, now let's test it out. When we click to any of these, we're gonna get this model, and now we're just gonna make it look like this. So we're gonna go inside, and let's start to work on. We're gonna be basically changing the model body content. So on the left, we're gonna have the image, and on the right, we're gonna have the comment section. So let's just see again. Here on the left, we have the image. On the right, we have just everything, the comment section, and then the post footer. So we're gonna get into that. So that's why we're gonna use a flex container. On the right, one child for the image and another child for the comment section. So let's open up our application, and then we're gonna go inside. First, let's add a couple of different props into here. Now there is something called is centered for the model, and if you just say true for this, that's gonna take the model to the center of the screen. And we're gonna be changing the size depending on depending on the breakpoints. So it's going to be responsive. So let's say base 3x large, and on the medium screens and above it's just going to be a bit larger, which is 5x large. So that should be it for the model, and we're going to go into the model body, and we need to change the background color to be completely black, and it is going to also have padding bottom of 5. So here we're going to have one flex container. So let's just indent this properly, and this is going to have two children, and this flex, let's say gap, okay, that should be gap of 4 if I can type, and then it's going to have the width, it's going to be responsive. So let me just copy and paste really quick. On the base, it's going to be 90% of the parent. On the small and above, 70%, and medium and above is going to be the full screen. And then we'll just have the margin X to be auto. So after this flex, we're going to have the box that is going to be holding our image. So we'll just say box, import the box, and it is going to have a couple of different props. So let's say the border radius of 4, and since it's going to hold the image, let's say overflow hidden, it should be, and then the border 1 pixel solid, and then the border color of white alpha 300, and then we'll just say flex of 1.5, and this is going to be taking the image, so that could be a self-closing tag. And for the source, we're just gonna put the prop that we're getting as this image. So source is just gonna be the image itself, and for the alt we could again say maybe the profile post, and then below this image we are gonna have another flex after the box actually, and this is gonna be holding the right hand side. So let's say flex, and the width of this is gonna be flex 1. So this is a half point is just bigger than this one, or the wider. And then the flex direction is gonna be, let's say, column, and then we could add padding X of 10. Let me just scroll down a little bit and give a bit space for us. And padding X of 10, display of let's say on the base, we're not gonna see this, the common container, and then medium and above is just gonna be flex. And now we're gonna have the user profile picture or the avatar as well as the username. So I will just create another flex that says, let's say go here, align items to be center, and then the justify, if I can type, justify content space between, and then this is gonna have the avatar as well as the text. So let's say avatar self-closing tag. This is gonna take a source as, let's say, slash profile pic.png. Let's say size is just gonna be small, and then name could be just your name. And after the avatar, we're gonna have a text that puts the username. I'm just gonna copy and paste it. So we have text component with the text content, font weight of bold, font size of 12 pixels. And after this flex, we are going to add the delete icon. So let's say after the flex, we could have a box. Let me just scroll a little bit. And this box is gonna have an icon inside, let's say md delete, and size of 20. And let's say cursor is just gonna be pointer. And this is coming from the React icons. So let's import it. Okay, that should be working fine. And we're gonna add a couple of props into this box. So we'll just make the color to be red on hover state. So let's say hover, another object, we're gonna change the background to be white alpha 300, and the color, let's say red 600. And basically it's gonna have a border radius, let's say radius, and then it's gonna be 4, heading, let's say 1. Now let's save at this point and let's take a look how that looks like. So we're gonna go here. When we open up our model, okay, this is the model title. Maybe we could actually just delete it, the content at least. So let's say this is gonna be a self-closed model header, like this. Okay, it is not working properly. Let me just check real quick. So what happens if we just delete this completely? Now let's take a look. Okay, we don't have the model header in this component. And now this is not working properly. We should be having this next to the, so let's see, it should be looking like this. One flex on the left and this guy should be on the right. So let's take a look at it. Okay, so the problem here is that this flex has the direction of column. So this is going to be at the top and this delete icon is going to be at the bottom. That's why we're having this behavior. So instead, so let's just first delete this. This is not related. So we're gonna wrap this with another flex. Okay, so I'm gonna cut this from here and then paste it here. So what we just did is we created another flex. So this is gonna be our first child on the left, and this is gonna be our second child on the right. And we're gonna say align item center, justify content space between to this guy, and we are just gonna say that this flex is gonna have align items to be center and then let's say gap of 4. Okay, that was a bit complicated, but this is what it is. So here we have the delete icon on the right and these guys on the left. And let me just quickly iterate what we did. We have a flex. Okay, this is our container, and on the left we have the username as well as the avatar. On the right we have the box. So we were missing one flex container at this point, so sorry about that. So after this flex we need to add something called divider, and it is going to be this thing that we have. Let's just refresh. Okay, so this is called the divider, and if we just take a look, okay, you just call the component and you can give orientation, you can give height and just center it with this component, or you could use absolute centering, anything like that. So we're going to be using this divider after this component. So we are going to go here after the box, after the flex, we'll just say divider and import it. So it is going to have the margin Y of 4 and then background of, let's say, gray 500. And then below the divider, we're gonna have our actual comments, which you can use vertical stack for this because they're gonna be in the vertical direction. So I'll import the vertical stack and let's say width of full. And then we're gonna have the align items, if I can type properly, align items to be center or start, it should be actually, and then max height of 350 pixels. And we're gonna use overflow Y. Let's say overflow Y should be auto, and I will show you what this means. But basically when the comments are too large, so let's say if you have multiple components, it is not gonna overflow, but instead we're gonna have a scroll bar that we can scroll through it, and we will see how we are gonna use it. And then inside the flex we're actually gonna have comment components. So in our case, let's say we're gonna have 3 comment component. So we're gonna create that in a second. It's gonna take a couple of props. Let's say created at, we could just say 1 day ago, and it's gonna have a username, let's say as a programmer, and then below this it's gonna have the profile picture. So let's say this is gonna be /profilepic.png as well as the text. Maybe I'll just copy and paste it. So dummy images from Unsplash, and we're gonna put 2 more comments, which I will copy and paste the exact same thing. So let's see, we have the created at, username, profile pic, and text. So these are the comments, different comments that this post has. So let's create it. So it should be inside the, maybe let's say components, comment, and we're just gonna have comment.jsx. So we're gonna export this and then import it here. So it should be this one actually, right? We can delete the model header, we're not using it. And now let's see, it was taking the created at username, profile picture, and text. So let's say created at the username, let's say, and then profile pic as well as the text. And now we could save and let's take a look. Okay, we have 3 comments. Now we're just gonna create one of them and it's gonna work for the others. So let's go here inside the comment component. So it is gonna have a flex with the gap of 4, let's say, and then inside the flex we're gonna have the avatar on the left and then the comment content on the right. So import the avatar, let's say the maybe source is just gonna be the profile pic, and for the name we could just give the username that we are getting as a prop, and then the size is just gonna be small. And after the avatar we're gonna have one more flex that says direction of column, because it's gonna have the created at as well as the column, created at as well as the username field. So let's say column, and then one flex that says gap of 2, and this is gonna take the username as well as the comment. So let's say text, import the text. It is gonna have the username and font weight should be bold, and then font size is just gonna be 12 pixels. And after this text we're gonna, let's say, create another text that says the text or the comment. So let's close off this text, and it's just gonna have the font size as 14 and not any colors. Okay, after this flex we're gonna have one more font or one more text. I'm gonna copy this, paste it. It is gonna be having the 12 pixels as well as the color of, let's say, gray, and this is gonna be the created at date, and that should be fine. Now we're gonna save and let's see. Okay, we have all of our comments in the vertical direction. So now we're gonna add this post footer at the very bottom, and for this we're gonna add another divider after the comments and then the post footer which we already created. So we are gonna go here, profile post, and then after the vertical stack, let's say we want to have a divider. Okay, let's say divider, margin y of 4, and then background, okay, margin y of 4, background to gray, let's say 800. And after the divider we'll just have the post footer component that we already created. So post footer, it was, okay, this one, it doesn't give us any auto imports, so let's import it. We'll say import post footer. It's gonna be coming from, we're gonna go one up, it was inside the feed post slash post footer, and if we save, now that is gonna be working fine in our case. Okay, it is here, but we need to just push it to the very bottom, which we can achieve this by using margin top auto. So we're gonna go into the post footer. Let's say, do we have that margin auto? No, we don't. So let's say this should have the margin top of auto, let's say, and let's see. Okay, this is what we have, but we don't want to see this view all comments section here. We can just delete it. For this, we are gonna go into the post footer, and this is gonna be taking a prop called is profile picture. If the profile page. If you are in the profile page and we're looking to post footer, we don't want to see this content here. So maybe all of these. I'm gonna cut this actually. And then I will say if it is not the profile page, and then just return this JSX, and it should be inside the fragment, and then paste it. And we're gonna go here and we'll say this is the profile page. Let's say true, and now we are not gonna see this section. We're only gonna see the number of likes and the comment section with the icons. So the same thing that we have here. And now let's check if this is responsive or not. I will just open up my console, and if we just shrink this, okay, let's see, we have some errors. Okay, let's just refresh to get rid of those errors. And let's open up this, and when we just shrink that at this point, let's say in the medium, we're not gonna see this comment section. It's gonna disappear, and you only see the image, and it is working fine up until 300 pixels. And even if we close it, so up until here, it is looking pretty nice. We have all of our posts. And the last thing that I want to show you is that when we add multiple comments, now instead of 3, let's say we're just gonna put a couple of more. Okay, let's say maybe 10 or 15. So when we get to here, let me just make this a bit bigger. Okay, when we have this here, we just see now we have this scroll bar where once the content overflows, we say that overflow is just gonna be auto. And specifically the y-axis is going to be auto, so this allows us to have this scroll bar. If we just didn't put this prop, if you just delete this, then it's gonna overflow the content. Did you see? And that's why we're adding this. The maximum height is 350 pixels, and then overflow y is auto. So the last thing that I want to add is gonna be, we're just gonna change this so to say this scroll bar, and we're just gonna make it a little bit better. For this, we can go into the index.css. Okay, we're gonna go here and we'll just add a couple of styles. Basically, we're just gonna make our scroll bar in the dark mode and just make it a bit thinner. So this is how we can change it. So we'll just put two columns and then slash webkit. So it should be webkit dash scroll bar. Okay, and inside we'll just say the width should be 10 pixels, and then there is something called track and thumb. So for the track, we're just gonna have this color, so hash 1e1e24, and then for the thumb, let's go down below, and then the thumb color is just gonna be 3f and 40. So this is gonna have this kind of grayish color, and at the end, when we hover over this, we would like to change the background color, and we can just accept this. It's gonna be 555. And now let's save and let's see how this is gonna look like. I'll just go here, let's wait. Okay, this is our new scroll bar, and I think it looks better, and even in the home page we can see that. So this is our new scroll bar, so to say. Okay, so after a quick and short break, let's continue to the project. So this is where we left. We only have the UI design and nothing else about backend. So as you might know, we're going to be using Firebase, which is a backend as a service that is provided by Google. So it allows us to build web and mobile applications without having to manage servers or any databases. So it provides us a lot of useful features such as authentication, real-time database, cloud storage, hosting, and much more. And in this tutorial, we're going to be using the most common 3 services, which are going to be the authentication, authStore, and storage. So first thing that we need is to create a Firebase project, and even before that, we need to just create a Firebase account. So I already have one, so you need to just go to the console.firebasegoogle.com and just create an account for free, and then you'll get to this page where you're gonna have your Firebase projects. So this is the project that I showed you in the demo, so I'll just create another one. Let's click to this, and you could just say insta clone, but I'll just say YouTube. And let's continue with this. We could have analytics, or you can just so to say disable it, but I'll just have it. So let's continue. Select an account, so let's say default account for Firebase, right? And we're gonna create the project. So while it installs, we need to install a couple of packages. So let's go here. I'll just open up a new terminal, and the first one that we need is gonna be the Firebase. So let's say npm install Firebase, and we're going to be using something called Zustand. Okay, let's say Firebase and just press space. So Zustand, this is going to be a so to say a library that we're going to be using for the global state management, and you're going to see how that works. And then we need to install another package called React Firebase hooks. So this is going to allow us with the authentication just to make our code a little bit cleaner and so to say just like React-ish, because it is going to provide us some hooks. And lastly, we need to install another package. So let's say add chakra-ui/icons. So this is going to give us some icons that we're going to be using from Chakra. So let's press enter. And now while this installs, we can go to here. Now our project is ready. Let's say continue. And then it sorry, it's going to take us to here. Let's select the web. And then we could give a name again. Let's say I'll just give it the same name, Insta clone-YouTube. So I'll say register app. We could so to say just ignore this hosting for now. Okay, so it gives us some script that says npm install Firebase. We already did this. Now we can just so to say copy this thing. I'll just copy this, which is gonna be our Firebase so to say configuration. We're gonna go into the VS Code, and this has been installed as well. Let's kill this terminal and shrink this. So we're gonna go into source. Let's say Firebase. And we're going to be putting our Firebase configuration to here. So let's say Firebase.jsx. And now I'll just copy. I already copied, so I'll just paste. And now here we need to just explore some stuff. So first of all, let's just ignore the analytics for now. Okay, we have this initialization of the app. Let's delete all of the comments. Okay, I'll just delete. And now we are going to get the authentication service. So I'll just say import get auth, okay, from Firebase/auth. This is going to give us the authentication, and then we're going to get the Firestore as well as the storage. So just get them from this Firebase/Firestore and storage. Now that we have our application, so what this does is basically we have a configuration. So this tells our code that this is the Firebase project that we want to connect. So we are passing this object into this initialize app, and then it returns us the application, so the Firebase application that we have on the cloud. So we are going to get the authentication system. Let's say const auth, and it will say get auth, and then we need to just pass the application. And then we're going to get the Firestore in the exact same way. So you could say const db, but I'll just say Firestore just to make code a little bit more readable. So we know which database this is. So it is Firestore. We say get Firestore and pass the app. So now we have the Firestore, so to say, instance as well. And then lastly, we'll just get the storage. So at this point, I'll just auto accept this. And at the end of our file, we need to just export all of these, because we might want to use them in our projects, and indeed we're going to be using them. So now let's save this, and we can put them into the environment variable, but for now let's just skip that. We could maybe do that at the end of the project. So now we have this auth, Firestore, and storage, but we don't really initialize that. So let's go into our console. So let's see, continue the console, and now we need to add those services. So let's add the authentication. We're going to say get started with it. And now it is going to ask us which providers do you want. So let's say email and password. You can just enable that. And then we also want to add a new provider, which is going to be this Google. Let's say enable. Okay, we don't really need to. Okay, let's select our support email. And then we could just say save. And it's gonna initialize it for us as well. Let's see. And while that is being added in the background, let's take a look at this drawing that we have. So Firebase gives us some services, and there's actually a lot of services that we can use even for machine learning stuff. But in our project, we're going to be using these three. Okay, so authentication, Firestore, and storage. In the storage, we're going to store our images for the posts and profile pictures. For the Firestore, we're just going to be storing our users and posts. And in the authentication, it is going to actually store us the users. But the thing is, this users has nothing to do with the users that we're going to be storing here. So it is because authentication and Firestore are separate services. Okay, so authentication handles you the let's say authentication, so it just checks if this user is logged in or not. And this Firestore it is a database that I typed it here. So we're going to store our users and posts. So we are storing our users here. It is because we would like to know how many followers this user has, how many following this user, how many users this user follows, how many posts this user has. So what is the full name, profile picture, biography, email, username, etc. And then also there's like created at and user ID. And then for our post document, for our posts collection, I'm sorry. So this is a collection, by the way. This is also a collection. Okay. So we're going to have for each post an ID, a caption of the post, and image URL, which we are going to be storing them inside our storage. So we're going to have how many likes this post has, and we can store it as an array of string, and each string is going to be the ID of the user that liked this post. And then we're going to have the comments, and each comment is going to be this comment document that I put it right here. So each comment is going to have the comment itself. Okay, maybe it says, hey man, this post is really great. And then this post is created by some user, right? And then which post this comment is belong to. And lastly, when this comment has been posted, which is the created at date. So also this post is going to have when this post has been created and who posted this post, right? So these are going to be our collections. So the users collection and posts collection, and each post is going to have this comments array. Maybe it's just going to be an empty array, right? A post might have 0 comments, or maybe it'll have like multiple, and each comment will be in this format. So yeah, this is what we are doing. So we just initialized the authentication. Let's initialize the Firestore and storage as well. We're gonna go here into build. Let's say where is the Firestore? Okay, it is a database, like it is real-time database. Okay, so whenever something changes, it just gives you immediately back. So kind of like a socket. So I'll just say create the database. So database ID is default, let's say location. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let's say next. And then we could start in the test mode. And once we deploy this project, we're gonna go into the production mode, and we'll just put our security rules here. For now, don't worry about that. Now we can just read and write this database until 1 month later. So I'll just say enable. Okay, it's gonna enable it in the background. Let's see. Okay, it's been initialized. Now we have an empty Firestore database. And lastly, we're gonna go into the storage. Okay, this is going to be for storing images. Let's say get started. And in the test mode again. Okay, let's say done. And let's wait. Okay, so we got the storage as well. And it is like there are no files here yet. And we're gonna be adding all of them in the incoming sections. So first things first, let's go into our project, and we just want to first handle the authentication. So let's go to here, and there is a problem that we need to fix. So let's go to the auth form. Okay, so here we have the entire logic for sign up and login, which is not optimal. We would like to just create one component for login that is going to handle the login functionality, and then one component for the sign up that is gonna handle the sign up functionality. Okay, so let's just delete this for now, and then we are gonna delete that. Let's see. So we're gonna delete this on click because we're not gonna use this, and then we are going to, let's say, delete the navigate, and the inputs could be here for now. Let's just create our components. So one for login.jsx, let's say RAFCE, give me the boilerplate, delete the React import and save it. One for the, let's say, signup.jsx, and we'll just say RAFCE, and then delete this, save it. And one for the Google Auth, and it is because when we click to this button, we would like to log in with Google. So that's why we're going to create a component for it as well, and just put the logic into there. So let's say Google Auth.jsx. Let's say RAFCE, which is going to give us the boilerplate. We could delete this line, save it, and then let's see, what are we going to do? Now in the login form, we would like to have the email and password, right? So we could actually copy this, and let's say we're gonna copy this, and then we're gonna go into the login. Let's just have an empty fragment, and we could paste this. Let's import these so to say So we imported the input from Chakra and we're gonna get this inputs. So I'm gonna copy this, paste it to, let's say, here. Okay, let's import the useState, and we could delete the confirm password from the login page, and now that should be working fine. And below this inputs, we would like to have a button that says login, right? For this, we could go, let's say, which one is going to be. Let's say it's going to be this button. I'm going to copy this and then paste it right here, and it is just going to say login. Okay, we could delete like this, and okay, that should be like this. And then let's import the button. Okay, it's gonna have the width full, color scheme blue, font size small, size small, font size 14, and this is gonna have an on-click function. For that, we could skip that, and it's gonna have a loading so to say state, but we're gonna add all of them once we add the login functionality. So let's just save this now, and then we're gonna go and let's say we would like to just delete these inputs. And then what are we gonna do? So actually, let's copy these inputs and we're gonna paste it into the sign up as well. So let's have an empty fragment. Okay, we are gonna have this email and password as well, because when we sign up, we're gonna ask those inputs as well. So let's get this inputs, which is gonna be holding the, let's say, email, password. It is gonna take the full name as well as the username, right? Username. And it's not gonna ask the confirm password, and there is a reason. I'll show you. So let's just take the full name above as well as the username. Let's import the useState. Okay, so we have these two inputs, and let's just copy this and paste it again. And actually for now, let's just ignore the password. Okay, we are gonna copy the email and paste it again. So we're gonna be asking the email, and then let's say we're gonna ask the username. So username, and then I will just copy this and paste it again. I'm gonna say, so to say, just ask the full name. So full name. So it is gonna be having the type of, let's say, text. This is gonna have the type of text, and this is gonna be taking the value as inputs.username. And when we type into this input, we're going to be changing the username field. So I'll say change the username when we type in. And for this, it's going to be the same, inputs.fullname. And then for the email, the on change, we're not going to ask the email, but the full name. So these are going to be our inputs, okay? Email, username, full name. And for the password, we're not going to have the confirm password, but instead we're gonna just do something else. So I'm gonna just cut this for a second. We're gonna, let's say, input group. Okay, we are gonna we're gonna import this, and then inside I'll just paste this input, which is the password. So for the type, I'm gonna cut this, and before that I'll just create a state that says const show password and set show password. Initially it is going to be false, so the type is gonna be depending on that state. So I'm gonna cut this, and I'll say if we are showing the password, then the type is gonna be text, and if we are not showing the password, the type is going to be the password, so that it is invisible. So for the value, it is just going to be inputs.password, and when we change it, okay, on change event flyers, we're going to be changing the password. And lastly, let's just say the size is just going to be small, and I will copy this line and I'll just paste it to each input, because we have multiple inputs, so they should be in the size of small so that they fit in the screen. Okay, we could save this, and before that, now we have added input group and we put the input. And why did we added this? It is because we're gonna show a button. When we click that, it is either gonna show us the password or it is gonna hide it. Okay, so we could say input right element, and all of them are coming from the Chakra documentation. So if you want to check that out, just ask the input group and input right element, and you're gonna see the exact same thing. So I will just have the height of full for this, and in the right element, we're just gonna have a button. So let's get the button. It is gonna have variant of ghost. If I can type, okay, it's gonna be ghost, and then size is gonna be small. And when we click to this, let's say on click, we are gonna call this anonymous function, which takes the set show password and just negate the value. Okay, so let's say show password, and then inside the button we are gonna just have two different icons. So I'll just come to here and I'll just say if we are showing the password, we are gonna say view icon, which is coming from the Chakra icons. And then in the other case we'll just say view, okay, it should be view of icon. Okay, so let's have it like this, and then I think we can save this and let's see how that look like. So we are gonna go into the auth form. We could delete this inputs. We are gonna delete this inputs as well because we took them into their own so to say components. We're gonna delete this as well. So also we forgot to take this button and put it into the sign up. So after the input group, we are gonna have this button that says sign up, right? So you're gonna see what we're doing now. I'm gonna save this and let's delete this. And we're just gonna here, we'll just put, so if it is login, right? This state says initially we're in the login page. If so, like we'll just say login, show us this login component. But if it is not in the login state, then we're just gonna show the sign up component. Let's import that as well. And now let's save this file and let's take a look. So here I'll refresh. So the login is true now. Okay, so we see the email and password. When we click to the sign up, it changes, right? We see email, username, full name, password, as well as the button. So if I put some password here and if I click to that, now the type of this input is text. And if I click to that again, type of it is password, so that this is kind of like secret. And in the sign up form, we have this sign up button. And in the login form, we have this login button. And these inputs are bigger than this one. So let's make them smaller so that we are consistent. Okay, we're gonna go into here, into login. Let's say size should be small and size of this also should be small. Let's save and let's take a look. Okay, now it's better, I think. And we would like to take this button, okay, this login icon as well as this text into its own component, which we created. So Google Auth it is going to be. So here it is this one. Okay, I'm gonna just cut this and import the Google Auth instead. And now let's go into the Google Auth. We're just gonna paste it like this. Let's get the flex as well as the image and the text. Okay, there is a problem. Let's see. We're gonna import the image and then the text. Okay, if we just save and let's save here. Now the output is exactly the same, but now it is in its own component, which is the Google Auth. Now we can put the Google Auth logic into here and login logic into here and sign up logic into this component so that this auth form is looking really clean. So let's delete this button in input because we're not using them. So let's see, we can save this. And now I think it is time to build the sign up functionality first, and then we're gonna build the login as well as Google Auth. So I don't really want to put all this sign up logic into here, but instead I just want to create a hook. So for this, I'll just go into the source, create a folder called hooks. And then inside the hooks, let's create our first hook, which is going to be use. So it has to start with the use keyword so that React knows this is a custom hook. So I'll just say use sign up with email and password.js. Okay, the name is kind of long, but it is self-explanatory. So we could just say RAFCE to get the boilerplate, but this is not going to return any HTML. It is going to actually be returning some object with values. So let's say an empty object for now. But now, how are we going to do the, so to say, authentication? So let's say I don't know how to do this, but I know that I'm going to be using Firebase. So we have this, the package that we installed. Do you remember the name? So it was React Firebase hooks. Let's go into Google and say React Firebase hooks authentication. Okay, so we're gonna go into here. This is the npm so say npm.js.com. So we're gonna go into the repository in the GitHub, and then we could close this. So there are a couple of services that it provides, so Firestore, functions, all of them, but we're just going to be using the authentication. So we could click that, and there are almost every single example that you can see here. Now we would like to create an account with email and password. So I'm gonna click to this, and there we go. Now it gives us a full example. Okay, so you just call this as a hook and put the authentication object that we created, and it's gonna give us the error state, loading state, user credentials, and that function that actually creates the user with email and password. So we could use the Firebase documentation to do this. If we don't use this package at all, we could still can do the authentication. But this makes our code really clean because it gives us the loading state, error state, user state, and the function itself. So that's why I prefer to choose this one, but you can still do this operation without using this package. So I'm gonna just actually copy this, and I'll go here into this sign up hook, and I'm gonna just paste it to here. Okay, so here let's import this. It doesn't give us, so let's import the auth, which is coming from the Firebase that we have created here, right? This is the authentication service that we're going to be using. And then let's go into the Chrome and copy this import, which is coming from our package. So we could replace it with the React import, and now we got the error state, loading, in user, as well as the function. So now when we want to use this hook, we are gonna just come to here. Let's say use sign up. It was the use sign up with email and password. So this is gonna just return us some values. So let's say const, it's gonna return us the loading state, the error state if there is any, and then the sign up function that we're gonna be calling to sign up the user. So let's say when we click to the sign up button, we'll just say on click, call the sign up function with our inputs. Now we need to just create this sign up function into this use sign up hook. Okay, so we're gonna come to here, and in the return, let's say just return the loading state, the error state, and then the sign up function that we're gonna create. So let's say const sign up, which is gonna be an async function. So async, it is gonna be looking like this. Then it's gonna have a try catch block. So for now, we could just ignore the catch and just say console.log the errors if there is any, but we're gonna be handling that soon. Okay, so let's say before we even try to sign this user up, so this is going to be taking the inputs, by the way, right? So we'll just say if any input is empty, then just show some error, then just return out of this function. So I'll just say if inputs dot email is empty, which we could just put a question mark, or if inputs dot password is empty, right? Or inputs dot username is empty, or the full name is empty. So inputs dot full name. If this is the case, then let's just console.log please fill all the fields, and then just return. So which means that it is not going to run this try block. Okay, but if this is not the case, then we're just gonna go into the try. So I'll just say const new, it should be like this, new user, which is going to be equal to await. So let's take a look at the documentation. So when they click this register button, they are calling the create user with email and password, and they are passing the email as well as the password. So we're going to be calling this exact function. So I'll just copy this actually, then which is this function that we're getting from this hook. So we'll say await create user with email and password, and then pass the email as well as the password. So if this is successful, then it is going to return us the new user. Okay, so inside we'll just say let's check if there is any errors. So if there is not new user, and if the error we have, then we'll just say console.log the error and just return out this function again. But if this is not the case, if we have this new user, okay, if it has been created in the authentication. So this is the diagram that we need to go. So when we sign up, the user is going to be created in the authentication service, but we need to also create it in the Firestore service so that we have something like this document, right? So we're going to check the followers, the following counts, and all these things that you can see in the screen. So that's why we're gonna come back to here and we'll say, if this user has been created in the authentication system, now we would like to create a user document in the Firestore as well. So let's say if this is the case, const, let's say user document, and then it is gonna be an object and it is just gonna have these fields. So the user ID, we could say new user, okay, dot, it has a field called user and it has the user ID. So comma, we're gonna have the email, which is coming from our inputs. We're gonna have the username, which is again coming from the inputs, as well as the full name, which is also coming from the inputs. And then we're gonna store the bio. So let's say biography of this user, and initially it could be empty string, and then user can edit it once he logged in. So we'll just say the profile picture URL is also gonna be empty string, so this user doesn't have a profile picture. And then the followers, it is gonna be an empty array. Following also gonna be an empty array, as well as posts. So this user has 0 posts when they log in or they sign up in the first time. So we'll say created at field is just gonna be date.now, so that we can show something like this user is member since, let's say, 2023, and then just put the date. So we are gonna create this user document in our Firestore. And let's say you don't know how to do that, we're gonna go into Google and we'll just say Firestore add a document. So we could click to this one and it is gonna show us the documentation, which is really well structured and easy to read. So here, let's see, add a document. So here they actually show us in the first example how to add a document. So I'm gonna just copy this line, okay? We are gonna go into VS Code and then paste it up here. So we're gonna get this set document as well as the document method from, let's see, Firebase/Firestore. And this DB is actually gonna be our Firestore object that we have it here, okay? It is this one we're importing. And then let's see, we are gonna create inside this users collection, and the ID of the user is just gonna be, let's say, new user.user.uid. Okay, it is this ID that we just created. And then the data is gonna be this user document, this object that we are gonna create. So if we paste this, now the user has been created in the database, and we would like to set this in our local storage as well. It is because we're gonna be using it later, okay? So I'll just say local storage dot set item, and I will explain once we use it. So this local storage first just takes the key and then the value. So we could put something like user-info, or maybe you could say user Instagram or anything like that. I'll go with the user-info. So in the right hand side, we're gonna have the JSON.stringify, and we're gonna just create this user document in our local storage. So let's save this, okay? I think we could save this file. I don't know why we're getting this. I'll just say, okay. So in the try catch, we are handling our authentication or registration. Now in the sign up, let's go here. We are gonna say in the loading state, let's show it in this button. So button takes is loading prop, which is coming from Chakra, okay? We're gonna say it is gonna be loading if the state is true. And for the error, we can show an alert, okay? You will, I think, just copy and paste it after this input group, and I'll show that. So if we have an error, we're just gonna show an alert that shows the actual error message. So what is this alert? Let's take a look. We're gonna go into Chakra documentation and let's take a look at the alert. And this is an alert, okay? It has this alert icon. If we delete that, we're not gonna see that icon, but we could put alert title, description, or just the message as well. So this is what we are using. Let's test it out now. I think we can save this file. Okay, let's go and try that. So we're gonna go into the sign up form and let's say email johndoe@gmail.com, username, full name, as well as the password from 1 to 6. We can see it like that. And if I click to that, and let's see, I think it has been created. So I'll just refresh in the authentication, and there we go. We have this jondo@gmail.com. It has been created with this ID, which is start with 1PS. Okay, so we're gonna go into the Firestore database. We have a users collection, and we have a document, which is this ID 1PS, which is the Jondo. So we got the bio created at email, followers array, so it is empty, following array is empty, full name, posts array is empty, and these fields as well. Now let's actually handle the errors. For this, we are going to be using something called toast in Chakra. Okay, when you click that, okay, it's going to be something like this. If this is the success toast that says account created, and let's see an error toast if there is any. So let's see, let's take a look. So you can customize this as well. Okay, I think they don't show us, but I know how to use it. So actually it's gonna be in the status. Okay, show error, show warning, success, and info. And basically this is where I took the toast. So from the documentation. And every time you want to use a toast, you need to, let's go here, you need to call this function, and it takes this object. So every time using it is gonna be pretty boring. Okay, you need to just put all these things, but instead we don't want to write that much code every time, so we're gonna create another custom hook. So I'll just call it use show toast.js, and let's say RAFCE. We are gonna return the function, let's say return show toast, and this is going to be the function that we'll have. So let's say const show toast, and this function is going to take the, let's say, title, the description of the toast, okay, description, as well as the status. So either it's going to be warning, success, error, or anything like that. So inside this, we are gonna call the toast function, so which we need to import it as in the documentation. So const toast, it is gonna be use toast, right? Which is coming from Chakra UI React. Okay, so inside we are gonna call this function toast with the object. So it was taking the title, right? It was taking the description, the status, as well as kind of like duration. We could say it's gonna be 3 seconds, and is closable, we could say true. So this is what we have in the documentation. So duration, status, description, title is closable, etc. So if it was an error, let's see, lowercase, I'll just zoom in a little bit, and if I click to that, we're gonna get an error toast. And this is basically, we're customizing it in our hook. So we can call this function now in any component. We can give the title, description, status, and it is gonna call it for us. So I will now save it, and let's just format this a little bit like this. We're gonna go into our hook. When we have an error, instead of console logging it, we are gonna just call that. So let's say const show toast function, which is coming from this hook that we just created. Okay, so if we have an error, let's say show toast, the title is going to be error, the description is going to be please fill all the fields, and then the status is just going to be error, and then we're going to return out of this function. So now every time we want to use an error, we're just going to show this toast. So error, and for the error state, we could just put the error, whatever that is, and then the status of error. Now, if we haven't created this show toast, function inside this hook, we always need to do something like this. We would have, so instead of this, we would have something like this that says the title. We would just put this error, okay, into here, something like this, and then we would be taking this description and then put it here, and then we would put the status into here, the duration, let's say 3 seconds, is closable, is going to be true, and then we would be copying this and pasting this into here, and change the, let's say, the description with the error. So you get the point. We are just saving us from writing much code. Instead, we are just calling the function with the parameters, and it is handling that for us. So I think we could delete this line, and then in the catch we're going to be using the exact same thing. So show toast if there is an error with the title, the error message being the description, and then the status of error. So now let's try to do this again. Okay, we could save, and we're not using this user object or the state. We could just skip it like this. Okay, if you just delete that, it is not going to give you any warnings. So let's try to create another account. So we're gonna go here, we'll just say never, and then sign up again. And now I'll just put the exact same credentials, johndoe@gmail.com, johndoe. Now it should give us an error that says this user already exists. So if I click to sign up, let's see. Okay, we see the error. It is because we have this alert, right? We showed up here. So if you have an error, show the alert. But we didn't get any toast. It is because here that should be error.message. Now let's try to do this, and if we have the exact same document in our database, so if the email is same, or if the email is same, we're gonna hit this if check which says this user haven't been created, and then we have an error, so just show this toast. So let's save this and let's take a look. So if I sign up again, it is gonna show the alert as well as the show toast. And if we take a look at in our database, that we're gonna see this user haven't been created twice, and in our database as well. So now that we have signed up, so when you sign up, by the way, Firebase immediately logs you in. Now let's handle the logout, so that let's go into the home page. Okay, when we click to this, it should log out. And when we click to this, it should log us out again. So let's first do the inside the, let's say, sidebar. We're gonna go into here. Let's just put a comment. Let's close this. We'll just say log out. And then, so instead of having this as a link, so we could just delete this because it is not going to take us to the authentication page because of we have it as a link, but instead we're going to be using the state. So let's say this is a flex, okay? So it is going to have a on-click function, and when we click to that, it is just going to log out us, okay? So we'll say maybe handle logout, let's say. And this function is going to be coming from another hook, which is going to be logout. So I'll just say use Logout.js. And in order to add this functionality, we can again go back to our, so let's say, documentation. So let's see, we have this use signout. Let's click to that. It is going to give us this line. I'm going to copy this. And when you click to this sign out button, it just calls it this async function that awaits the sign out, and then it says you're signed out. So this is the logic that we're going to be adding. So let's say RAFCE, and then let's delete this return statement, but instead it is just going to return the logout function that we're just going to create. So let's say logout, and maybe it should have something like loading state as well. So logout/loading. And I don't know if we need any errors, but let's just take it for now. And we're gonna paste that line that gives us the sign out function. Let's import it, all of these, both coming from our Firebase object. So I'm just gonna shrink it, and then we are getting this function from this hook or the package. So now we're gonna have a, so let's say const logout. When we click to that logout button, we're gonna be calling this function. So let's actually rename this to be handle logout. Okay, I'm gonna copy this and just change the name. So it is going to be a try catch, and for the catch we are again show the toast. So let's say const show toast, and then use show toast, which is coming from our hooks folder. And then here we'll just say show toast, which is taking the title, description, as well as the status. In the try, we're just gonna do the exact same thing in the documentation. We're gonna call the sign out method, and then after this, once it has been done, we're gonna remove the item from the local storage, which was the user info, so that our application knows this user has been logged out. So we could actually now save this file, and this is all we need to do. This is our useLogout hook that is handling the logout functionality. So we are gonna go here, let's shrink this, and we're gonna be removing this in the incoming sections. So let's say use logout hook, call it, and it is gonna return us three things. So let's say const, it is gonna give us the handle, logout, and loading state, as well as the error. And now this loading doesn't make any sense. Like, what is loading? It is not readable, right? So let's say instead of loading, I'm just gonna call this is logging out. So when it is logging out, we're just gonna show a spinner. And let's save and let's just rename this as is logging out. And we're gonna go into here. Instead of having this as a box, I think that could be a button, right? So I'll just change this with a button. Okay, it is, let's import the button from Chakra, and then we're just gonna add a couple of different props. So we'll just say variant should be ghost, as well as the on hover state underscore hover. It is just gonna be background of transparent. So let's say transparent, and when it is loading, so when we're logging out, it's just gonna have this prop. So we'll just get a spinner for that. And the display of none medium block could be still the same. So let's save and let's see if we have something. So error. So maybe we should show some errors, or maybe let's just delete this. And I think there's almost never going to be an error when you're logging out. So we could delete that. And if you wanted to, you can handle that. But in this case, I will not. So let's go here into our application. Now when we clicked that, we would like to say user logged out. So for now there is no way to check that, so instead I'll just say console log logged out. Okay, let's go here, open up the console, and then if I click to that, okay, user has been logged out and it is successful. But now how are we going to make sure that user logged out and take this user to the authentication page, and we're not going to allow the user to see this home page? So for that, we're going to use the Zustand. Okay, let's search for it. Zustand React. So this is the, so to say, the documentation. Let's click to that, and it says that this is a small, fast, and scalable bare bones state management solution using simplified Flux principles. So this is something like React alternative or context API, but it is just much more simpler to use. So you can check out the documentation to understand how that works, what that is, or you could just watch me explaining it. So in our case, we are gonna go to here, and let's shrink everything. Inside the source, we're gonna create a folder called store. And this store is going to store all of our global, so to say, global states. So first we could have something like authStore, maybe authStore.js. So here we are going to use the create function. Let's say import create from Zustand. Let's say Zustand. And I don't know if this is the correct pronunciation, but let's just continue. So we're gonna have something like a so to say variable. So use authStore, and this is gonna call the create function, which is taking the set as the first argument. Okay, so this is actually gonna be an arrow function. Okay, and it is gonna take the setter function. If I can type correctly, so set, close that, and then it is going to have this arrow function. Now we are going to have this state, which we could just say user, and initially it is going to be null. Okay, so when you first open up the application, no user is been authenticated. So we are going to have a function that logs the user in. Okay, we're just going to say login, take the user, whatever the value is. So set, call the setter function, and update this user state. And we're going to have the logout function, which is going to take the user and set it as null. So let's say logout is going to be this function, no arguments needed, and it is called the setter function, and then just set the user as null. Okay, and then what are we going to do is to use the setter function. So we're just going to say set user, and we're gonna be using all of them. So if this looks complicated, don't worry, I'll just explain all of them. So this is going to be calling the setter function and just updating the user state, whatever the value that we're getting. And we have a warning. Let's see. Okay, so this actually should be wrapped with parentheses. So I'll just cut this, open a parentheses, and then return this object. So otherwise it is gonna think as if this is the function body. And then we'll just say export default the useAuthStore. So initially no user has been logged in, and when we sign up we are going to actually update that state with the user that we are getting. Okay, so this is the user that we have, but we're gonna set this with this user document that we just created, so that our state has this followers count, following count, and basically all these things. So after the local storage, we're just gonna, let's save this file first, and we'll just say login user. So how are we gonna get this function? So from Zustand, we'll actually say const equal on the left hand side. We could just say use authStore. So use authStore, and it is gonna be taking this state. Okay, so this is the first argument, and we could just say state dot give us the login function. Okay, so now we have the login function, and we could just rename it as login user. So if we want to get the logout function, we'll just do the exact same thing. We're going to call the useAuthStore state.logout. Okay, and then we could just anything that we want to put here. So we'll just say logout or logout user in our case. So okay, this is how we use the state or the functions from the Zustand. You call the create function, put the setter function as the callback, and then the state that you have, and then any function that manipulates this state. So in our case, we have the login, logout, as well as the set user. So even though these two guys are doing the exact same thing, I just created this set user function so that our code will be just more readable, and you're gonna see once we use this function. So let's go here. We are not using this, and then we'll say a login user with the user document that we just created. So user doc, and then we can go to the application, so app.jsx. So here we're just gonna say const auth user, we could say, and then we'll just say use authStore. Okay, and we'll just get the authenticated user, which was just user that we have, right? So let's just close these. So it should be here. So this is the state that we're getting. Okay, so this is the authenticated user, and when we visit the home page, so we're just gonna say if user is authenticated, so let's say auth user, then we're just gonna show them the home page. But in the else case, we're just gonna navigate the user to the, let's say navigate to the authentication page /auth. And we're gonna be basically doing the exact same thing for other routes. So if user is not logged in, so let's say if there is not auth user, then they can visit the authentication page. But in the else case, we're just gonna navigate them to the home page. So let's put it like this. And now if we save, let's see what are we gonna get. Okay, now we are in the authentication page because we are not logged in. Let's go to here. We cannot see the home page. If you can see, like there's a flickering effect, but it just takes us to the auth page, and we're gonna handle that flickering effect as well. So let's try to log in. We already have an account, but we didn't handle the login functionality. So I'll just sign up with another user. Let's say janedoe@gmail.com. Okay, so I've just put all the credentials for Jane Doe, the password, username, full name, email. I will just sign up, and there we go. Now we're in the home page. We cannot go to the authentication page. Let's try to go. Okay, it turns out that we can actually visit this. It is because when we refresh the page, our state is null initially, right? Do you remember? So here the user state will always be null when you refresh the page. So we need to fix this, and this is why we're using local storage. We'll just say json.parse from the local storage, get this user info, and if there is not, it'll just be null in anyways. So let's save this, and now let's take a look in our, when we just try to go to the auth page, okay, it is not going to take us to the auth page, but instead it'll take us to the home page. It is because it is checking if this user has anything in the local storage, and in our case we have actually, because when we sign up we store that in our local storage. So here we have the user info, which is this user, the Jane Doe, and when we log out we are going to be clearing this user info from the local storage. So I'll just click to this button. There we go. Now we don't have that user in our local storage. So when we click to that logout button, it should take us to the authentication page. So I will go into here, into the use logout hook. Instead of console logging the logged out, we're just gonna call the logout function from our authStore. So I'll just say const log out the user, and it is coming from useAuthStore, right? So state that, give me the logout function, which is gonna be this one, and it is setting the user as null so that we can update our user interface. So I'll just delete this, and let's say log out the user and just call it. Now we are removing the user from the storage as well as navigating them to the home page. It is because in the app.jsx it says if there is not authenticated user, okay, it should be here, I'm sorry, if auth user is empty, then navigate it to the home page. So let's save, and I have explained a little bit too much, but I just want to just make it clear. So if we refresh this page, there is nothing in the local storage. It takes us to the auth page, and there is no way to go into the home page. Okay, so there is one small problem that we have here. So if we try to go to home page, I'll just try to go there. For one split second, we're gonna see the sidebar here when I click to enter. So let's see. There we go. We see that sidebar even though we are not logged in. So we need to fix this, and for that we're gonna go into the page layout, and it is wrapping our entire application. So I will go into this component, and here we're checking when should we render the sidebar, which is that if you are not in the authentication page. But now we need to actually update this. So I will just cut this, okay? Instead of having it like this, I'll just say can render sidebar, okay? And this is gonna be a variable. So let's say const can render the sidebar. So it is going to be equal to this thing that we just cut or we copied. And if you are not in the authentication page, and also if user is logged in, okay, if user is logged in, then we should see that sidebar. And now how are we going to check if user is logged in or not? So we could do something like this, where we are getting it from our store, in which in the background checks in the local storage, but there is actually even a better way to check it. So for this, we're going to go into the Firebase documentation. Let's scroll to the very top. And okay, so we have this thing called useAuthState, and let's click to that. It says it is going to retrieve and monitor the authentication state from Firebase. So there is a full example here. In the background, it checks if this user is logged in or not. So we are going to copy this, and let's go into VS Code, and we could paste it up here and import this hook as well as the auth object. So now this is the user that we are relying from Firebase. So it is going to be null if you are not authenticated, and if you are logged in or if you are authenticated, then this is going to be holding that user value. So now this says, can you render the sidebar? And it is going to be true if the path name is not equal to the authentication page, and if we have the user that is logged in. So now if we actually save this, and let's take a look here, I'll just try to go to the home page again. Let's see. Okay, we don't see that flickering effect now, and it is because we're checking for that. So now even if we go to a page like, let's say, the user page or the profile page, we're not going to see the sidebar, right? It is because we are checking for that. If user is authenticated, then show the sidebar. And in our app.jsx, we didn't put any so to say protection into this route, because even if you are not logged in our application, we should be see the profile of a user. We are not going to be able to follow him or unfollow them, so we will not be able to edit the profile. We're going to check for that in the incoming sections, but we should be able to see the posts and the comments they have, and let's say the number of likes and that kind of stuff. But in the profile page, if you are not logged in, if you are not authenticated, then we shouldn't be see that sidebar. Instead, we can put a navbar here that says login or sign up. So for this, we're gonna go into here, into page layout. Let's say const can render navbar, and we should be able to render this navbar only if the user is not authenticated. Okay, and this is how we check for it, and we'll just say if it is not loading as well, so it is not checking in the background. And we're just gonna say if the path name is not equal to the authentication page as well. So it is because if we go to, let's say, /auth, so here, even if I am not authenticated, I shouldn't see that navbar that says login or sign up because I already see that form here, right? So it just doesn't make any sense. So we'll just say if there's not user, it's not loading. So this basically checks if user is not authenticated and path name is not the authentication page. So if this is the case, we're gonna render the navbar. I have a typo here, can render navbar, and I'll just copy this. Maybe after this, so after the sidebar, let's say navbar, and we'll just say, can we render the navbar? If this is the case, show the navbar component, which we'll create in a second. Otherwise, just don't return anything. So we'll just go into the components, let's say navbar, and just create it. So at this point, this is going to be a component that only holds, let's say, something like only styling, okay? It doesn't have any logic at all. So at this point, I'll just copy it and paste it. So it's about 30 lines of code, and you can just grab it from the GitHub repo, and it's going to be into this file. And I think we are never going to change this content at all. So it just have a container with a max width, and then a container flags that holds the image, which is our logo on the left, and on the right it holds two buttons, so the sign up button and login button, and it is wrapped with a link. So when you click that, it'll take you to the authentication page. So let's save, and then we're gonna import this from the components navbar and Navbar.jsx. So let's save this file, and if we go to a page like, let's say, John Doe, and okay, there we have a problem, which is that they are next to each other. But the thing is, we will go into the page layout. We are going to change this flex direction, and we are going to say the flex direction is going to be column or row depending on a condition. So let's say flex direction, if we can render the navbar, then the flex direction should be column so that they are in the horizontal direction. So let's say column, but if we cannot render the navbar, then it should be in the row direction. Let's save, and I think that should fix the problem. So there we go. Now we see the navbar at the top and our content at the bottom. So this content is not centered. So for this, we are going to go into here, and let's say the margin X could be just auto. And if we save, now we're going to see that this is been centered as well. And I think we could delete this width because we already have this flex one, which means just contain the remaining part. So if we just save, that shouldn't be any difference. If we refresh, actually there is, okay, there is not. So let's refresh. Okay, in the loading state, it doesn't look proper. So let's just put it, and let's see how that look like if we just refresh. Okay, so it is just better if we have that width. So lastly, let's do one more optimization, which is just gonna show a loading spinner while it checks if the user is authenticated. So I'll just say if there is not user and it is loading in the background. So when you first refresh your page, this loading state is going to be true, and this user is going to be null because it will try to fetch in the background if this user is authenticated or not. And this is what that really means. And let's make our code a little bit more readable. I'll just cut it, and I'll say const check if, let's say, checking user is authenticated, and I'll just paste it. So we'll just say if checking user is authenticated, then we could just return a loading spinner. So I'll just say page layout spinner. Okay, so this is going to be our component that we can just have it at the bottom of our file. So let's say const page layout spinner, and this is just going to be holding a flex which indeed has a spinner inside. So I'll just copy it and paste it, which you can grab it from the GitHub again. So I'll just return this thing, and let's import this spinner, and let's see what is a spinner is. So let's go here. So basically just a loading spinner. You can give a size, a color, and anything like that. So let's say size is just gonna be X large. There we go. So now if the internet connection is really slow, then this will take a long time to check if user is authenticated, and at that point we would be showing a spinner to indicate the user that they should just wait a little bit while we check in the background. And we're not using this error state, so we could just delete that. So this is going to be the page layout component. At this point we could just save this, and let's quickly reiterate what we did. So we are checking when should we render the sidebar and when should we render the navbar, and depending on that we are just rendering them in our template. So here we just change the flex direction depending on the navbar, if it's going to be rendered or not, and we are just centering this box content, which is going to be the page content. And lastly, we have an if check that checks if this user is authenticated, and while it checks, we are just showing a spinner in the screen so that if the internet connection is slow, our user is know that they should wait a little bit. So this is going to be our component. We could close this, and we're going to go into this hook, which we have a problem, or let's say we could do one optimization. So here, let's say there is already an account called jando@gmail.com. So if this is the case, another user tried to create an account with this email, this will throw an error, and it is not going to create this user document in the database. But the thing is, if we have a username, let's say John Doe, and another user come and try to create an account with this username, so this will not throw any errors. So instead we should check it manually, because this function only checks for the email if it exists or not. So even we try to take a look at here, we're just gonna have a if check here. And how are we gonna check if a user already exists with that username? For this, we are gonna go into the Firebase documentation, and we're gonna see something like query. So I'll just say query Firestore. And let's say you don't know how to use this. We're gonna go here and let's take a look at the examples. So they have some simple queries. Let's take a look. So they are getting the reference, okay, passing the collection, database, and the, let's say, it's going to be users collection for us, and creating a query with that. And then they are calling a function called getDocs. So I'm going to go here and actually, I'll just copy this 2 lines, okay, and then I'll just paste it here. So I'll say this is going to be the users ref, and import the collection from, so let's see, from here, and then our Firestore. So we already have it. It is coming from here, and let's say it's going to be the users collection. So now we have a reference to this collection, and we're going to do a query. So let's say query, it's going to be the users ref, and then where clause. So let's get that, and we'll just say where the username is equal to this inputs dot username. So this is gonna do a query for us in the background, and we'll just say const query snapshot, and we'll just say await get docs, and passing the query, not the get doc, but that should be let's say plural. So we'll say get docs and just pass the query, and this is what they are doing in the documentation as well. Okay, so this is kind of give us a snapshot, which is going to be type of array. So we will just say if this is not empty, which means that this user exists. So we'll say if query So let's say query snapshot dot empty. There is a property like this. If this is not empty, then we'll just return an error. So let's say show toast. It is just gonna say user already exists, or let's say username already exists, and then we'll just return out of this function. So let's save and let's try to do this. We're gonna go here, let's say into the sign up. Okay, so I'll just say sign up. With the email, we could just put anything, so gmail.com, but the username, let's say Jane Doe, which we already have in our database. So let's take a look in the authentication. Okay, we have the Jane Doe and John Doe. So let's try to, for the Jane Doe, we'll just say, okay, that was the email. Let me show you the, so to say, username. Okay, let's see. So this is the John Doe, but we're checking for the Jane Doe. That query is just gonna check if there is a user like this. So full name, we could just put anything, it doesn't really matter. For the password 126, if we just try to sign up, okay, it says username already exists and it just doesn't create it in our database. So let's refresh. We had 2 users and we still have 2 users. And that was the optimization that we just put it right here. And with this hook and this function should be completed now. And we have our sign up with email and password logic extracted into its own hook, where we are just calling that with the function, with the loading and error state we're getting, and we are passing our inputs when we submit that. Okay, when we click to the sign up button, it takes the inputs and just do that for us. So this component is really readable. We just see all of our components, HTML, CSS, and the logic has been extracted from us. So this is the beauty of using custom hooks. So now we can close this sign up and this hook. We're gonna just do one more thing before we get into the login functionality, which is going to be that we're checking if user authenticated from the store, in which in the background checks from the local storage, but it is actually better to check it like this, where we're getting it, we are relying to Firebase. Okay, it is a bit more safe, I think. So we're just gonna copy that and paste it here. So let's rename this as Auth User, and let's import these, get the Auth object, and we're not going to use the loading state. We could delete that, and we're not using the store. So yeah, we are just checking if this user authenticated, and we are relying to Firebase and not the local storage. So we could just save this, and now let's get into the login function. So we are going to create another hook called useLogin.jsx, and we could say RFCE, delete this return, and let's just get our boilerplate. So we'll just say show toast function to show some errors. So show toast, import that. And then now let's take a look, how do we even log in? So let's go to the documentation. So we're looking something like sign in with email and password. Let's click to that. It is gonna give us this so to say one line. I'll just copy that, paste it, and get this hook, the auth object, and this is going to give us the function, the user loading and error state. So let's get into the function. So I'll just say const login, which is going to be an async function. It's going to have a try catch. In the catch, we'll just show toast. So let's say error title, and then error message as being the description, and then the status, which is going to be error. And then in the try, now this function will take the inputs, okay, again the email and then the password. So inputs, we'll just say if the inputs that email is empty or the password is empty, we'll just return out this function by showing a toast that says please fill all the fields. But let's just take this out of the try. Even if before we try, we'll just check this if check, and then we'll just say const user credential, we could say, and this is what they do in the documentation. So when they sign in, they call this function, okay, which in turn just returns us a user credential. So we'll just say const user credential await this function, pass the email, and then as well as the password, which is coming from inputs. So if the email and password is correct, this is gonna give us the user credential. So we'll just say user cred, and then we'll just fetch the user from our collection. So let's say const, and let's see. So let's say you don't know how to fetch a document. So we can go to here and let's say get a document. So here I'm just trying to show you how you can use the documentation, and I'll just zoom in a little bit. So here, let's take a look. So get a document. If we click to that, it first get the reference and then the document snap. So I'll just copy this. Let's go here, paste it. So document reference, import this. Firestore is going to be our database, the user's collection, and then the ID of the user, which we could say user cred dot user property dot uid. This is going to be the ID of the user that we are trying to fetch. So we'll say get the doc and pass the reference. So this is going to give us the user that is logged in. So we're just going to try to set this in the local storage. So let's say local storage dot set item, and the name was user-info if you remember, and then we'll just say json.stringify, which is going to be this document snap, and there is a method called data that just gives you the data of this so to say this document. So it is going to be something like this. If you are fetching this user, it is going to give us all these fields, and we're getting this by calling this function. And lastly, to update our user interface, we're going to be calling this login function, which we have here. So it takes the user and set the state with it. So let's go into the use login. By the way, that should be JS, not JSX. Okay, so I'll just say const login here. Say const login user from useAuthStore, and it's gonna take this state and give us the login function. So we'll just say login user, that should be a lowercase. We'll just say document snap.data, which is that document it is going to be. And at the end of this file, we'll just say return an object with the, let's say, loading state, error state, as well as the login function. So we're not using this. We could just skip that by deleting it. Let's save. And there we go. This is going to be our function that first checks if the fields are empty, then just return an error. But if they are not empty, it is going to check if the email and password is correct. If so, it is going to fetch the document, set the local storage, and log the user in by updating the user interface. So now let's test it out. I'll just, okay, we already saved this. So let's go here. So we had an account called Jane. So janedoe@gmail.com. We'll just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We just log in, and we cannot log in because we didn't implement it in our component. We're going to go into login component. Okay, we'll just say, oops. Okay, let's say const equal use login, so let's say hook, and then this is going to return us the loading state, error state, as well as the, let's see, the login function. So when we click to this button that says login, so here, let's say on click, just call the login function with the inputs, which is the email and password. So we could have a is loading state here as well, is loading, and we'll just put it, and then we could have something like the error we had here. So I will just copy this and paste it before this login button. Okay, so if we have an error, just show an alert that shows the error message. So let's save and let's try to log back in again. So janedoe gmail.com 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's say 7, which is the wrong password. If you try to log in, it's just gonna say invalid login credentials. If we are logging with the correct one, so from 1 to 6, and it loads, and there we go. Now we are in the home page. Let's see in our application, in the local storage, we have this user info, and the value is this state that we have here. So we can also log out from here, but we would like to add that logout functionality to here as well. So for this, we are going to go into the suggested header. Okay, that was the component. And when we clicked this logout button, that was a link, but that shouldn't be really. That was for only design part. Now we could delete this, okay? And let's see what are we gonna do. So let's say this is actually gonna be a button that has, so let's say size of X small and then background of transparent. Maybe I should just copy and paste it. These two lines, background transparent, and on the hover, the background still is gonna be transparent. So font size 14, font weight medium, color, and it's gonna have, actually not gonna have this style because in button it doesn't really need it. So lastly, we'll just have a loading state as well as the on click. So we already had this use logout function or the hook, let's say use logout, which returns us, I think, 3 states. So let's say const, give me the logout function, and the is loading state. And we could take the error, but I think it is not really needed. So we're gonna go here and we'll say on click to this function, just call the handle logout, and is loading is gonna be if we are logging out. And we could delete this as well as this line. So now instead of just having this so to say hard-coded values, we could get the authenticated user. So let's say const auth user. So use authStore state. So state.user. So state.user. This is going to be our Zustand store or the state. And now instead of this, we'll just say auth user.username. And then we'll just say, instead of this source, let's say auth user.profile pic URL. So let's save, and we're gonna add a bit more thing. So now we see the Jando, which is the username, in this profile picture. And let's just remove this name. It doesn't really need it. Okay, now we're just gonna see an empty user profile picture. And when we click to that, it should take us to the page of Jando. So we are gonna go here and let's make this avatar, wrap it with a link. So I'll just say a link component, which is coming from React Router DOM, and let's just say to this URL. So backticks, $, curly braces, auth user dot username, and we're gonna just do the exact same thing for this text. Okay, let's take it like this and then put it right here. Now, when we click to this name or the profile picture, just see in the left-hand side, it just shows the URL that it'll take us. So if I click that, now I am in the page of Jando. So let's go into the home page, and if I click to that, it should log this user out. So I'm just gonna click it. There we go. It is not in the local storage, and now we're in the authentication page. So again, this is the beauty of using a custom hook. We didn't write this logic from scratch, and we just reuse it in this component as well as that sidebar component. So lastly, let's just handle this Google authentication, and then it should be completed. But first, let's fix something. So if you are in this sign up, I just want to have this text that says sign up with Google, and if I am in the login, it should say login with Google. So in our case, it just says login. So we can change this with a prop. So I'll just say prefix, okay, and change this with the prefix, okay. And when are we calling this auth form? Inside this auth form, we're just gonna show a prefix that says if it is the login, okay, then we'll just say login, and in the else case, which means that we're in the sign up, we'll just say sign up. And if we just save, let's take a look. Now I am, okay, let's just refresh this page. Okay, now it says login, and if I click to sign up, it still says login, and I think I didn't save that. So let's say into here, if we just save, so it says sign up with Google, and if I go to login, it says login with Google, and it is because we're adding that prefix depending on the state. So when I click to this, I would like to log this user with the Google. let's go into the documentation again. Let's see how that works. So up here we have something called use sign in with Google. If we click to that, it is gonna show us an example, I believe. So use sign in with Google. So I'm just gonna copy this entire line, and we could create another custom hook for this, but we're never gonna be using it in other places. And if you wanted to, you can still create it, but I think I'll just put that logic into here. So I'll just get this, by pasting it, import this hook, get the authentication object, and then let's just get our boilerplates. So const show toast in case if we have any errors. So use show toast, and then we're gonna get the login function. So let's say login user, so that we can update our so to say user interface. So use authStore and get the login function. Okay, it was like this. And then when we click to this flex, which is that entire container, so let's say on click, I'll just maybe put it like this. On click, I'll just say this function handle Google Auth, and I'll just create it up here. So it is gonna be an async arrow function. It's just gonna have a try catch as always in the catch. So let's just save to get this formatting. Show toast. That should be the title. So let's say error, description, and then the status. So in the try, we're just gonna do the exact same thing in the documentation. Let's take a look quickly, see full social example. So when you click that button, it just calls use sign in with whatever the provider is. So I'll just copy this and let's go here, and actually it should be this function. So I'll just copy and we'll say const new user. It is going to return us await if this is successful. So sign in with Google, and if there is not new user, which means so there is some kind of error, and let's even check for that. If there is error, then just show a toast that shows the error message and then return out of it. So here we'll just check if this is successful, which we could say if there is new user, we're just gonna create a user document as we did up here. So I think I can just copy this, and actually we can even copy this because we're gonna be setting this document into our collection, and we're going to be setting that into local storage as well as logging the user in. So I'm going to copy this entire thing and then just paste it. But the thing is, now we don't have any inputs because we are logging with Google. So the email could be new user dot user dot email. So let's see if there is, and yes, that we can see here. The username is going to be something like this. So let's say if this is the email, so jondo@gmail.com, we're just gonna take this part and make that username. So we can achieve this by using something called split, and I think I'll just copy it and paste it. Okay, so it takes the email of the user, split it from here, this @ symbol, and it just returns you the first part, which is here. Okay, so now this is the username. It is gonna be, let's say, Jondo. And for the full name, we could just take the full name from the Google account. We'll just say new user. Okay, that should be new user dot display name. So this is coming from Google as well. For the profile picture, we could take the profile picture of this user by doing something like this. From the user object, there is photo URL. And the rest is just gonna be the same. No biography, no followers, no following, no posts, and the create that is just gonna be date.now. So let's get the set document, the document, as well as the Firestore object or the database instance. And also we could just delete this comment as well as this one. And we're not using this user or the loading state. Okay, we could just ignore it. And yeah, that should be it. And even if you are signing up or you're logging in, that doesn't really matter. You could use this function and it is going to either sign you up if you don't have an account, or if you have already, it'll just sign in. Okay, so we could save and let's test it out. I will go into here, into the project. If I click to this, it is gonna ask me this thing. So let's see, I'll just choose it. And now I don't have an account, but it'll just sign me up. So there we go. This is the user info that we got. And in the console, we have an error. So let's see. But first, let's check it here. So we got this user. Okay, so this is my account. And if you go into the authentication, there we go. We see this is the provider, which is the Google, and this is the user that is just logged in or the signed up. So let's go here and check for the errors. So here we have the cannot read properties of null. So I think the auth user is not defined. So let's see. So inside the suggested header, let's go there. So I'll just say suggested header. And so while this is null, it still tries to get the username or user profile picture and things like that. So we could say if the auth user is empty, then just return null. And once this is available, then we're just gonna return this content. So let's save, and there we go. Now we got the, so let's just refresh again. Okay, we got the username as well as the profile picture and then this logout button. So everything works fine now. So we just had an error in the console and I just refreshed the page. Now it works. It shows me this profile picture that is coming from Google. And in your case, if you still get that error, so here's the solution. I just asked it to Stack Overflow and a guy just posted this. You need to just copy this entire line and then go into the HTML page. So it's going to be index.html and just paste that to here and that should be working fine. Okay, so now you should be seeing that Google profile picture. So if we click to that, it is going to take us to this user profile. So I don't know if you have realized, but we have one problem with the Google authentication. It is that when we first sign up, it is going to create this user document in our Firestore users collection. But when we sign in back, so when we log in, it is again going to try to this user document and it'll just try to create it in our database, which is not optimal because it would be overriding that current document with this one. So instead, we should just make our code to realize if user is logging in or they are just signing up for the first time. So how do we gonna do that? Is just gonna be, we'll just check if this user exists or not, which we can check by getting a document. So I will copy these two lines and then let's go here. I'll just paste it and I'll just say this is gonna be the user reference and then the user snapshot. Okay, so let's get the document function we already have. Let's get the get doc and the Firestore. So it's gonna be the users collection and this is the user that we're checking. So new user.user.uid. So we should pass the ID as the third argument and then we'll just say user reference. Now this is going to give us a snapshot for that document and we could just check it by doing something like this. So let's say user snap.exists, which is a method, and in this case we are not going to be doing this. So because this is logging in, oops, I didn't mean to do this. So we'll just go here and just say login. And then I'll say const user document, give me that user object, which we can do with the data method. And then we're going to set this in our local storage as well as the authStore, so this state. So we'll just say local storage dot set item, that should be user dash info. And then it's going to just take this user document. And then let's say login user with this user document. It's going to update that global state. So it's going to be this function. And in the else case, which means this user is signing up. So let's just put a comment, sign up, and then we'll just paste what we have cut. So we are creating this empty user document, set it in our Firestore in the users collection, and set the local storage with this new user as well as with our global state. So now our code knows that if this user is signing in with the Google account or they are signing up for the first time. So let's just save and maybe we could give a little bit spacing like this. Okay, it just ignores that. Anyways, so now you can add other providers, which is like GitHub, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, Twitter, any kinds of these hooks that you want to implement. So I just let that as a challenge for you. But now we're gonna go next and just try to fetch this data for the user profile, and after that maybe we could add this edit profile functionality. So in order to create this functionality where we just fetch this data, it's going to be pretty simple, but there's one thing that we need to add, which is going to be another store object or state, and it is because we're just going to store which user profile we are checking. Now we are in this profile, and we're going to store that because we're going to be using it in multiple components. So we're just going to have that as a global state, so we could just share it into all of our components with that one hook. So let's go ahead and create that user, so to say the store. So what can we call this? I'll just say user profile store.js and press enter. Now we'll just get the create function from Zustand. So import create from Zustand, let's say. So let's create this store. I'll just say const use user profile store. It is gonna take the create function, call it with this callback, which returns us an object. So we're gonna go ahead and then just create the state. I think we need to close that off. Okay, so the state is just gonna be the user profile. Initially it could be null because we're not visiting any profile initially, and then we'll just say set user profile, and it is gonna take the user profile, which is a function. So this is kind of like a setter function when you are having a use state. So this is the state value and this is the setter function. So we're just gonna say set the user profile with the given user profile. So this is actually looking like this, but we can just make it a bit short and just delete it. So this is gonna have another function or method, which is going to be the add post, but we're gonna be adding that later. So now I'll just comment that out so that we know how we should be adding that. And let's at the end just say export default this use user profile store. So now we can save this file and maybe close it, and then we're just gonna create a hook that fetches the user profile so that we can show their data in this user header component. So we're gonna go into our hooks folder and let's say use get user profile by username. So kind of a long name, but again, as long as it is self-explanatory, it is okay. So let's say RAFCE, and then we're gonna delete this for now. So let's get the boilerplate. Since this is gonna fetch some data, it should have a loading state. Is loading, set is loading. Let's delete this and import the use state. Initially it could be true because it's going to be running immediately. And then let's get our show toast hook in case we are showing some errors. So let's get that, and then let's see what do we have. So we're gonna have a use effect. Let's just initialize it for the unmount initially, and now this is gonna just get the user profile by the username. So what does that mean? It means that we're gonna be using a query. So I already show you how we can use that, which you can check from the documentation. So I'll just go ahead and type it. So let's have a function that gets the user profile. It's gonna be a async function, an async function, and then here at the end we're gonna be calling that function. And this is gonna have a try catch. In the catch, it will just show the toast with the error message. I mean, show the error with the error message. And then before even we try anything, let's just say set is loading to be true. And then in the try, we're gonna have a query. Let's say query, and this is going to be taking a collection as we see in the documentation. So the Firestore, our database, and then inside the users collection, because we're fetching a user, where, okay, a query takes where clause. So where the username is equal to the username that this hooks get. Okay, so username, I think this is gonna have a comma, so is equal to, and this is something that we have in the documentation, and I think I just have to show that. So we're gonna go here, let's say query. So here there are things like not equal, oops, so here equals or not equals, so in, not in, and I think we're gonna be using a couple of these, but So just know that there is something called this equal, okay? And if you do it like this, then it just means not equal, just like we have in the programming. So where the username is equal to the username that this hooks gets as a param, okay, or the argument. So this is going to be our query. Now we need to just call it, which we can do by await get docs and then pass the queue or the query. This is going to return us a query snapshot. So const query snapshot, and now we can just check if this is an empty snapshot or not. So snapshot. So we'll just say let's save so that we have this formatting. If the query snapshot is empty, which means that this user is not found. So we can set our user profile state as being null. So let's go here, use user profile. Okay, that wasn't the hook. So what was the name? I'll just copy this at this point. Let's go here, use user profile store. Okay, now we need to import this. Let's go here. That was a default export. It's coming from here. Okay, use user profile store, and this is gonna give us now the way we were using it up until now. We were getting the state, and maybe from the state the user profile or the set user profile function, and then we were calling it here. But if we just don't pass anything inside, we're gonna just say const open up curly braces, which we are just destructuring. We'll just get the user profile and set user profile. Okay, so this is a new way of using it that we just see. So if we didn't use it like this, the normal way that we were doing up until now would be something like this. So let me just show that. We would say the user profile. Okay, let's just delete here and then call this with the state that gives you the user profile. But instead we can just call it like this without any arguments. So it is going to give us all of the values. So let's just delete here and then comment out this. So if the query snapshot empty, which means that user doesn't exist, so we'll just return out of this function and just say set user profile to be null. But if this user exists, then we're just gonna get the data and set the user profile with it. So here is how we do that. So we'll just say let user document. So initially it is just going to be undefined, and we're just going to go here and let's say query snapshot, which is going to have this for each, and then there's just going to be one document, but we're still using for each because it is in the format of array. So we'll just say set user document with this doc data, and then now we need to use it where we'll just say set user profile with this user document. So yeah, basically this is what we are doing, and here we have some warnings. Let's just give a little bit formatting. I'll just save, and there we go. So maybe like this, it is better. So here it says add the set user profile, show toast, and username, so that any of these values change, this use effect will run again. So if we just, let's just put set user profile, username, and show toast. Now if we just put it this show toast like this, we're gonna get an infinite loop error. It is because, let's go here. So this is a function, and on each render this is going to be stored in a different place in memory. So we need to cache this. This is something related to React, and I'm just gonna cut this function and we're just gonna wrap it with something called use callback. So callback, call it, paste the function, and as the second argument we're just gonna put the toast. So this basically caches. So use callback is used to prevent infinite loop that Copilot says. I think it listens us. So here infinite loop, and then let's say also it caches the function. So basically instead of also, let's just say by caching the function. Okay, we could save, and now we're not gonna get any errors because this is not gonna cause a infinite loop. And at the end of this hook, we're just gonna return this state is loading user profile. And we have a warning here. Let's just delete the React because we're not using it. Now we can basically call this hook in our profile page. So let's go here into the profile page, and then we're just gonna call that hook up here. So use get user profile by username, and we're gonna pass the username. And how are we gonna get that? So let's say const. So there is something called use location, and I think we have used it so far. So, or maybe something like use params. I'm sorry. So we're gonna use the use params hook, which is coming from React Router DOM. So it is gonna give us the username. So let's go here, import that. It doesn't give us. So let's go here. Okay, so we have the username, and this is the username. It is because here in the profile page we have this as a username. This is the dynamic value. If it was UID, then we should come to that profile page and then call this as UID. Okay, so this is what we are doing. Let's go into the app.jsx and change it with the username. So let's go into the profile page. Okay, we are getting the user profile by the username, and it is gonna return us two states. So const is loading, and then the, I think, user profile itself. Now, if the user profile is empty, then we could show something like user not found and go back home. So let's say if the is loading is false and there is no user profile, which means that user is not found. So let's just make our code a little bit more readable by doing something like this. Const user not found, and then paste that. So now it just reads as an English sentence. So if user not found, then we could just say return this user not found component, which we can create at the bottom of our file. So I think at this point I can just copy and paste that because it is just 10 lines of HTML and CSS from Chakra. So it has flex, text component, as well as the link, which is coming from Chakra. And let's get the router link. So import link as router link from React Router DOM. So it says user not found and go home link. When you click that, it is gonna take you to the home page, and we're gonna be using it once we have no user. Okay, so this is gonna be our component, at least so far. So here we are showing the profile header, but we should only be showing that if the user profile exists. Okay, so I'll just cut that and I'll say if it is not loading and if user profile exists, then return, okay, and return the user profile header. But while it loads, we could put something like a skeleton. So I'll just say is loading, and then again I'll just copy and paste maybe 10 lines of code. So it is going to be the profile header skeleton, and I'll just put it at the bottom of our page or the file, and you can get that from the GitHub. So it is the profile header skeleton, which has flex component, skeleton circle, and then two skeletons in the vertical direction. So we're gonna go up here and then just paste it, and let's make it a component. Okay, so if it is loading, we're gonna see this skeleton, and if it is not loading, then we're just gonna show the profile header. So let's import this vertical stack and then the skeleton. Now let's save, and we're gonna go into the profile page. There we can see it says cannot get snapshot. Maybe we have some typo. Let's go here, get snapshot. Okay, so I just refreshed and it is working now, but we have this loading skeleton for the rest of our lives. It is because we didn't set this loading to be false in the finally block. So either we success or fail, this loading state should be false. And let's say console.log the fetched user. So let's say user document, and let's save. Let's refresh this again. We have this loading state for 1 second. Did you see that? Let's refresh again. Okay, it shows us that loading skeleton, and then we got the user document, which is this user we are fetching from the username. So we got the profile picture, just basically every information, every field that we have. So now let's go into the user profile header and just render all these information, right? And I have added this followers in the background. So in your case, maybe that would be an empty array. Okay, so if you're seeing why this user has this follower is because I was testing off camera and I just added that. So let's go here and just delete that. Sorry for any confusing that I just made. So initially it should be in this empty format that we have for each user, and we're going to be adding that follow functionality in the incoming sections. So okay, enough talk, let's go into the user profile header. So profile header, I think it was, we're gonna go here and then just render this data. So first let's get the user profile state. So I'll just say const, maybe curly braces, and then user profile, which is coming from our store. So let's say use user profile store and just import that. So this is gonna give us the user profile. Now we can delete this name, and as the source of this image, we'll just say user profile dot profile pic URL, and then we're gonna go into, let's see, this is gonna be the username. I'll just delete that. I'll say curly braces user profile dot username. So let's see what are we gonna have else. So this is the number of posts. I'll just say user profile dot posts dot length. So since this is an array, we can just get the length, and this is the number of followers. So user profile, followers, and get the length, get the following, and then this is the full name. Okay, so full name as well as the biography. So user profile dot bio. Now I think we could save this and let's take a look in the browser. Okay, we got the profile picture, username, full name, and number of followers following in posts. If we just refresh, that should be 0 because we just fixed this in here, right? So let's go here and refresh. That should be 0 followers. There we go. Now we are going to show this edit profile if we are visiting our own profile, and if we are visiting profile of another user, this should be follow or unfollow button. So we are gonna go here, and if we are not authenticated, then we shouldn't be seeing this button at all, not the follow button and not the edit profile. So let's have that if checks, which we can again just make our code a little bit easy to read, that we just do here. So in the profile page, we're just gonna put this something like this. Okay, it is the if check into a variable. So you're gonna understand now. We'll just say const visiting own profile and authenticated. So let's get the authenticated user first. Const auth user, so use authStore, and then give us that user. So we'll just say if auth user exists, and so if the user is authenticated and auth user dot username is equal to the user profile dot username. So if this is equal to each other, so if this is the true, then user is visiting their own profile, and we're just adding this auth user to check if this user authenticated. So I'll just copy this and we are gonna wrap it like this. So curly braces, paste this. If user is visiting their own profile, we are just gonna show this button. So cut this, paste this, and there we go. We are gonna copy and paste this thing again, and it is just gonna say follow button. Okay, so that should be visiting another user profile, another say profile, and authenticated. And let's create this constant or the if check. So const visiting another profile and auth. So if this user is authenticated and username is not equal to the user profile dot username. So let's go here and check that if that works. Now we are there. Now we are in our own profile. So we see the edit profile button. If we just go to the profile of, let's say, Jane Doe, there we go. Now it says follow button, and we are getting the user profile of the Jane. If we go to the profile of John, so let's say John Doe, there we go. It is still in the follow button and then the data of the John. Now we could change the color of this button, I believe. So we are gonna just go into here in this button, and let's see what is gonna be the styling. So the background is actually gonna be blue.500, And then let's see, color is gonna be white. On the hover state, I'll just copy and paste it. The background is gonna be blue 600 and save it. There we go. And it didn't work. Okay, so let's just make the color to be white as well. So color should be white. And now that says follow button with this styling, it has hover effect. And let's go into our own profile. So I'll just click to this. It says edit profile with this styling. So now we cannot see bio for this user, and it is because this user doesn't has any. So let's go here and add it manually. So if I just put something here random, okay, and if I update that, we're gonna go here, refresh, and we should see that up here. There we go. This is the bio of this user. So now let's add this functionality where when we click this button, we see a model that allows us to edit the profile. So I don't know if we need to take a look at in the documentation for the model component, but let me show that again. So this is the model where we just call this three functions or import it from use disclosure. So I'll just actually copy this and go here, paste it, import the use disclosure. Okay, I already did, I think, from here. And when we click this function or the button, it is gonna call the on open. So okay, I think, okay, we have some warnings. It's because we're not using these variables, but we're gonna create a model. So let's say edit profile.jsx. Okay, so here let's get the RAFCE, and then we're gonna get to here at the very bottom of our file. We're just gonna say if it is open, if the model is open, then just show this model. So edit profile component, import that, and it is going to be taking the isOpen function. We're going to be using that, and then also the onClose function. Give it as a prop. So we could save this file, and then let's go here. Before we just save this, let's create this model. So for this model, we can use something called the Chakra UI templates. So let's go here and let's say Chakra UI forms template. So you can go to this link, and in the forms authentication at the very bottom, you're gonna see this edit profile component. And if you go into the code, you can copy that and paste it into your component just to have this exact same behavior that you can see here, or this output. So I copied that and I just changed this a little bit and make it usable for us. So I will just paste it like this, and you can get this in our GitHub repo. So I will even comment this out and put it at the very bottom of our file. So I'll just say copy and paste it as the starter edit profile model, let's say. Okay, at this point you should be copying and paste it. So I will just put it as a comment and then just paste it up here. So this is just 90 lines of code, which is just basic HTML and CSS that has some inputs, form controls, labels, heading, stack, and all that kind of thing that you can take a look. It is wrapped with a model that is taking the isOpen and onClose functions or the props that we're sending. So yeah, so let's save and let's see the output. So we're gonna go here in our demo. Okay, if we just refresh, I think we shouldn't have any errors in the console. When I click to this, there we go. This is our model that we see. Now we are going to add the functionality where we can select an profile picture from our machine and then update this information and just submit it. So first things first, let's go ahead and add a state so that we can take care of this inputs. So we're gonna go here and let's say const inputs and set inputs, which is gonna be a useState with an object. Okay, let's initialize it like this, import the useState and give a little bit of space. So this is gonna take the full name, username, as well as the bio. If you wanted to, you can add email and password here and go just here and take a look at how you can update the email and update the password. So I don't want to make it any complicated. I'll just go ahead and update these fields and it should be enough in our case. So we have these. Now we're gonna go for each input and add that as a value. So we'll just say value, this is the username. So inputs.username, and we just skip the full name. So let's go say value inputs.fullname and inputs.bio. So now when we type something into this inputs, we would like to change that state. So for this, we can add the onChange function. So let's say handle input, or actually let's just immediately update it right here. So if you are typing into this input, we are going to be only updating the full name because this is the full name input, right? So now here the exact same thing, but we're just going to change the username. So on change, take the event, get the value from this e.target.value and update the username. So let's go here and update the bio. So when we click to this button where it says submit, so let's say on click, and let's just call handle edit profile function, which we will create in a second. So let's copy this. And by the way, when you click to this cancel button, it should close the model, I believe. So where it is, we have this on close. So if we click to this, it doesn't close the model. So let's go ahead and add that. So let's say on click, it is gonna call the on close function. Now if we save this, we're gonna get an error. So let's just delete this for a second. Let's save and test it out. If you open the model, click that cancel, it's gonna close it. So let's go here, take the handle edit profile function, and for now it should only the console log out the inputs. So let's say console log clg the inputs. Open up here. So we have some errors. Let's refresh. Okay, so this is, let's say, John, or let's just put something. So like this, 1 2 3. We just submit. There we go. We got all the inputs as expected: bio, full name, and username values. We can do one optimization. So let's refresh. And when we open that model, initially the input values are empty that we can see here. So what we can do is just take the value from the authenticated user and just put it here as the initial value. So we're gonna go here and we're gonna get the authenticated user. So const auth user and use so it was authStore, right? And get the state.user. So this is gonna give us the authenticated user, where we can say for the inputs, the value is gonna be the inputs.username, or if this is empty, then we can take the default value, which is from auth user object. So we're gonna do the same thing for this, and for the full name as well, we always skip that. So let's go here. Now in the initial value, the inputs are empty, right? So if we just refresh this, there we go. It checks and get the full name from the authenticated user object. Get the username and get the bio. Since it is empty, we just have this empty field. So let's refresh. So even though we have some bio, it just gives us empty for some reason. Let's take a look. Bio here is empty, and maybe we are setting state in a wrong way. So full name, username, and okay, we didn't set the bio, or we actually did. So let's console log the bio. I don't know why this doesn't work. So console log auth user, and let's see. So it is coming from 30. Okay, so bio is empty for some reason. It is because when we log in, okay, so when we logged in, that was the state that we set in the local storage, and then we go manually update it in here. So that's why this is a not really important error. So for now, we could just ignore that and just know that if we had a bio information, that would be here. So we just have some kind of bug because we updated that later. So anyways, let's go and add this functionality. When we click this button, we would like to select an image from our computer and just show it here. So how are we gonna do this? We can use an input for this. So let's say if we had something like this, input that should be self-closing, and then the type of file, okay, and then okay, let's see. So we're gonna just save this, and let's go here. It shows this choose file button. So there is not enough space, so it cannot show it. But if we click that, it is gonna show us the pictures from our computer. So I'm just gonna click that. Okay, so this is what I see, but this looks really ugly and I don't want to see that. Instead, I would like to click to this button and still see this window, okay? So for this, what we can do is to just say this is gonna be hidden, okay? Hidden, and then this is gonna have a ref. So let's say file ref. We're gonna go here, delete this console log, const file ref. It's gonna be a reference. Okay, it could be null, and when we click to this button, it should actually go and click to this input. So we'll say on click to this button, file ref dot current dot click. So when you click to this edit profile button, in the background, it is just gonna go and click to this input file and it is gonna open that window for us. Let's test it out. We don't see that choose file button now, and I'll just click to this one, and there we go. This is the window that we get. So now what happens if we select an image? Nothing happens, right? We need to render that image here. For this, we can create another hook, and if you have watched my previous tutorials, then you would see, you would understand what we are gonna do next. So we are gonna create a hook called use preview image, and this is something common in React. You would just create some hook like this, and you just call it whenever you want to render an image from your computer. So we are making this a hook. It's because we would like to make our code readable and reusable, because when we create a post, we will be able to select an image from our computer, so we can use that hook again and again. So we're gonna go into that hook and just try to add the logic. So it was the use preview image, right? So let's get our AFCE. This is gonna give us the boilerplate. Let's just delete that. And this is gonna have one state, which is gonna be the selected file, and set selected file, the setter function. So initially it could be null because there is no selected file. So let's say we're gonna get the const show toast, which is gonna be for the error handling. And then let's say this this hook only allows 2 megabytes of images. So we can just say const max file size in bytes. So if the image is larger than 2 megabytes, we'll just say maybe size is too large, please select a file less than 2 megabyte or something like that. So this is how we can measure it in bytes. So 2 times 1024 times 1024, so which is 2 megabytes. And then this is gonna have a function, so const handle image change. Once you select an image, this function will run in the background, and then it is going to, let's say, const file. So this is gonna take the file that you choose from your machine, and then we're just gonna do one check. Let's say if there is a file that has been selected, and file dot type dot starts with image slash. Okay, so this is just gonna check if this is an image file. If this is not, we could render something. So let's say if, and in the else case, we're just gonna render a show toast, or we'll just show a toast. So show toast, please upload an image file, or let's just say please select an image file, and we'll just say set selected file to be null. But if this is an image file, we're just gonna check for the size. If file.size is greater than max file size in bytes, which is 2 megabytes, then we'll just have another error that says file size must be less than 2 megabytes. Okay, that is a nice error message. And set the selected file to be null, just return out of this function. So don't run the remaining part, which we'll add. So we will create a reader, okay, const reader. By the way, you can get this function from the Stack Overflow or ChatGPT. So it is really common function or hook. So const new file reader, and we're just gonna add this function. So reader on load end, it is gonna take this reader result and set it into the selected file. and reader that read as data URL and just pass the file. So basically it is going to take the image file and convert it into a base64 string and then just set it into this input. So at the end of our file, we're just gonna, let's say, return the selected file, the handle image change function, as well as the, let's say, set selected file. Now we can save this and remove this React import. Okay, there we go. We're just gonna go into edit profile and let's say here use preview image. So this is gonna return us that values. So const control space handle image change, control space selected file, and control space get the set selected file function. Now what are we going to do with this function is going to be when this input file, so where is it, so on change, so let's say on change, when you select an image, that function should run, which is the handle image change. And if it is successful, then it is going to give us the selected file as that base64 string, which we can put it here. So we'll just say selected file, or we'll just say auth user dot profile pic URL. So this is going to be that default value if user didn't select any image. So let's go here and save this. There we go. We're going to go here, edit profile picture. Now we didn't choose any, so we have this profile picture of the user. If you select, let's go, I'll just select the John, and if I open that up, there we go. Now this is the profile of John. And now if I click to this cancel, I would like to remove that selected file. But if you now go here, okay, it's already been removed, so maybe we don't need to select that, set that. So we're gonna go here. I think we're never gonna be using this, so let's just delete that. Okay, there we go. And I think the only thing that we left is going to be this function that actually edits the profile. Now we could put that logic here, but instead, let's just create a hook, and maybe you could just take a challenge, pause the video, and try to add that by yourself. If you do that, now let's watch my solution. So use edit profile.js. So this is going to be our hook. We are going to call it into this file, and then it is going to update it for us in the background. So while it edits our profile, it is going to show some spinners or maybe something like that. For that reason, we would like to have a state called is updating. So you can call this as loading, or yeah, like loading is loading, but I'll just say is updating. So it's just preference. So let's import the useState, and then we'll just get the authenticated user, because this is the user that actually updates their profile. So use authStore and give me the user. Okay, this is not auth. Okay, not auth user, but the user. And then let's go. We're just gonna take the set auth user. Oops, maybe I'll just add that in a little bit. So let's just get const show toast, use show toast. And then this is gonna have that function const edit profile that actually updates the user's profile. So this is gonna be a kind of long function, but we will make it. So this is gonna take the inputs, okay, as an argument, and then selected file to update their profile picture if they wanted to. And let's go here. We'll just first do the optimizations or the error handlings. So is updating, or if there is not authenticated user, we'll just return. So when you click to this button, okay, for 1 second it'll update, and at that exact moment, if you click to that button again, it shouldn't call that update function again. So that's why we are just adding this. We'll just say if it is updating, then just return. Don't try to edit the profile again. But if this is not the case, set updating should be true, and then we would like to create an image in our storage, right, for the profile picture. And then we would like to update the profile picture URL in the user's document. So how are we gonna update or upload an image to storage? Let's go here, let's say Firebase storage upload. So always just check documentation. So we're gonna go here, upload from a string, because I didn't show you, I think. So let's comment this out for a second so that we don't get any errors. And here, let's say console.log the selected file. Okay, this is gonna be the file that we select. Let's clear the console. If I select an image, so this is that giant string, and this image has been represented by this long string. And when we upload this image to our storage, we're going to be uploading from a string. Okay, so we'll just take this string, convert it to the image, and upload it to the storage. So let's take a look how they do this. So basically they are taking a storage reference, and then they put the so what do we call this? They say child, but this is gonna be the path, and you're gonna understand that. So now we will say something like profile pictures and then the ID of the user. And then the example that we're gonna be looking is going to be this, because this is the data URL string, and this is the image, okay, represented by that string. We're gonna call this upload string function, pass the storage reference, the image message, and then this data URL as being the parameter, and then just call it, and it's gonna upload it for us in the background. So let's go here. This is how we're gonna be doing that. In the use edit profile, let's Control Z, and here we'll just have a try catch. So now we are only going to be updating the profile picture if there is a selected file. Okay, if there is a selected file, then we're just gonna upload that image to the storage. So let's get that storage reference above the try. Let's give a space, and let's say const storage reference, and then ref, call that, get the storage. Let's import it, and then the path could be something like the profile pics, so that we know we are in the profile pictures. So this could be anything, okay, but we need to make it readable so that we know what is going on. And let's say auth user dot uid, so it is going to be in the path of the user ID. And const, we're going to get the user document ref, so this is for another thing that we'll see. So let's say const document, and get the Firestore users. So this is not the path actually, sorry, that should be like this. So users collection, and then give the user ID, so this will have that user document reference for this user. And if there is a selected file, await upload string that we see from the documentation, pass the storage reference, the selected file, and the data URL as this argument. Now once this has been uploaded, we should update a variable. Let's say let URL, initially it could be an empty string, so let's say this is the initial value, and once this picture has been uploaded, we're gonna get that. So let's say URL is going to be equal to await, if I can type, await get download URL. So you can see that from the documentation, it just gets the URL of the image. So ref storage, this is how we call it, and then from the profile pictures, give me this this picture's URL. So this should be fine, and let's handle the catch. We forgot that, show toast, show a toast. And if user select the image, okay, we are gonna so to say reassign this URL, otherwise it's just going to be empty. And let's create a object called updated user, which is going to be having the full name as inputs.fullname, or if user is not updating their full name, you'll just have the default value. So again, update the username with the inputs value, or if the user is not updating their username, then we'll just have the username that the user has. And same thing for the bio, get it from the inputs, otherwise get the default value. And for the profile picture URL, if user has just uploaded a new profile picture, get that, otherwise, if they are not updating their profile picture, just get the old one. I hope it is readable. And we also need to, let's go here, put a comma, 3 dots, and auth user. Now we don't really want to overwrite the other data outside of this. So the user had followers, following count, created that, and if we don't put this, it is gonna delete all that arrays and just put these 4 values. So that's why we are only updating these 4s and just keep the other fields as they are. So I hope that makes sense. Let's go await. Now we're gonna update this user document. So update document, and how are we doing this? Let's go into the documentation, update document. So just ask it, basically. Click the first one. Then this is what we have. Get the reference from the users and pass the user ID from the users collection, and then call this update document function with the reference and then the data that it should update with. So we're gonna do the exact same thing. We got the user document reference from the users collection, and then call this update document. Let's import this, and then we'll say user document ref, and then just pass this updated user object. And now we would like to update our local storage with this user as well, so that everything is in sync with each other. Local storage set item user-info, and that should be JSON stringify of this updated user. Now we would like to also update the authenticated user state. Okay, so that's why we had something like this. So this set user does the exact same thing with the login function, but it just makes it more readable that it says this actually updates this state. So we're gonna go here and let's get it. I'll just duplicate this and let's say set auth user, and then just call that set user function. So we are gonna go here and let's say set auth user with this updated user document. And then we would like to update the user profile. So let's say set user profile, in which is coming from use user profile store, right? We're gonna get that function and call it with this updated user. So why are we doing this and then this? So we just like to have every state in sync. The user profile state should be now this updated state, and the auth state also should be this updated state. It is because we are in the edit page, right? Okay, so when we update this, we are in our own profile, so that user profile state should be in sync. I hope it makes sense. If not, just pause the video and think about it a little bit, okay? And at the end, we will just show a toast that says profile updated successfully with the status of success. So I think this is everything that we need for this component, right? We got the show toast and everything up here. Maybe we could just give a bit space here, save like this, and then we're just gonna export this edit profile function so that we can call it, as well as the updating state. Let's delete this React and comma. So let's save, and then we're gonna go here, call this hook. So I'll delete this const. It is gonna give us the is updating, as well as the edit profile function. So use edit profile, we're gonna get that, and this should be, let's say, an async function. So when we click to that button, it is gonna run this function. We'll just say try catch, and in the try, we'll say await edit profile, and pass the inputs as well as the selected file if there is any. And in the catch, let's say show toast, but we need to get that first. So say const show toast, use show toast. We're gonna get this with the error message, show the toast, and then set selected file to be null. Okay, I think we should get that from here. And lastly, we'll just call that onClose function so that it closes the model. and hopefully that should be working fine. Lastly, let's use this updating state. We're gonna go into the submit function and let's say is loading is going to be this state. Let's save and cross our fingers that it should work. So let's take a look at this document. I would like to just update my bio. Okay, I'll go here and I'll say, hey, this is new bio. If I click to that, it loads and profile updated successfully. Now we got that immediately here because we have updated our user profile state. And if we take a look at the local storage, let's go application. There we go. Now we got this new bio and we also updated our auth user state. Now let's take a look at the database. Here, this is the new bio that we get. So in the storage, we don't have any images yet because we didn't update our image, right? Or profile picture. Let's go here and I'll just select one. So I'll just select the Bob, let's say, open that up and submit that. And it uploads. There we go. So this has been updated. And let's take a look here. I'll just refresh. So this is going to be the path that we had. So a folder called profile pics that we had here. Okay, it is gonna put the profile pictures into this folder called profile pics, and then whatever the ID of the username. So let's take a look. If we go inside, the ID of the user, and then this is the image itself. Okay, so this is the name of the image, which is the ID of the user, and it is just created now. So I think this is the edit profile functionality. Let's just quickly reiterate what we did. So first, let's go into the profile page, right? So let's say profile page. So we had this profile header and we are showing this if there is a user profile. And also I forgot to show you, if we just go here and search for a user that does not exist in our database. So I'll just search for it and there we go. It says user not found and go home. It is because we are showing that if user not found, then return this template that we have at the bottom of our page. So if there is not user, show that return statement. And if you are loading, show this skeleton. And if we have the user profile, show the profile header. And inside here, we were fetching this user profile information. So the user profile, which we are storing inside this global state. And when we click to this edit profile button, we are opening that model. So which is this one. And inside that, we are calling this hook. Which one is that? So use edit profile, which in turns update the user profile for us in the background. So it takes the reference for the storage as well as the user document. It checks if user updates their profile picture. If so, upload that into the cloud, into the storage, and then update the user profile with these values if there is any of these, and then update the document, set the local storage, set the authenticated user state, set user profile state, and show a toast that says profile updated successfully. And we are using this is updating and edit profile return statements or the variables in our component. So yeah, that was it. Now let's move on with the next functionality, which is going to be follow and unfollow users. So let's go to page of John. So here we have the follow button. If we click that, we would like to follow this user. For this, let's go and create a hook, and the reason is we're going to be using it in multiple places. So the first follow feature will be here, and then in the home page, we can follow users from the suggested component, and then we can follow and unfollow users from this post header. That's why if we create a custom hook that we can use multiple times, that would be pretty helpful. And let's go into our VS Code. We're going to create a hook. Let's call it use follow user. And you can call this as use follow and unfollow user, but I'll just go with this name. So let's get the boilerplate and delete the return, at least for now. So since we are going to be doing some asynchronous operation, we could have a state called is updating. So const is updating and set is updating. Let's get the use state. Initially it is gonna be false, and then we're gonna have one state that checks if we are currently following this user or not. So let's say is following and set is following. Initially it is just gonna be false, and now we need to check in the initial state if we are following this user or not, and that user will be the ID. So let's say user ID that we're gonna be following or unfollowing. So in order to initialize it in the first render, we'll use useEffect. Let's initialize it like this, and we're gonna get the authenticated user. So let's say const auth user use authStore, and then get the user from the state. So inside the use effect, we are gonna check if this user is authenticated. Okay, if auth user is not empty, then we're just gonna say const is following, which is gonna be a boolean, auth user dot following array. So let's say following that includes the ID of this user ID. Okay, if it includes this user ID, then it means we are following that user. So we'll just say set is following to this state, and this use effect will run whenever the auth user value changes or the user ID changes. And at the bottom, we'll just say from this hook return the is updating, is following, and you're gonna create a function, let's say handle follow user. So, and this is gonna be handling the following functionality. So let's create that const handle follow user and async function. We would like to get a couple of more things, so maybe we could just delete this so that we can import other things. So auth user, and then maybe set auth user setter function, and then const, we're gonna need the user profile, set user profile from our store. So use user profile store, and then also let's get the toast. Okay, this is gonna have a try catch, and in the catch, as always, show the toast with the, so this is not correct, the title, the description, and then the status. And then even we try to follow the user, we'll just say set is updating to be true, and then finally this state is gonna be false. Now in the try, we would like to do two things. Let me just show you a diagram that I have here. Let's go up here. Okay, so this is John, this is Jane. The ID of John, which is 1, ID of Jane is 2. Now John wants to follow the Jane. So when he sent this request, what is going to happen is that the following array of John now will include the ID of Jane, and followers array of Jane will include the ID of John. So now if we just take a look at this picture, we see that John follows the Jane, right? The ID of 2, and then Jane has a follower, which is John. And if it was an unfollow, then we would be removing this ID of Jane from here. Now John doesn't follow anyone, and then followers would be removed from here, and Jane doesn't have any followers. So that was the two things. First, updating the following array of the current user, and then followers array of the user to follow or unfollow. So with that in mind, let's get into the coding. We are gonna get two references. So const, let's say current user reference, and this is gonna be document, and at this point I'll just fast forward this because I already showed that in multiple times from the documentation. So maybe you could just take a look at that. So firestore, from the users collection, get the authenticated user by passing the ID. So let's get this function, and now we're gonna get the other user. So I'll just say const user to follow, or let's say unfollow, let's say ref as well. Then we're gonna get document firestore users collection, this user that we're getting as an argument. And let's delete this import from here, and now we're gonna just update the document, both of the documents. So let's say await update document. And now this is going to take the current user reference and then the object, which is going to be the data that we would like to update. So the following array of the current user, right? So if it is following already, then we are just going to be removing the ID. So we can use a function from Firebase, which is called array remove, and you can still see this from the documentation. We are going to remove the ID of this user ID, and then if it is not following, which means that it is going to follow that, so we'll say array union, which is adding that user ID into this array. And we're going to be doing the kind of similar thing to this user. Okay, so I'll just say await user, update document, sorry, so update document, pass the reference, and then the object. So here we are gonna update the followers array. So followers, and it is gonna be, if it is following, then we're just gonna remove that. So array.remove the authenticated user's UID. And then in the else case, we're gonna be adding the ID of the authenticated user. So now we actually update these documents in the database. Now to update our user interface, we would like to update these states, which we have this in the store. So set user profile, we'll take the new profile and set that state with that. And in the authStore, we're going to be doing the same thing, where in the set user, we're just taking the new user and set the state with that object. So this is what we have. Let's go here, and we're going to have one if check that says if it is already following. So if this is true, which means that now we would like to unfollow this user. And if this is false in the else case, now we are trying to follow this user. So we're gonna go here and then update the auth user first. Let's say set auth user, which we're taking a new object. Let's say spread the auth user fields, and then we are gonna change the following array by filtering it. So auth user dot following dot filter, so we could just say UID. For each ID, just check if it is not equal to the user ID. So we are removing this ID from the following array of the authenticated user, and then we're going to do the same thing for the set user profile, where we're just going to return an object. Let me just scroll down a little bit. So we're going to just spread the user profile, and we're going to update the followers array. So user profile dot followers filter, and just extract or remove the ID of the authenticated user. So this is what we are doing that I showed you in the diagram. And lastly, let's update the local storage so that we have our application state in sync with each other. So let's say local storage set item, which was the user info, and then this is gonna take the JSON stringify and then a new object. So since we are keeping the authenticated user in the local storage, we are just gonna take this exact same thing and then just paste it. So in the local storage, we're gonna have the previous values of the authenticated user and just new updated following array. And lastly, the set is following will be false. Now let's handle the follow case. It is going to be looking pretty similar, but instead of removing or filtering, we would be adding that. So let's go set auth user. We are going to just spread all the fields, and inside the following array, we're going to add the new user ID. And let's do the same thing for the set user profile. So set user profile, and we are gonna, maybe I would just accept that. Okay, we'll just spread the user profile, and in the followers array, we're gonna add the ID of the authenticated user. And lastly, let's just update the local storage. So after here, we'll just say local storage set item, the user info, take this object, close it like this, and then let's go here, and we would be just copying and pasting this thing, because again in the local storage we are holding the authenticated user, which is currently user, right, which is us. So let's go here, and then now let's say set is following to be true because now we just handled that operation. And finally, we said set updating is gonna be false. We have that use effect that checks if it is following or not. And yeah, basically this is the entire function. So let's just save and quickly reiterate what we did. So we have state for updating and for the following. And we are updating this following state by checking if the current user following array includes that user ID that we would like to follow or unfollow. So if we already following that, so which is here, we are updating the state to be unfollow by removing it from the both arrays. And we also did that in the background for the Firestore database. And then if it is unfollow, if it is follow, then we are just adding those user IDs into the both states as well as the local storage to keep our application in sync. So now when we use this function, I think it'll be just clear. So for this, let's go into the user profile and let's just take these and then put it here. Okay, I think this looks a little bit better. So let's get the other hook, which is gonna be, let's say it is gonna return us const is following is updating, as well as the function name. I think it was handle follow user, and then use follow user hook, call it with the user ID. And what is that gonna be? So in this case, we are in the user profile page. So this is the user that you would like to follow or unfollow. So let's say user profile dot UID. And then maybe we could just put a question mark in case it is null. So now when we click to this follow button, on click, call that function, and then it is gonna have is loading to show that spinner. And now instead of just follow, this is gonna be dynamic. So if it is following, which means that it is gonna say now unfollow, and if it is not following, then it's gonna say follow. Okay, let's save and test it out. We're gonna go into the application. So let's see. Okay, this is our profile. Let's go to the profile of John. Okay, so this user doesn't have any followers, and now we would like to follow this user. Let's take a look at in the database. So this is us, and I think we removed this, but maybe I added that in the background, so I'll just delete that. And let's go here in our profile. Okay, we don't have any followers or any following, and John also doesn't have. So let's see, John though. Okay, there we go. So followers following empty for this user, and then for the John, it is, okay, this is John. It is also the same thing. Now, if I try to follow this user, okay, it says cannot read properties of undefined reading UID. Let's go here. Okay, so the error is coming from here. We are destructuring it from this useAuthStore, but it is not called user profile, but it is instead called as user. So we need to fix this, and I think I'll just delete this line and just call it one by one. So const auth user, give me the useAuthStore, give me the user, and then the setter function. So now that should be working fine. Let's go here and let's refresh. Okay, now that should be working. Let's try to follow the John. I will click to this, it is updating, and there we go. Now it says 1 followers and the button is unfollow. Let's go here. Now John has 1 followers, which is the ID of that user, and this user is following this ID, which is John. So it is working fine. Even if we refresh this page, it is still gonna say unfollow because in the initial render, we are checking that and setting that state. So I hope it makes sense. Now we can use this hook in any component by only calling this line, this hook, and getting these function and then these 2 states, and then just bind it to any button or anything like that. And we're gonna be adding this follow functionality to the homepage later, to this component and then this one. It is because we haven't created them for now, and once we created the suggested user in the post component, we will add that functionality. But for now, let's go into the sidebar and try to add this search user functionality. First off, we need to go and update the sidebar component because currently it is not really readable. Because we have this sidebar items and we can't really put all this logic into this component. But instead we're just gonna create one component for each of these items so that each component has only one responsibility. So I'll just delete this icon, and maybe search logo, notification logo, create post, and the avatar, because we are never going to use that in this component. So instead of this sidebar items, what we can do, so let's copy this thing. Okay, we're gonna go here, let's say sidebar items.jsx, and then get that boilerplate as always. So here we are going to create one component for each of these. So the home component, search component, notifications, create, and profile link. So let's go here, start with the home. So sidebar home.jsx, and the content is just going to be the same thing that we just copied. So I'll just paste. So it is going to be wrapped with a tooltip, and then it is going to have a link. So I think I can just copy and paste that home component. Okay, so it doesn't have any logic at all. You can grab that from the GitHub link. It is going to be inside this home.jsx. It has a tooltip that is going to be shown in the mobile dimensions or mobile phones. In the link, we are gonna take this user, so that should be coming from Chakra, and then let's import the router link from React Router DOM. And when we click to this link, it is just gonna take us to the homepage that we can see here. Get the icon, get the box that says go to the home. So if we just save this, we're gonna go here, let's say an empty React fragment, and then the first item we're gonna have is gonna be the home, and let's import it. Okay, so we're just gonna be adding all those components one by one. So we just added the home, and let's add the search, or we could just add that later, and then we're gonna go and add that notifications, create, and profile. So let's go here, notifications.jsx, get the boilerplate, and I think I'll just copy and paste it. And don't get angry with me, just copy and paste it. It is because 30 lines of HTML, CSS, no logic at all, and this even has a link. Okay, so it just says notifications with the icon. So we'll just save and let's get it. So we're gonna have a search here, and below that we're gonna have the notifications. Import that. Okay, we already have. And after the notifications, what we had to have the create as well as the profile. So let's go here, say create, and it's gonna be the create post.jsx actually, and then the profile, a link that takes us to the profile page. So let's say get that RAFCE, and maybe let's copy and paste all of these. Again, same thing, 30 lines of code, no logic at all, that only takes you to the auth page. Okay, so this is coming from useAuthStore. Okay, and for the avatar source, it just checks if this user has a profile picture. If not, just have it as a blank profile picture. So we're gonna save, and let's go here. By the way, you can take all these components from the GitHub, so I just need to mention that again. We're gonna have the create post here, create post, and below that we're gonna have the profile link. So now I will provide you this create post link, create post component as well, and let me just copy and paste it. Okay, so I copied that, and now I'm just gonna paste it, and I will paste it again and comment this out at the very bottom of the page. Okay, it starts from the line 36. You can grab that, and I'll just put a comment, copy and paste as the starter code for the create post component. Okay, so you can get that from the GitHub repo. If we just save, let's go here, get the create post, And lastly, we're just gonna get the search component, and I'll do the same thing. So let's say search.jsx, and then I'll copy and paste it. So I copied that and I'll just paste it, and I will paste it again to here so that you can have it as the starter code. Let's say which component we did that. Okay, I'll just type it down, copy and paste as okay, copy and paste as the starter code for the search component. And now we're gonna add the search functionality into this component. But before that, let's save this. Let's save this. Import the search. Save this file and then just delete everything here. Put these sidebar items here. Okay, do we have any errors? No, we don't. Let's save. And the output should be exactly the same as before, but now we see the profile picture of ourselves, which is coming from the auth user state. So now let's add this functionality where when we click to this button, we're gonna see a model that fetches the user for us. So first, let's create the model, or let's first create the hook, and then we're gonna integrate it with the model. So let's go here inside the hooks that says use search user.jsx or JS, and then boilerplate, delete the return for now. Let's have a loading state. Initially it's gonna be false, and once we call the function it is gonna be true. So let's go here, we're gonna fetch a user. So let's say user set user. This is gonna be the search user. Initially it could be null, and then for the errors, get the toast. So now we're gonna have a function that says const get user profile, or let's say search user. But since that will just return us the user profile, we could just say get user profile. Sorry for any confusion. So async function, this is gonna take the username. So arrow function, the argument will be the username, and it's gonna search it by the username of the user. So for this, what we can use, as we did before, we're gonna be using a query. So let's say try catch, and finally set is loading to be false, and then in the catch, let's say show toast to be like this, where we'll just put the error title, description, and then the status, and let's say set user to be null because this is an error state. And then in the try, we'll just say const query, in which was calling this query function. We're taking a collection, FireStore, the inside users collection, where let's import the FireStore. So where the username field is equal to this username that we're getting as an argument. So equals to this username. So let's import that. I think this is too much. So let's okay, it should be like this. We're gonna import the where clause, and then now we can call this with the getDocs function, which is gonna return us a query snapshot. So call it. This is gonna be the result. If query snapshot is empty, which means that user not found. So if this is the case, let's just return out of this function by showing a toast that says user not found. Oops. So let's get this. And then what are we gonna do? But if this is not the case, we are just gonna set the user with the user document. So even though this is a for each, there is only gonna be one user, and it'll be set to this state. Finally, we are gonna go and say return these three values from this hook, and delete this React import, save it, and we can go into the search. So here when we clicked this search box, or so this entire thing, we would like to see a model. So first let's build the UI and then we're gonna integrate that hook with it. So as we know so far, the first thing that we need for a model is this three values: onOpen function, isOpenState, and onClose function. So let's import this from Chakra, and then when we click to this entire flags, we are just gonna call the onOpen function that is gonna open the model for us. And after this tooltip, we can just put the model. And at this point, I don't know if I should copy and paste it, but let's try to write it at least a little bit. So we're gonna get the model where it is gonna have the is open. So maybe I'll just say is open, and then it's gonna have the on close. And there is one more thing that we can add, which is optional. So motion preset, and if we just say slide in left, this will make the model to come from the left side, and we're gonna see that. And a model is gonna have a model overlay. Okay, inside the model, paste it. Let's import the model overlay from Chakra, and then it is gonna have a model content. So I'll just say model content, import that, and let's give a little bit styling. So a background of black and the border of 1 pixel, solid gray, and max width of 400 pixels. And then it is gonna have a model header as well as a close button. So model header is just gonna say search user, and then the close button will be that button to close the model. And then inside we're just gonna have a model body, which can have, let's import that, padding bottom of 6, and then we're gonna have one form that has the input field. So form not gonna have any actions. Inside we are gonna have one form control. Okay, I will maybe, let's just type it down. So let's go here, form control, and then it's gonna have the form label. Let's say it's gonna be the username, and then after this label, so let's just, so it's gonna have one input. We should import that, and it is gonna have the placeholder. Let's just say something like as a programmer, and then to get the state from it, we could use a reference. Okay, we could use a useState as well, but I'll just go with the reference which we are going to create. And then at the very bottom, it is going to have a flex. Let's go here after the form control that says the button that says search. Okay, import the button, and let's go here for the input, import it, and on submit we're just gonna call that handle search user. So const on submit handle search user. Now let's just create all of these. Okay, but first okay, let's do, so const handle search user, we're gonna have, which are taking the event because it is a form submission. So I'll just say event.prevent default, and then we're just gonna call that function from our hook. So let's get that const, it is gonna give us the user is loading as well as the get user profile function. If we just call it like this, then we'll just say, let's get the reference as well, const search reference from React useRef, and we're just gonna call this get user profile. So let's say get user profile with the input value, which is that reference we have here. So if we just save, and then let's say console log the user. So I hope it wasn't any confusing. We just created a model and have a form that has an input and then a button. When we submit the form, it is gonna call this function, which internally call this other function that we have created in our hook, which returns us the user is loading in user profile function. These are the states and this is the function. And for the button, we have is loading to be that is loading state so that we see that spinner. So yeah, we are keeping track of this input value by using a reference instead of useState. I just wanted to show you how you can use that instead of a useState. So you can grab that value from searchref.current.value. And once we call this function, we would like to see the user. Let's save and let's go here. If I click to this, model will show up from the left because we added that motion preset, and I will just open up the console. Now user is null. Let's search for someone like Jane though, which we have in our database. So if I click that, it is gonna have that loading state. Okay, it doesn't for some reason. We'll just take a look. And this is the profile of Jane that we are getting. So which means that this function works. If we search a user that does not exist, so it is going to give us an error that says user not found. So let's go here. Why this doesn't have that loading state? So is loading, we put that into the button. Okay, so maybe it is in the hook. Let's go here. Okay, before we try, we'll just say set is loading to be true and finally it's gonna be false. Now let's search it again. Now it has that spinner for 1 second, and if it was correct, it's still gonna has that loading. So now that we got the user, we would like to render it here, and we can use a component where we had like this. So this is the suggested user component. We see the profile picture, full name, number of followers, and then the follow button to follow that user. So we're going to be using that exact same component. So inside the search, after this form, I believe we're just gonna say that if there is user, if this is found, then we'll just say render the suggested user component, which are taking a user, and let's close that off. Import the suggested user. So it doesn't give us, so let's go and import it manually. So suggested user, it is not from here. We should go one up from the suggested users and then just get the suggested user component. So let's go here. So it doesn't take the user, it takes these because that was in the design part. So let's get the user. If we do it like this, we're gonna get a couple of errors. So let's say user, for the source, user dot profile pic URL. We could just delete the name, and for the followers, we'll just say user dot followers dot length, and for the name, user dot full name. We are fetching these data from this object. So we have all these which is coming from the database. So let's say full name, number of followers, username, all these things that you can see here. So we're gonna go here and let's take a look. And for this state, we would be also taking that from the hook, but for now let's just save and let's see what are we gonna see. I think we are gonna have an error that is coming from the home page. So if we go into the home page, for now, I will just remove the suggested users so that we don't have any errors. Okay, so we don't see that because we removed that, but let's go search Jane Doe and let's search it. Okay, this is the profile of Jane. If we search for someone like John Doe, which is us. Okay, it is not us, right? Okay, this is our profile. I forgot, sorry. If we just search for John Doe, it has 1 followers and we are following that user. Now let's handle this follow functionality. It is going to be pretty simple because we already have that logic in place. So inside this suggested user component, we are going to delete this, but instead let's delete the useState as well. We are going to call that hook. So const, it is going to return us is following state, is updating state, and then the handle follow user function. So use follow user and then pass the user ID into that. It was accepting a user ID that we would like to follow or unfollow, and it's going to be the suggested user's ID. And then we can have the const auth user. We're going to be using that. So let's say use authStore, give me the user from this state. So let's give a bit space, and when we click to this follow button, all we want to do is just call this handle follow user function. So handle follow user, and it is going to handle the following and unfollowing for us. And let's say is following, then show the unfollow text in that button. In the else case, show the follow. And the reason that we are getting this auth user is because if we search for our own profile, so let's say this user, we don't really want to see that follow button for this user. It is because we cannot follow ourselves. So we're gonna go here and cut this button for a second, and we'll just say that if the auth user's UID is equal to this user ID, which means that, if it is not equal to this, then we would like to show that button. So if this returns false, then this is not gonna run. It is because we would be checking our own profile. So if I save, now we are not gonna see that follow button because this is our own profile. So let's go here. Lastly, for the button, I'll just say is loading to be this is updating state. And let's save and let's test it out. So I'll just go and follow the Jane. So let's search for him. There we go. So if I click to that, now this user has one follower, even though it didn't update. We're gonna handle that. Let's go the profile of Jane. Jane has one follower, which is this user, and now this user following these two users, which is Jane and John. So the reason that number didn't increment when we follow that user is because we didn't update this state. So we are gonna go here. It is going to be this user state, which is the searched user, right? This is where we set that document. And from this hook, let's just export the set user setter function. We are gonna use this. Let's go here. We are gonna get this. Let's say set user function, and then we're gonna send it to the suggested users. Suggested user component. So let's say set user is gonna be this setter function. Save this file, and then we're gonna go into the suggested user, which is gonna be coming as a prop. So when we click to this follow button, instead of immediately calling this handle follow user function, what we can do is just to create another function. So let's say on follow user. So I'm gonna copy this and just come here. Let's say const. This is gonna be an async function. So now when we call this function internally, we would like to call this function that is coming from the hook so that it handles the follow for us in the background. So we are just gonna say await handle follow user, and now we would like to update this state where either we are gonna increment the number of followers by 1 or just decrement it. So we can just come here and let's say set user, and the new state is just going to be spreading the user, and then the is following, the followers array is going to be changing. So let's just go here and format this maybe. Okay, we are gonna spread the user, and then we'll just say followers array. So either we're gonna filter this or we're gonna add the authenticated user's ID. So we'll just say followers. If it is already following, which means that now we're gonna filter the auth user's ID. It is because we are unfollowing. So user followers.filter, and we're just gonna remove the auth user's ID. And if it is the else case, then this user got a new follower, which is going to be the auth user. And if we just save it like this, and maybe we should just put the ID, let's say UID, and let's test it out. So we're gonna go here, and maybe I'll just refresh to have a clean state. So now we are following Jane Doe. So let's say Jane Doe, and we're gonna search. So if we just unfollow that number should decrement. It is because is following is now true. So which means that this filter function will run and remove this auth user's ID, and the followers length will be -1, which we are showing it here. So let's go and unfollow, and okay, it did not work. So let's see why that is. So we send the set user, right? Let's take a look. Okay, this is the set user, which is coming from use search user, and this is the setter state or the function. And let's go here and maybe let's just say auth user. That shouldn't really make any difference, but let's test it out. So I'll just refresh. So let's see, we are gonna go here, let's say Jane Doe, and then if you just search, okay, 0 followers, let's follow. And now, okay, it has been updated, we have 1 followers, and if we unfollow that, that should decrement, and this is 0 followers. So this search user functionality is also working fine, and if we just try to take a look at that in the, so let's close that, in the mobile dimensions, it should also work fine. Let's open it up, there we go, this is the search user, and let's just search for ourselves. And we don't see that follow button. And the next thing that we can build could be that suggested user component. So let's build that. First, let's just create a custom hook that fetches these suggested users. So let's create this, use get suggested users.js. Oops, we have one problem. Okay, not KS, but that should be JS. Okay, so let's just say RFCE, delete the return, and let's have a loading state as always. So this could be true initially because this function or this hook will immediately run whenever we call it. And then let's get the suggested users. So let's say suggested users state, and initially it could be an empty array, and then we're gonna fill that. And let's get the auth user. You're gonna see why. So use authStore, and then get the user. Lastly, get the showToast function. So we would like to call a use effect to fetch that users. So let's say use effect. So inside we're gonna have a function that says get suggested users, an async function, and we're going to be using query for this. So let's say try catch. In the catch, show the toast with the error message, and then in the try we're going to do the query. So first let's get the reference. So users ref, this is how we use queries. So collection Firestore, and then the users. So inside the users collection, we are going to create our query. So let's say query, and this is going to be a kind of long one. So I will open up parentheses and then just go below. So I'll just say users ref, and it is going to take a where clause where the UID. So we can use something called not in, which is from documentation that I showed you previously, and the third argument should be an array. So UID shouldn't be inside here. So it is the auth user.uid. It is because we don't want to suggest ourselves in the suggested user component, and also we don't want to suggest the users that we already follow. So we are just gonna say auth user.following, and this is an array, so it is going to be a nested array. For that reason, we are just gonna put this 3 dots to get the following items one by one, so that it is not nested array. And then we'll just say order by with UID, and then lastly we want only three users to suggest. So it's going to be limited by number of 3, and then this is going to give us a query snapshot. So let's say const query snapshot await get docs, paste the query in it, and we're gonna have a users. So let's say const users array, and then we'll just map through or for each to push the user to this array. And we want to have the ID, so I'll just cut this. So users.push an object 3 dots document data. So this is gonna spread that, and we'll just say the ID should be document.id. So this is a really common usage with Firebase. When you get a query snapshot, you for each that, and for each document, if you are pushing into an array, then you create an object with spreading the document.data and then creating an ID, getting that ID from this document, so that in React, when you use map method, so you don't get any key errors. So lastly, we'll just say set suggested users should be this users array. And finally, let's say is loading should be false. And here, let's just say set is loading to be true. And then we are going to call this suggested user functions only if the auth user exists. Okay, if user is authenticated, then just call this function. And the thing that we need to add here is going to be the auth user as well as the showToast function. And at the end, let's just give a little bit space. We're going to return the is loading as well as the suggested users component. So this is the entire function. Let's quickly reiterate what we did. Let's delete this React. Okay, so we have a loading state, suggested user state, and this is initially true, and this is an empty array. So we got the auth user, showToast, and we are calling this use effect, which has a function, and this function is only being executed if the user is authenticated. And inside this function, we are getting the suggested users, which uses a query, and we are making a query to the users collection where the UID is not in this array. So we don't want to suggest ourselves, so the auth user UID, and then we don't want to suggest users that we already follow. And we put 3 dots to get the elements one by one instead of having a nested array. So order by UID and only give us 3 users. And execute this query with this getDocs function, which will give us a snapshot. And for each that snapshot, get the document as well as an ID, set suggested users to this user array. So this users array. I hope it makes sense. Now we're going to be calling this custom hook by getting this is loading and suggested users function, state. So let's go into the suggested users component. So it is going to be this one. And here we are just going to call that function or the hook. So let's say use, or before that, let's say const. We're going to get the is loading state as well as the suggested users array, and then we're gonna say call this hook. We're getting it from here, and let's say if it is loading, you could return something like a skeleton or spinner. In my case, I'll just return null, but you can add that. So I'll just put a comment optional. So optional render skeleton. Okay, so we have this suggested user component one by one, which is only for the design part that we created. So I'll just delete all of these, and instead I'll just say suggested users.map for each user. Call this or return this suggested user component where it was taking the user, and as well as just set a key. So we'll just say user.id. Okay, so we have a warning. Let's just delete this one and maps, close that off. So, okay, if we just save, we can't see that because in the home page, we don't show the suggested users component. Let's comment this out, and then we're gonna go and let's take a look. I'll just refresh. Okay, we only see the Jane Doe here because this is the only user that we don't follow. And let's go, and for the John Doe, we would like to unfollow that user as well. Okay, so, we have one error, what that says. So we are getting this error. It is because it is related to this use follow hook. So let's go here, use follow user. And the reason is we have created this function in a way that it always updates the set user profile. And we are only having this state if we are in a profile page. So now we have this set user profile to be this user. But when we are in the home page, there is no user profile that we are visiting. And when we do a follow or unfollow from this home page, this is still trying to set this state. And in this case, we don't have anything inside the state. So this followers thing just gives us an error. So we are calling the set user profile here as well as here. Now we need to just so to say put a if check before that. So we'll just say if there is a user profile, then just call this set user profile and update it. But if there isn't, only update the auth user, and this is completely fine. Let's say if there is user profile and then call it. Okay, we could save and let's test it out again. I'll just refresh to have a clean state, and we're gonna go, let's say John Doe. From here, that hopefully shouldn't give us any errors. I'll just say unfollow. Okay, now we don't have. Let's refresh again. So in the suggested users, we have John Doe as well as Jane Doe, because these are the users that we don't follow. If we go here and follow one of them, so the suggested users component has been updated and we only see the Jane now because John has been followed by us. Let's follow this user as well. And this has been updated again. We don't see that. And if there is not any suggested users, we should remove this header as well. So let's go into the suggested user component or the suggested users. I'll just say suggested users. So here we only want to see this header if there is a length in this state. So I am gonna actually cut this for a second and I'll just say suggested users dot length if it is not equal to 0, and only then render this portion. So if we save, that should be working fine. Okay, we don't even see that suggested for you thing or the title. Let's unfollow one of those users. I'll just say call the Jane Doe and unfollow that, and let's take a look. Now this is the suggested user that we can see in this component. So with that, we have created the suggested users component. So far, we don't really have any, so we don't have too much accounts so that it just doesn't look any nice. But if you add other accounts, so if you create and add profile pictures, maybe some followers, this section would look really great. So currently it just functions really well. It's because, so let's go here, we only have 3 users. So imagine you had like 10, 20, 30 users here. Then on every refresh, maybe these users would be different. So you would follow them, unfollow them, and that would be changing in like continuously. So let's add one more optimization to this search functionality. It is because whenever we search for a user, let's just say John Doe, if we search that, while it searches, this state should be null. So let's go here, and before we try to call this query, we'll just say set user to be null, and this will just reset the state. And I think we could save, and here we have the set user. Okay, so we're gonna go and test it out. If I just search that again, so it is null, and then we are getting that user. And this is the slight optimization that we just made. Now let's continue with the create post functionality. So when we click to this create post button, we would like to have a model to put our caption as well as to select the image. We're gonna go into the create post component, and at this point I will just provide you a model. So this is the first thing that you would copy and paste to create this component, and then the second thing is I'll just say 2, and again copy and paste for the model, and I will just paste it to here and comment this out so that you guys can copy and paste it from this file in the GitHub repo. And below this tooltip, we're just gonna paste it, and the reason that I'm just pasting it is because we see that models multiple times and I don't want to waste any time to writing these components. So let's import all of these: overlay, content, header, close button, body, text area, input. So this is going to be an icon coming from React Icons. Get the footer as well as the button. Let's get the is open and on close. Before that, let's get the icon, and then const get these from this hook. So when we click to this flex, let's say on click, call the on open function. Let's save and let's take a look. I will click to this And let's see, there we go. This is the model that we see. So it has this text area, the icon, and then the post button. So this is exactly the output that you can see. Maybe just 20 lines of code. So now let's just store this caption in a state. So for this, I will create one state. Let's say const caption and set caption. I'll just say useState of an empty string. And then we're gonna go here. Value is gonna be the caption. On change, we're gonna set the caption to the eTarget.value. And for the input, so this is hidden. Okay, if we just delete that, we would see this choose file button. So let's see where that is. Okay, it is here. Now we're gonna hide that, and when we click to this, we would like to open that window to select images. We're gonna go ahead and say hidden, and let's create a ref const file ref, or let's just say image ref. Call the user ref, it could be null, and when we click to this, so we'll say on click image ref current.click, and we'll just say ref. This is the image ref, and that should be working fine. And what are we gonna do next? Now we also want to render the selected image. For this, we are gonna go ahead and call our hook, which was the use preview image, I believe. Let's see. So use preview image. Okay, we are gonna call this. It doesn't give us, so let's import manually. It is coming from here. Is this correct? Yes. Use preview image. Let's say const 3 values, the handle image change function, selected file, as well as the set selected file. We are gonna go below the this icon, and it is gonna be here. So below this, we would like to render the image here. So let's go and say if there is a selected file, then render this right hand side. So we are gonna have a one flex. Let's get it. And this is gonna have a couple of props: margin top of 5, width full, position relative, so position, and then justify content to be center. And then inside it is gonna have the selected image. So I'll just say image as the source to be. So let's import that first. From the Chakra, source will be selected file, and for the alt, let's just say selected image. And below the image, we would like to have a close button, which will just say position absolute, and just put it at the top. So top to, right to, on click, remove the selected image. Let's import this. So I just copied and pasted it. Maybe you could just do the same or type it down from scratch, and let's save. But we have one warning that says you're not using this function, and we're gonna add that into here. So on change, whenever a user changes or selects an image, we're just gonna call this function. Let's save, and let's see. Okay, we're gonna go here and click to that icon. We got all of these images, and let's just select the Jane, and it has been rendered here. If we click to this, it is gonna make the selected state to be null, where we just see that here, or empty string or null. It is just the exact same thing. So let's try it again. We're gonna go here, select an image. It has been rendered. We can close that or delete that. Now that we have added the design for this create post model, the only thing left is to add the functionality. Let's go into the profile page and let's just think about it. So when we create a post in this page, we would like to see that latest post in this, so like as being here, and then we would like to increment this number of posts. So for this, we can use a global state to store the posts. We are going to go ahead and create another store object. So let's say post store.js, and get the create function from Zustand. and then we are gonna have, let's say, const use post store. That was taking the create function, call it, and the callback was taking the setter function as the first argument, and then we are gonna return an object, so parentheses, curly braces, and then we're gonna have our post store, which is gonna be an empty array initially, and then we're gonna have the create post function that will take the newly created post and add it into the array. So let's say create post, which is taking the post, calling the setter function, which takes the previous state and then returns an object, updates the posts by getting the first post at the top so that we can see that post being here, the latest one, and then just spread the other posts. So state.posts, and we're gonna add a couple of more functions such as the delete post. It is gonna filter that. We are gonna add, let's say, add comment so that it'll update the UI, and then we're gonna have set posts. Okay, let's say set posts, and it's just going to be so that we can update the state as well, but we are going to be adding those later. So for now, let's export default this use post store, and we're going to be using this. And then also in the user profile store, we said that we're going to have a add post function, and we're going to use this so that we can increment this number of posts when we create the post. So for this, we are going to add that function. It is going to look a little bit complicated, but bear with me. So we're going to get the post, and this is going to call the setter function. Maybe I should accept this. So okay, I'll just call the set function, and it is going to take the state as the previous value or the first value. So this is going to be the state, which is going to be this user profile, and then we are going to return an object. So let's go here. The user profile state is going to be just spreading all the previous state, and then for the posts, we'll just add the newly created posts ID. So posts get the post.id, and then just have the previous posts. So state user profile posts. So this looks really complicated, but basically, let me just put a comment here. Okay, not like that. Okay, this is used to update the number of posts in the profile page. So when you create the post, now we have 0 posts, it'll be 1 post, and then it'll be incremented as you create posts. So how it achieves this? So it takes the newly created post, call the setter function by taking the previous state, and in the posts array, it only adds 1 more ID, so that when you say posts.length, this will be incremented by 1. So I hope it makes sense. We can save this file and maybe close these. We're gonna go into the create post. We can create a hook to create the post, or we can put our custom hook at the very bottom of our file. And in this case, this is going to be what I'll be doing. And let's go here. Let's say function use create post. So this is going to be our hook. So let's say const show toast, the boilerplate as always. It's going to have a loading state. Initially it'll be false, and we're gonna set that. So let's get the auth user, use authStore, give me the user. We're gonna get the create post function. So let's say use post store, give me, let's say just call it like this, and we could just take const create post function. So I think we have created it. Yes, it is this one. And below this, we're gonna get the add post function. So maybe we should say state dot create post, and remove this curly braces. It is the exact same thing. So we're gonna say const add post from the use post store. I mean use user profile store, because this is where we added it, and we'll just say add post, call that function. And lastly, we're gonna get the path name, and you'll see why. For now, just get the path name from use location. So now we would like to create the function to create the post. Let's say const handle create post, which is going to be an async function. It'll take the selected file or the image, and then it's going to take the caption of the post as arguments. So we're going to go here and let's first say if there is not selected file, we'll just return, or let's throw an error. So let's say throw new error, please select an image. So since this is an Instagram clone, you can't really post without having an image. And then let's say set is loading to be true, and then we're gonna have to create the new post. So let's say new post, which is gonna be an object. So the caption will be the caption that we are getting as an argument. 0 likes, so likes, an empty array, comments, 0 comments. And then we're gonna have the created at as well as the created by. So created at, let's just say date.now, and then lastly created by, which will be auth user.uid. Now this should also have the image URL, which we'll add in a second. So let's get the try catch. In the catch, show toast, let's say error.message, and then the status of error. Finally, we'll just say set is loading to be false. And in the try, we're gonna do a couple of things. So first we need to create the post document and then add the post image to our storage. So let's say const post document ref await add document, call the function from Firebase, pass the collection from authStore, the posts collection, and we don't have any posts. If there is not post collection, it is going to create it and add the document. So the second argument here will be the new post, and then this is our reference. So let's say const user document ref, and then we also add the post ID into the user document. So we'll just say document. So let's import that. authStore, users collection, and then ID, which is going to be auth user.uid. And then let's get the image ref. So let's say const image ref from, let's say ref storage, and then get this ref function. In the path, let's say maybe backticks, and then we'll just say posts slash and then $, curly braces, post document ref.id, we could just say. And that should be nice. That should work fine. If you wanted to, you can change this path as you wanted to, but I'll just put all the posts under this post folder and then whatever the ID of the post. And then we'll just say await update the document. We're gonna pass the user document reference, and we're gonna update the posts array. So object, so posts, and we'll just say array union add the ID of the post. So that should be fine. And then we'll just say await upload string. So we did this previously as well. The image ref, the selected file, and in the type of being data URL. So this is gonna upload the image. Now let's get the download URL. So just say const download URL, which will be, let's say await get download URL and pass the image reference. Now this post don't have any image URL. We would like to update that both in the database and in the front end. So we'll just say await update document, and then it is going to be the post document ref, and image URL will just be this download URL. We could accept it like this, and that should be working fine. And let's say new post, this is the object that we would like to update. We are gonna add the image URL field being this download URL. And now we want to update our user interface. So we'll just say create post, not the create function, but the create post. And then we're just gonna pass an object. So new post, and we would like to add an ID so that we don't have any errors when we render the posts. So post document ref.id. And lastly, let's just show a toast that says post created successfully. Let's export these variables. So not const but return is loading state and handle create post function. So we are not using these. So this one and this one, let's add them as well. After we create the post, so this is going to add the image to this user interface. Now we would like to update this number of posts. We're gonna go ahead and call this add post function. So it is going to be something like this, add post, and then we'll just put the new post. So spread that, and ID is going to be post document ref.id. So let's give a bit space, maybe something like this. So we have these references and updating this document. Now we could save this file and let's go above where we'll just call this function views create post hook, and then this is going to give us two different states. So is loading and then the function handle create post. So when we click to this post button, let's say on click, call the handle post creation. So this is going to be another function that will create creation. Okay, this is going to have the is loading state to be that is loading. Now the reason that we're creating this function is going to be, so you're going to see, so let's say const, we're just going to put it async, where it is gonna have a try catch, and in the catch we are just gonna show a toast. So let's import that. Okay, and in the try we are gonna call this function by passing the selected file as well as the caption. So let's say selected file, I mean just call the function handle create post, pass the selected file, and then the caption. So once this has been the post has been created, we would like to close the model, say on close, and then we would like to set the caption to be empty and then set selected file to be null. If we save, I think that should be working fine. We're gonna go ahead and create a post. So I'll select an image. I'll just say this is Jane, and if we post that, this is gonna have a loading state. And let's see, okay, post has been created successfully. The number of posts has been incremented. We cannot see the post here because we didn't fetch the posts, which we'll do, but let's take a look at in our database. So here, this is the account. Now this has one post, right? The ID of the post. Let's refresh. So now we have the posts collection. If you click to that, we have one post which is created by this user, and that post has this image URL as well as this caption. Let's take a look in the storage. It should have one folder called posts, and inside it has that Jane image. Right, this is the post that we just created. So let's quickly reiterate what we did. So when we click to that post button, this function runs, which internally calls this function, and it takes the selected image as well as the caption. And here, that function checks if there is no selected file, no selected image, then throws an error that says please select an image. And then if there is, then we create the post, and then in the FireStore we are adding that posts into the post collection, update the user's document, and then we are creating an image ref to create the image itself and adding that post into the post array as well as updating the document with the image URL. And then we are adding that post so that this number increments that we can see in the post header. And lastly, we have this create post that adds the post into the post state. So for now, we cannot see this working because we are not fetching any posts. But once we do that, this will be working. And then we just show a toast that says post created successfully. So now let's try to create an error. So I'll just create this and without any image. If I post this, it is gonna say please select an image. But if we just put some caption, it is still gonna say select an image because image is mandatory. One more optimization that we can make is to, when we are creating this post, we will just say if it is loading and user still tries to click to that post button, we'll just say return out of this function so that it doesn't overload our servers. So we are gonna save this, and now it is time to go ahead and fetch this user posts. And we didn't use this path name so far, and once we get there we're gonna use that and I'll explain. So let's create one more hook that says use maybe get user posts.js. So we'll say refce, and then we are gonna delete the return statement. That's gonna have const is loading state. Initially it'll just be maybe, let's say, true, because it is gonna run immediately within a use effect. So we're gonna take the posts, so let's say const, so posts as well as the set posts function. It is coming from the useAuthStore. Okay, this set posts function is something that we haven't created, so let's go ahead and add that. So let's say set posts, it is gonna take the new post and update our state with it. We're gonna save, and then we are getting the set posts, and then show toast. We're gonna get the user profile because we're gonna be updating it. So let's say user profile from the user profile store, and pass this so that it gives us the user profile, and then we're gonna have one use effect. So we're gonna go inside, let's create a function const get posts async arrow function that just first check if there is not user profile, then we cannot fetch these posts because user not found. So that should be user profile, and then we are gonna say set is loading to be true and set posts to be full, I mean an empty array initially, and then try catch. We are gonna in the finally, let's say is loading to be false. In the catch we'll just say show toast with the error message, and then maybe we'll just say set posts to be an empty array. And then in the try we are gonna just do a query. So we'll just say const query, call the query function, call the collection, call the firestore inside the posts. So we're gonna get the posts where, so where the created by, so let's say created by is equal to the user profile.uid. So it is gonna get the posts of this user, and then we need to call this, so await get docs, not dog but docs, it should be plural, and then pass the query. It is gonna give us a query snapshot, okay, and then we're just gonna create an array in for each. So const posts query snapshot dot for each document or for each post, we are gonna push it into that posts array. So posts dot push an object with the document data as well as the ID. So again, this ID is when we use something like posts.map, and we were taking that post and just returning some JSX, if you remember. So something like, let's say div, and this is the post.title, and React wants us to have a key here. So I'll just say key, it's gonna be post.id. So that's why we're adding this ID, so that we don't get this key error. So yeah, this is the reason. That's why we're adding the ID. Let's delete this 2 lines, and then so now we would like to set the posts, but before that, let's sort this so that the latest post is gonna be in the very top. So we'll just say posts.sort with the created at. So we're gonna get the A and B, and this is how we do it in JavaScript. So the second one is coming from the first one, which will just make it in the, so to say, like the latest post is gonna be here, and then it'll be going in descending order. Lastly, let's just say set posts to be this posts. And here we have, let's say, set posts, user profile, as well as the show toast. And oops, and then here, I don't know why we're getting this error. Okay, so we'll just say return and is loading, as well as the post state. So we have some warnings. Let's see, we are never calling this function. Let's say get posts, and then maybe give a little bit spacing. Okay, we can save. Let's go ahead, delete this, delete the get doc. Now let's go ahead and use this post that we are fetching. So we're gonna go into the profile posts component, and then let's delete this. We're gonna delete this is loading, use effect, use state. And for the is loading, instead of showing 6, let's just show 3 skeletons. And instead of these, we're gonna delete that. Let's call the hook. So use what was the name? Use get user posts. Okay, we're gonna call that. Let's say const. This is gonna give us the is loading as well as the posts. So now let's check if there is no posts found. So const no posts found. If it is not loading and the posts.length is equal to 0, then we'll just say if no posts found, then just return a component that says no posts found. Okay, it should be something like this, where I will just copy and paste it, 5 lines of HTML CSS at the bottom of our file with flex and text. Okay, it says no posts found with this emoji. We're gonna save. Let's go ahead, and here, if it is loading, we're gonna show this skeletons, which is the post skeleton. And then if it is not loading, we're just gonna map the posts and show a component. So let's say posts.map, get each post, and we're gonna return a JSX. So here, let's say, okay, this is so annoying. We're gonna show a profile post, which is gonna take the post as well as the key. So now we are using that ID where we added when we were using for each. So I think this is gonna be our component. We can go into the profile post, and we're gonna take the post, and we're just gonna render these things. So image is gonna be the post.image URL, and let's see, this is also gonna be the same. Let's say post that image URL. Okay, if we save, hopefully it should be working now. We're gonna go ahead, and this is not working. Let's see, what is the reason? Maybe we should console log the post. Console.log post. Okay, let's see, open up the console, refresh. Oh, okay, it is image URL, not img. So it is kind of a long version. Let's say select these two and say image URL. Let's save, and there we go. This is the image that we have. If we click to that, we still get that image in our model. So let's close that off. Let's visit a profile that don't have any posts. So we'll just go to Jando. So 0 post, and it says no posts found. If we go to our own profile, 1 post, and we see that. Now let's fix this number of likes and posts. We're gonna go into here, and this is where we'll be updating it. So this is the number of likes. It says heart. So we'll just say post.likes.length, and same thing for the comments. Let's save. Now this post has 0 likes and 0 comments, and what we can improve else would be the user profile name. So let's get that. This is the beauty of using Zustand with global state. So user profile, we can use this state in any component by only calling this function. Use user profile store, and give me the user profile, where I'll just go down here. I'll just say user profile dot full name, or let's just say the username, and this is inside the model. If I save, let's go here, this is the username of this user that posted, and we'll just change the profile picture. It is gonna be here. Let's delete that. User profile dot profile pic URL. If we save, we're gonna get that as well, which is the profile of this user. And let's see if we have anything else. So for now, let's just delete every comment that we have here. We're gonna add that once we get there. So for now, maybe we could just hold 2 comments, and this looks good to me. Now we are gonna go into the model this flex, where I just want to add a couple of different styles. So maybe only 2. We'll just say maximum height and maximum width would be changing. So maximum height 90 VH and minimum height 50 VH, so that it even looks in smaller pictures as well. And lastly, let's take a look. We are gonna add a couple of different styles so that the image is centered in our model. So let's make this a flex, which is inside the model that holds the image. We are gonna add 2 more things: justify content to be center, as well as the align items to be center, so that the image is being centered. If we just save, let's take a look. Now image is in the center, and in the previous case, was it not? So let's take a look. Okay, so do you see it is not in the center? If we just added that 2 lines, so justify content, align items, center, and now it has been centered. Also, we would like to show this delete button only if we are the owner of this post. We are gonna go ahead, and where is that delete button? So let's see, it should be before the divider. Okay, it is gonna be this, where we could just say this should be a button, and let's add a couple of different styles. Import the button, and we'll just say size should be small, and BG transparent, and then hover effect, what do we say? Okay, white alpha, red, and then border radius, padding. And on click to this, we are gonna delete the post, but more on that later. For now, let's delete the button, and we'll just say if the auth user.uid is equal to the user profile.uid. If this is the case, which means that this is the owner of the post, we can show that delete button. Let's get the auth user. So delete this, get const auth user from useAuthStore, which is gonna give us the user. And we need to add 1 optional chaining to that. So where is it? Here, in case user is not authenticated. So let's save and let's take a look. Okay, we can see this here, but if another user was posted this, we shouldn't be see that delete icon. Now let's go ahead and add this delete functionality. For this, we are gonna first go into the store, which is the post store, and we're gonna create this delete post function so that it can update our UI. So let's say delete post, which is gonna be taking the ID of the post, and it calls the setter function. So I'll just give a bit spacing like this. Maybe it should be something like this. We're gonna get the state, and we are gonna return an object. It is gonna take the posts, but it is gonna filter the posts that we are just deleting. Okay, it is going to check where the post ID is not equal to this ID. Okay, let's say maybe we don't even need to add a comment because the name is delete post. We can save, and let's go into the profile post. When we click to this, on click, let's say handle delete post, and this is gonna be the function that we'll just create at the very top of our file. So const handle delete post, async function. It's gonna have try catch. Let's get the show toast. Let's first add a confirmation to this user. We'll just say if false window.confirm, are you sure you want to delete this post? If they say cancel, then we'll just return out of this function. But if they say okay, delete that, then we are just gonna delete it. So let's have a loading state. So const is deleting, set is deleting. Initially it's gonna be false, and you could create a custom hook for this as well, but let's just keep it simple and we'll just say const. So first we're gonna delete the image from the storage, and then we're gonna delete the post from the post collection, and then from the users collection. Okay, so in the users collection, let's go here. So inside users collection we had this posts array. We're gonna remove that ID from here. So let's go here, const image ref. Maybe we could just copy and paste it at this point. We're gonna get the reference, we're gonna get the storage from the posts and post.id. So this is the post that we would like to delete. So await delete object, just pass the image ref, and then const user ref. So document FireStore inside users collection. Let's just paste. This is the user reference that we'd like to update. We're just gonna say first await delete document, and we're gonna delete the post document. So let's say document FireStore, and then the posts, delete this post. And then we're gonna update the user reference. So await update document, pass the user ref, and then array.remove from the post array. So we should import these functions, and then in the catch show toast, finally set is loading to be false. Set is deleting to be false. And basically that's it. We also need to update the user interface, so let's call the delete post function. So let's get that from our store, const delete post, use post store, and we're gonna get this delete post function. And then this was taking the ID of the post, so I'll just say post.id. And maybe lastly we could just show a toast that says post deleted successfully. Let's save and let's test it out. We are gonna show a spinner to this button. Where is it? Delete button. Let's say is loading to be, this is deleting. And one more optimization, we're just gonna say if we are deleting, at that point just return if user clicks to that button again. Let's save, remove this box, and test it out. We're gonna go ahead, refresh. So we'll select the post and let's delete that. It says, are you sure you want to delete this post? If we say cancel, it is not. And if we say okay, and there we go, post deleted successfully. And this number of posts hasn't been decremented. We forgot to do that, but at least the post not found, we updated this portion. So now let's take a look at the database. Let's go into the storage. So we don't even have any posts. Okay, that folder has been deleted because we only had one post. If you go into the storage, FireStore, we have no posts, and this user had that post, but now posts is 0. So we are gonna go ahead and update here as well. We forgot to do that. So it was related to this store where we just called it user profile store, and we would like to decrement the number of posts. For this, maybe we could add a delete post function. Let's say delete post, and I'll just auto accept this. So it gets the post ID, and it is gonna call the setter function with the previous state. It is gonna return an object with the user profile being as exactly it was before, but it's only gonna update the posts array, and it is gonna remove or filter the post that we just deleted. So I hope it makes sense. Basically, it just delete the post from this state. Now let's refresh, and I'll just create one post and then delete it again. So let's select the picture of bath. I'll just say this is a bath, and let's go ahead and post this. Post created successfully. Let's create another post. We'll just say this is John, and select the picture of the John and post it. Okay, posts has been created and it says this user has 2 posts. Let's delete the bath. Okay, and there we go, this didn't work. So why it is not working? Let's see. It is because we didn't call this function. Sorry, it's my bad, I forgot to do that. So we're gonna go ahead and let's say const delete posts, but we have the same name, so let's say delete post from profile. And we'll just say use user profile store get the delete post function. Now we're just gonna call this and delete post from profile pass the post ID. If we save, we might wanna refresh this page, and if we just delete this now, it should hopefully decrement this by 1. Let's go ahead, delete the John, and there we go, it has been updated. So yeah, success. So this is how we create posts and delete posts. Now let's go ahead and try to comment to a post. For that, let's just create a post so that we can see what we're going to be doing. Let's say this is Bob and post it. Okay, let's wait. Post created successfully, and there we go. This is the post. Now let's delete the comments so that we have a clean state. And also I want to change something here, which is going to be this delete post from profile. I think the name is really bad. So when you read the code, it feels like as if we are deleting the post from here, but instead we are just decrementing it from the profile header. So I'll go here and I'll just rename this as, I'll say Control D, decrement posts count. Okay, if we just save, okay, now this is more readable and this deletes the post from the profile. So when you delete the post, it'll be removed from here. This is what this function does. And also when you delete the post, this number will be decremented, and this is the function that does that. So when you read the code now, it makes sense. So it is not going to be confusing when you come back to this code maybe 1 or 2 months later. Okay, with that in mind, let's go ahead, make this a bit bigger and create another hook that will post the comment. So let's say use post comment.js. Oops, it doesn't give us for some reason. Okay, delete the return and let's just get the boilerplate. As always, we're gonna have a loading state, but I'll just call it as is commenting instead of is loading. So is commenting, we'll just preference, and initially it is gonna be false. Let's import the useState, and then we are gonna show toast in case there is any errors. So use show toast, and then we are gonna get the auth user. So use authStore, and then just give me the user, and let's go ahead and create the function. Const handle post comment. This is going to be the async function that takes the post ID that we're going to be commenting to, and then the comment text itself. So let's say try catch finally, and before we even try, we'll say set is commenting to be true, and in the finally set is commenting to be false. Now in the try, and maybe before that, let's say if is commenting. So this is something that we always do, so I will not even explain this. And then we're just gonna say if not auth user, so user is not authenticated, and for some reason user still tries to comment this, we'll just say let's open the title. We could just say you must be logged in to comment. So, and just put the status, which is the error, and then we say set is commenting is gonna be true, and then let's create the comment. So const, it's gonna be an object, and as I showed you in the diagram, so let's go here. Okay, this is what we had. So the comment document is gonna have the comment field created by post ID and then the created at. So this is gonna be the things that we'll be adding. So it is gonna have the comment, which is coming as a prop, or I mean an argument. So comment, we're gonna have the created at. We are using date.now for this, and then we are gonna go ahead, say created by, which is gonna be the auth user dot uid, and then we're gonna have the post id. Again, it comes as an argument. So if the left and right hand side is equal, we could just only have it like this, so it looks a bit more elegant. And then in the try, after this, maybe we could just take this, put it right here, and then in the try we'll just say await. So we'll be updating the document. So update document, which document is this gonna be? Let's get the function from the Firestore, and then the posts, and then the post ID. So this is the post that we'd like to update, and the field that we're gonna update is just gonna be the comments array. So we'll say array union to add the new comment. So this just like you can read it as an English sentence. And then after this, now this has been updated in our database, and we would like to update our user interface. So let's say I go here and then I just write something. Okay, if I post that, the comment will be added into the database, but now we would like to also see that here. So for this, we are gonna create a function in our store. So it is gonna be called as add comment. So let's say const add comment, and we're gonna create this. So let's say use post store, and then give us the add comment function, the latest React import, and then here we would be calling it, let's say add comment with the post ID as well as the new comment. And in the catch, we'll just say show toast the error with the message. And lastly, in this function, we are gonna return is commenting as well as the handle post comment function. So now let's go ahead and create this function, save this file. It is gonna be inside the post store that we have here. To be honest, this is gonna look a little bit complicated, but if your JavaScript background is strong, that shouldn't be a problem at all. So add comment. So this is gonna take the post ID as we write. So we'll just say comment. It is gonna take the post ID and then the comment. So it is gonna call the setter function. So let's open that up, setter function, and this is gonna take the previous state and then just return an object where it is gonna be only updating the posts array. So we'll just say posts. So this is gonna be colon. So basically I'll just accept this, and then let me just explain that. So we have some errors here. Let's see. We are missing some parentheses. Let's get that. And then up here, okay, that should be all looking like this. So basically we are sending the post ID and then the comment. So we are setting our state, which is the posts, and we are mapping all posts. And once we find the post that we are commenting, we are updating the comments array with that new comment, and that should be at the very end instead of putting to the in the top. So here I'll just add it at the very bottom, and then if this is not that post, we're just gonna return the other post as they were. So, and the reason that we're adding this comment to the very end, it is because, let's say we're gonna go up here, and if you put a comment here, and once we post it, we would like to see that new comment at the bottom of the latest one. So we don't want to take this comment and put it up here. So that's why we are just having it at the very end of the array. So again, I hope this makes sense. This was kind of complicated, I admit, but this is nothing else than a JavaScript code. So we can close this, and we're gonna go into our hook. We are even adding the comment, so we can go into the profile post where we had that comments. So we want to delete this comments, and then instead we'll just get the post.comments. So post.comments, in this post we are getting it as a prop, if you remember. Okay, this component takes it as a prop. So let's go here, post.comments.map, get each comment, and then just render the comment component. So comment, pass the key as well as the comment itself. We can save this, and let's go into this component. And then this is not taking any of these. That was for the design part that I need to mention. And then we'll just get the comment. we could, for now, just comment these out, and then this one, but here we'll just say comment, which was the comment text itself. So now that we have created it, but we didn't actually implement, we didn't call this function in any place, which is gonna be inside the post footer, I believe, because this is the component that has that input field that we can post. So we're gonna go inside post footer. So let's go up here, and then we might want to add that custom hook. So use post comment, and on the left hand side we are gonna get two things, which is commenting and then handle post comment function. So when we go click to this button, we would like to call another function. So on click handle submit comment, let's say, and again this is for one reason that we'll see. So we could create that function up here. So const handle submit comment, which is going to be an async function, so it's going to be an arrow function. So let's implement it like this, and let's see if this was inside a form. So it is not. We could just make it so we don't need to take the event and make prevent default, because this is not a form. So we'll just say await call the handle post comment with the post id. So let's say post.id. But now how are we going to get that post? It is going to be coming from here as a prop. So let's say post and put the post id as well as the comment, which is going to be a state. So const comment set comment, and in the it's going to be useState, let's say, an empty string. So we're going to go here into this input, let's say on change, take the event, set the comment, and then the value will be that comment. Now, how are we going to get that post? Where are we calling this? It is going to be inside the profile post, where we had this post footer. So let's say, so this is the profile post component, right? Which had that model. When we click to that, it shows us this, it shows us that model. So we are just going to say post and send it to here. So post, just like this. We could save this file into here, and now since we handled the post comment, we just want to set the comment to be an empty string. So let's save, and let's use this state as well. When we are commenting, we would like to have a loading state that shows us a spinner. And do we have any errors here? Okay, it's just a warning. So let's go ahead and test it out. Hey, this is my first comment, and if I post this, let's see, there we go, we got the comment and we had that loading state. Let's take a look at our database. So these are the posts, and we have one comment that says, hey, this is my first comment, and it is created just now, created by this user, and post ID. So it is working nice, but the thing is, this comment doesn't have the profile avatar of that user, right? The only thing we know about the user who posted this is the ID. So we are going to get the user ID from, we are going to get the user profile information by this ID. So we need another hook to fetch user profile from the ID. We are just gonna create that in a second, but this is how it works. We just put some comment, storing that in our state, and when we click to that post button, we are calling this function. So let's go here. We are calling this handle submit comment, which internally calls this function that takes the post ID as well as the comment. And this function creates the comment in our database as well as updating our state. And it is happening because it calls this function called add comment, and it just takes our post array and add the comment at the very end so that we can see that. So if I just put another comment of mine, so since it is going to be added into the very end of our array, we're going to see that after this comment. So let's post this. We have loading state. There we go. This is the latest comment that we have. And one more thing, that we only want to see this add comment input in this button if the user is authenticated. So just imagine if a user is not logged in, then they shouldn't see this input. That just doesn't make any sense. So let's go into the post footer where we'll just take the authenticated user. So let's just give a bit space, const auth user, let's say use authStore, get the user from the state, and then this is the thing that we don't want to see if user is not authenticated. So cut this for a second, and if there is auth user, so it should be like this, then render this. Okay, so if you are logged out, you will not see this entire thing. And now let's implement that hook that actually gets us the user profile picture as well as their maybe username and just every information that this user has. And we said that we're going to be creating a custom hook, and it is going to be called as use get user profile by id.js. And we had another one called get user profile by username, and this is going to be different than this hook. So we are going to go inside, let's say RAFCE. It is going to have a loading state, so let's say const is loading. You can call it as is fetching as well, doesn't really matter. So useState, initially it could be true because we're going to be calling this within a use effect. So it is going to be an immediate call. So let's say const, this is going to return us a user profile, right? This could be empty initially, so I'll just say null, and then we're going to get the show toast to show some errors, and then use effect, which is going to have a function called const get user profile. If I can type profile, oops, okay, it's going to be an async function, and we are just going to call it. It is not going to take the user ID. It is because this hook will take the user ID. Okay, so here let's just say get user profile, and then this is going to have a try catch as always. So try catch, and maybe that could be a challenge for you that you could implement and just pause the video at this point. So finally, loading state will be false, and when we start to do this operation, loading will be true, set user profile will be null because we didn't fetch it yet. So const, we are gonna get the user ref, so get, so let's say await get doc, call the function, and then the document is gonna be from firestore within the users collection, and it is gonna be this user that we want to fetch. And we are gonna say if user ref that exists, which is a function that we can call, then just can you please set the user profile with the data. And in the catch, we're just say show the toast with the error message, and this is gonna take the show toast, set user profile, and most importantly the user ID. Whenever this user ID changes, it is gonna run this use effect to fetch the user profile. So let's say return is loading user profile, and maybe set user profile as well in case we use it. And there is a typo here that you can see, user profile, that it should be. Okay, we are going to delete the React import as always, and it is getting a bit annoying, but let's just save, and we're going to be calling this inside the comment.jsx. So we got the comment, now we would like to fetch the profile of this user depending on the ID, which we can call it as use get user profile by ID, and then the ID will be comment that created by. Okay, this is the field that we have inside the comment. So let's say const give us the user profile as well as the is loading state, and we could say if it is loading, then just return the comment skeleton, which I will provide you in a second. Again, just 10 lines of code, literally nothing else. Skeleton circle, import the skeleton. So this is a flex. On the left it shows a circle skeleton and then two skeletons with this width and height. So we'll just get that. And what we can do, so now that we got the user profile, we would like to show it. So let's just delete the name. It doesn't really need it, but we'll say user profile dot profile pic URL, and that should be uppercase. Size could be small, and then we are gonna get the username. So user profile dot username, and what should we add else? So this is the comment that we are already getting, and then at the end we are gonna show the created at, and more on that in a little bit. So if we save, hopefully that should be working fine. We're gonna go here. Okay, this is the user that has the comment, the username, as well as the comment itself. Now this doesn't look really correct to me, so it is not aligned center. So we'll just go into this and I'll just say align items to be center, and hopefully it should fix. Okay, so it looks like they are in the so they are centered in vertical direction. And now when we click to this, I would like to go to the profile of this user. So let's add a link. So into the avatar, I'll just say link, import that from React Router DOM to not the profile, but slash the, oops, so we have some errors. Let's just delete that, backticks, close that, and close this as well. And we're just gonna wrap this avatar with this link. So to slash $, and then curly braces user profile dot username. So it is gonna take us to this page, and let's copy this, also wrap it with our text that says the username. Okay, we'll just close that link. Oops, not the avatar, but that should be slash link. Okay, so this looks good to me. And if I click to this profile picture, it'll take me to this profile, which I already in, so it just didn't. And if I click to this, it'll also take me to that profile. So if those were another profiles, it would take me. So let's add another comment, my third comment. And if I post that, it has been added here, and it even had that skeleton. So let's just add something else. For a second, you will see that loading skeletons, one circle, and then those texts. There we go. Now we would also like to add this created at time here. For this, I will provide you a function called time ago, and it just takes the timestamp and converted it something like 2 days ago, 2 weeks ago, 2 hours ago, and stuff like that. We're gonna go and into the source, create a folder called utils, and I'll just add that. So time ago.js, you can copy this function and paste it, which is 20 lines of code. And I didn't write this by myself, I just get that from the ChatGPT. So it basically takes a timestamp, which is date.now, and it converts the timestamp to something like seconds ago, minutes ago, hours ago, days ago, and eventually weeks ago. So it is not going to say like 1 year ago, but instead it will just say 52 weeks ago. This is how Instagram implements, and this is how we will be doing. So let's save, and we're going to go into here, delete this, import the time ago function, and we'll just say comment.createdAt. If we save this, it should be working, and it just says 1 minute ago, 12 minutes ago, and 30 minutes ago. So everything looks fine, but there is still one problem, which is that we don't see the caption of this post, which actually have one. So let's go here. This is the post, the caption that we said that this is Bob. So how are we gonna get this? Which is gonna be creating another component. So profile post, we are gonna go before the comments, right inside the vertical stack. So let's just put a comment that says these are the comments. Maybe we could make it uppercase, so comments, and then here we'll just put the caption. So we will just say that if this post has a caption, and then render a caption component with the post. Okay, we are going to now create this component. So let's go, maybe we should put it into the comment. You could create another folder, but I think just to make it simple, I'll just go and say Caption.jsx, because it is kind of related to comment component. So RFCE, and the content is going to be looking really similar to the comment component. So I'm going to be copying this and just paste it into here. So let's get the flex, the link, the avatar, the text from Chakra, and then the time ago we're gonna get this was taking a prop called post, and we'll just say post that created ad, and then post that caption we're gonna show it. So post that caption, and then the username of the user profile, but this is gonna be coming from the authenticated user or the user that posted actually. Okay, so if we are in a profile and we are looking to their post, then the caption will be written by this user, which is the profile of the user. So we had a state for this. I hope I make it clear. So we'll just say user profile, which was the user profile store, and give me that state. So with this, I think that should be working fine. And okay, so let's save, and we're gonna go here, get this component, save it as well, and if you open that up, this is the caption that we see. It says this is Bob, and it has been created 24 minutes ago. Also, what I want to add is when I collected this icon, I would like to have this focused. So we can use a ref for this. Let's go into the post footer, and I'll just create a ref. By the way, we can just delete this handle like functionality, but for now let's just keep it so that it doesn't give us any errors. So say const maybe comment ref, use ref should be null initially, and then we're gonna take this ref and put it into this input. Okay, let's say ref, comment ref, and when we click to that icon, so the comment icon, which one is that? Comment logo, which is inside this box. I'll just say on click to this, call this anonymous function which focus the comment ref. So let's save. Okay, so no warning at all. We're gonna go up here. If we click to that, this has been focused, and we can just comment something like this. Now that we have handled the comments, let's go ahead and add the like and unlike functionality. So as always, let's just create a hook for this. We're gonna go into hooks. Maybe we could just call it as use like post.js. And then this is gonna have the everything that we have in our boilerplate, basically. Const is loading, you could call it as is liking, or I'll just call it as is updating. Okay, set is updating. Initially it is gonna be false. Okay, like this, import the use state, and then let's get the auth user. So const auth user from the store, and then let's see what are we gonna have. Number of likes, so const likes set likes, which is going to be use state. And how are we going to get this is via the post. So use state, and we're going to get the post as an argument. So this is the post that we are liking or unliking. So post dot likes dot length, this is going to give us the number of likes, and then if we already like this or not, so is liked, and set is liked, and initially it is going to be, so let's say use state. So if the post dot likes includes the ID of the authenticated user, so includes auth, oops, so this is really annoying, includes the auth user dot uid. And we need to just put a question mark here so that we will check if this user is authenticated. And lastly, let's get the show toast. Use show toast. We have the function, and let's create it. So const handle like post, which is gonna be the async arrow function. If is updating, we'll just return. And if there is not auth user, we're just gonna return a show toast that says you must be logged in to like a post. And if this is not the case, then we just pass these if checks. Then we'll just say set is updating to be true, and here we go. Try catch, and finally set is loading to be, so set is updating to be false. And then what are we gonna have in the catch? Show toast, error message, and then in the try you'll basically update the document's likes count, which is gonna be the post. Now let's get the post reference. We'll just say const post ref document firestore, import that, posts, and then this is the post that we would like to update, which we pass the ID, and then await update document has the post graph, and then the object, which is going to be the data that we'd like to update with. So update document, and then likes array, and we'll just say if it is liked, then array.remove function. So which means that this user already liked it, right? And if he still tries to call this function, which means that it is unliking it, so it is in this state. So he already liked it, and now he clicks that one again. So now is liked is true, and if it clicks that, it is gonna run this portion. I hope it makes sense. Array remove, get it from the Firebase, pass the auth user.uid. And if it is not the case, so it is liking, so array union, let's get that, and pass the auth user ID. So we are gonna go here, and whatever the liked state is, negate it, and we'll just say if it is liked, then number of likes will be decremented, and if it is not liked, it is gonna be incremented by 1. And finally, at the end of this hook, we'll just say return is updating, is liked. So let's say, okay, is liked, likes, handle like post, and then is updating. If we save, we delete this, and now we're gonna go ahead and implement this function, or call this function. So we're gonna go into the post footer. This is where we add that logic. So let's delete the likes, liked, handle like function, and instead we're going to be getting that from our hook. So use like post, which we're taking the post, if we remember, right? It takes the post, and this is going to return us 4 values. So let's say const, give us the handle like post function, is liked, is updating, and number of likes. So on click to this like button, we'll just say handle like post. And if it is liked, if it is not liked, show this notifications logo, and which is this logo. Okay, the naming could be a bit bad. It is because we're using that icon as well up here. So let's go. Okay, and if it is in the else case, just show this unlike logo, and we're gonna use the updating state as well. Or maybe we don't. So I don't really want to show a loading spinner when I click this like button. Instead, I would love to just have it immediately this red color. So I don't really want to show a spinner. So that's why I'll just delete this. If you wanted to, you can keep it and add your logic. So if we save this, we need to test it out. So this has 0 likes, as we can see. If I click to that, it is gonna update in the background. Now this post have 1 like. Let's check it out. This is the post, and in the likes array, let's go ahead. So these are the comments. Let's close that off. And likes, okay, it has 1 like, which is been liked by this user, which is, let's see, it starts with IK. Okay, it is this user that just liked. So let's go into that post, likes array, shrink this. It has 1 like. If you just click that again, it is gonna have 0 likes. It is because it has been updated in the database as well. So with that, now we have even our like comment functionality as well. So I think this is pretty much everything that we need for the profile page. Let's refresh. So we can create posts, and we can edit our profile, edit profile picture. We can see the posts with the model, so we can delete that, we can add comments, like it, unlike it, and I think that's it for the profile page. If there is anything else that I forgot, I will be adding that in the incoming sections. But now we can go into the home page and actually fetch the feed posts, but now we have an error. Let's see. Okay, it is related to these links because we didn't implement it in the homepage. So with that, now let's get started with the feed posts and fetch them. As always, let's get started with the hook that actually gets us the feed posts. Into the hooks folder, another hook, use get feed posts.js. Get the boilerplate, and then we are gonna have a loading state. Set is loading React state to be initial value. I think that could be true because again we're gonna using a useState, use effect, and then here we're gonna have the, let's say, posts and set posts, and this time they will be equal to the feed posts, right? We are gonna fetch that, and these are coming from the useAuthStore, and if we just call it like this, then we can get these values. And const auth user, so let's get that as well from our authStore. And then what do we need else? Show toast, get that from our hook. And then lastly, we're gonna have the const set user profile, and you're gonna see why once we use that, not the authStore, but use user profile store and state. Okay, we don't need that because we are destructuring it. And then we are gonna call a use effect. So inside the use effect, we are gonna have a function that gets us the feed posts. So feed post async function, and then it is gonna have try catch finally. In the finally, set is loading to be false. In the catch, show the toast with the error message. So let's say error with the error message, and in the try we're actually gonna try to fetch the posts. But before that, let's say is loading will be true, and if the user, let's say if auth user dot following dot length, so dot length is equal to 0, which means that this user doesn't follow anyone. So we'll just reset our state. Set is loading to be false, and set posts, let's say, to be empty array, and then just return out of this function. And if this is not the case, then we are gonna do our query. So let's say const query, which is gonna be this query. It was taking the collection Firestore, and then it is gonna take the posts collection where function, okay, the created by is in, oops, so where the created by field is in the auth user dot following array. So this query will gives us the posts of the user that we follow. And inside the try, let's execute this. So const query snapshot await get dogs, so get dogs, pass the query in it. And then we are gonna for each this, so let's say const feed posts and empty array, and then we'll just push it into here. So query snapshot dot for each get the document, where we'll just return an object. So feed post dot push the object with the, oops, not, so it should be curly braces, the ID of the document, and then all of the values, just spread that. So document.data, and we would like to sort these posts with the created at field so that they are going in descending order. So the latest created one at the above. So feed posts dot sort depending on the created at field, and we'll just say set posts to be feed posts. And as the dependency array, we are gonna add the auth user. So whenever that changes, show toast as well as set post and set user profile. And we are gonna call this function only if the auth user exists. So if user is authenticated, then get the feed posts. So with that, this function should be completed. let's save, maybe give a bit space, and at the end we'll just say return is loading as well as the posts. Okay, so we could save. Let's go ahead into the home page. So what do we have? Let's take a look. We have feed posts. So inside there we will try to actually get those feed posts. So delete the is loading, delete this thing. We're gonna be say const, we're gonna be saying that is loading, and then the posts, get them from the use get feed posts custom hook, which is gonna give us the loading state. Maybe we could have only 3 skeletons, and then what are we gonna have else is, so let's say this is gonna be 400 pixels. Delete these use effect and use states, and let's render the feed posts. So I can delete all of these, and we'll just say if it is not loading and the posts dot length is greater than 0, and we'll just say posts dot map. So I think I could delete this for now. We'll just say posts dot map, give me the each post and return a feed post component for them, and just pass the post as a prop. So we could close that off, and that should be working fine for us. We're gonna go into the feed post. Let's see, it is gonna be only taking the post prop. So let's say post, and inside the post header, okay, inside the post header, we'll just say that send the post and nothing else. So let's go into the post header. We are taking the post. So we'll just say post dot so the avatar of the user profile. So for now we don't have that value, so instead I will just Control Z. I don't want to make it any complicated. I will just remove this, okay? And let's see, I will remove the post footer as well, and I just want to show the post image for now. So we'll just go step by step so that you guys don't get confused. So post.image URL, this is gonna show the post, and let's say feed post image, and let's save. We are gonna go into the post header, save this as well. Let's take a look now. So if we just save it like this, then we have an error. So let's take it back. Now what is gonna say in the console? Let's see, we refresh. So we don't have any posts. Okay, we don't have any errors and we don't see any posts. It is because none of the users that we follow has any posts. So let's go ahead and create some. We're gonna go and log in. So this is the login. I'll just say Jane Doe 1 2 3 4 5 6 and then login. Okay, janedoe@gmail.com. Let's log in. We are gonna create post as being Jane, or if you just follow this user, we should see their post in our profile. And there we go. We see the post in our homepage, not the profile page. And if we go into our profile, we can see that we are following one user, which is this one, and he had this post. Now we can add the post header as well as the post footer. So let's go ahead and render the post header. But the thing is, in the post header, we would like to see the profile picture, the username that has posted this, and we don't really get that. It is because in a post document, the only information we have about the user is their ID, which is the created by. And this is okay because that's why we have created one hook that is called use get user profile by ID. Okay, get user profile by ID. Sorry about that. We're gonna go into the feed post and just call it. So let's say use get user profile by ID, and the ID is just gonna be post.created by. So this is gonna give us the profile of that user. So let's get that const user profile. There we go. We're gonna get the post header where we are sending the post, as well as the, let's say, creator profile, which is gonna be the user profile. This is the user that created this post, and we are getting that data, which we will render in a second. So let's go here. We are gonna take the post as well as the creator. So what was it? Creator profile. So from the post header, we can also follow and unfollow, which will come back in a second. So let's say in the avatar, we'll just say that source will be creator profile dot profile pic URL. And then the username is just gonna be the exact same thing, creator profile dot username. And if we just save this, that should hopefully work fine. Let's go here. There we go. We see this user profile picture, username, and then this follow button, which will just change in a second. But now we would like to go to the profile of this user when we click to this image or the username. So what should we do is going to be just wrapping this thing with a link. So before the avatar, I'll just copy one line, which is this link component that takes us to the profile of this user, and I will close that off down here. So slash link, import the link, and we're going to be doing the exact same thing for this username field. So I will copy this line and paste it here, then just close it maybe down here. If we save, let's test it out. We're gonna go here. If we click to that, it should take us to this profile. And let's go to the home page, and we have one error which we'll check in a second, that is coming from post header. The reason that we are getting this error is because in the home page we are trying to get user profile, and while it gets that, there is a loading state. So for that we can show a skeleton instead of showing these avatars and this username. So let's go before the link. We'll just say creator profile. If it exists, render this, or if it is not, then render this. So in the exist place, we're gonna put that link. So I'll just cut it, paste it, and if it does not exist, we will just show a skeleton. So I could just say skeleton circle with the size of 10 and import the skeleton circle, and we'll just do the exact same thing. So let's go here. Instead of copying and pasting, I'll just say if creator profile exists, question mark, render this, else render this. And in the else case, we're going to show a skeleton. In the correct case, we're gonna, let's say we'll just show this thing. I'll cut that, paste it, and for the skeleton we could have width of 100 pixels and height of 10 pixels. And I think this should have okay, we'll just take this box out of this place, get the skeleton, save it, and now sorry if that looked any confusing, but this is what we have. For the loading state, we just show a skeleton and skeleton circle so that we don't get any errors. So hopefully, let's refresh and we don't have any errors, but instead we have that loading state. So I will refresh. Do you see, like, we have that loading skeleton? And now we would like to add this follow and unfollow functionality to here. And you might think that it is really hard, how are we going to type that functionality again? But this is not the case. We already created that. So use follow hook, right? We're going to go into the post header and we'll just say use follow user. So just call it with the user that you would like to follow. So we'll just say post dot created by. So if you remember this hook, we're taking the user ID that you would like to follow or unfollow. That's why we are passing the ID of this user, which in turn will return us. So handle follow user function is following state, so either true or false, and the loading state, which is updating. So let's save, and how are we going to handle that will be from this button. For now it says text, but I think we should change it with a button so that it actually makes sense. And font size 12, let's say size is just gonna be X small, and then background of transparent. And lastly, after all this styling, we will just add that on click function, handle follow user, and for the updating state is loading will be is updating. So let's save, and do we have any errors? is following, okay, the text that says follow or unfollow will be depending on that state. So if it is following, then it is just gonna say unfollow. So unfollow, and in the else case, it's gonna say follow. And that's it. This is the beauty of custom hooks, and I just said that 100 times, but I'll just say it again and again. That's why this is what makes your code clear. So let's save, and with only one line, we are able to follow and unfollow a user. So let's go ahead. If we refresh, we are gonna get a clean state. Now we are following this user, that's why it says unfollow. If I click to that, now I am unfollowing that, and now this user is inside the suggested user component, and I don't see any posts in my in my homepage. And in this case, user might say, hey, why I don't see anything? So let's go into the feed posts component and show something like, hey man, you don't follow anyone, just go ahead and make some friends. So after this feed posts, we are just gonna check for one condition. So if it is not loading, so let's say not is loading and post.length is equal to 0, which means that this user don't have any friends, so it is not following anyone. So we are just gonna create a text. So I think I'll just copy and paste it. So it says, damn, looks like you don't have any friends. Stop coding and go make some. So we could save, and let's take a look. This is the output that we got. And if we follow this user, let's see. There we go, it has been updated in our feed, and we see this post. And let's follow this user as well, but it doesn't have any posts, so we'll not be able to see that in our feed. But let's just follow him as well, and there we go. Now we would like to add the post footer as well. So let's go here. We'll go into the feed post where we have the post footer. Instead of rendering the username, that was for the design part. I need to say that again so that you remember. So we're gonna have the post, send that, and also the creator profile, which is the user profile, so that we can show some information about the user. I will save this. I'll go into the post footer, and then let's see what are we gonna be adding. So this will also take the creator profile. Okay, that was this prop, and we are gonna go down below, and where we have this, if it is not in the profile page, so which means that now we are in the home page and we are rendering the post footer. Instead of showing the username, we are gonna say creator profile dot username, and we should put a question mark so that we don't get any errors if it is in the loading state. And then we would like to see the post.caption. So post.caption. And then what do we want to see? Instead of this, so 1000 hard-coded value, we'll just say post.comments.length. And we are only gonna show this if this post has any comments. So we don't want to say like view all 0 comments. If this post if this post doesn't have any comments, then we are not gonna even render this. So I'll cut that for a second. I'll say post.comments.length is greater than 0, then render this thing that I just copied, or I cut it. And let's see, font size of small, color gray, and let's say cursor will be pointer, and we're going to be adding another functionality so that when we click to that, we'll see all of the comments. We'll just delete this. Let's save, and hopefully it should be working. Okay, we see the post footer where we have view all 5 comments. It is because this post has 5 comments. And if you don't want to believe me, let's go to the profile page. We're gonna wait. So if we hover over this post has 5 comments. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this is the caption. So let's go to the home. So after this likes count, we would like to show when this post has been created, but we don't really want to see that here. It is because, so let me just add that and you will understand. So below the likes, I will go ahead and I'll say if it is in the profile page, so not in the home page, because we are using this component both in the home page and in the profile page. So I'll say give me a text that has the font size of 12, not family, font size 12, and then let's say color will be gray. And inside this text, you'll just say posted time ago and then post.created@. So import the time ago function, scoop this thing in, and save it. I think we're gonna go ahead and save it like that. So if we go into the home page, we don't see that, but let's go into the profile page of this user. And if we click to this post, now it says posted 1 hour ago after this likes. So it is because we have that after the likes, we say posted hour ago, and then we only see that if we are in the profile page. So at this point, I feel like I am explaining a bit too much, but hopefully we are understanding everything as we go. Also, let's test it out if we can like the post from the homepage, and that should be working. I'll click to that. Now this post has 1 like. Let's take a look. This post, let's say cancel. It has 1 like. If I say unlike, and it is updated, now this doesn't have any likes, so we can just like, unlike, and let's add one more comment from the homepage, and let's post it, and it immediately says view all 6 comments, because we have built our application in a way that every state is in sync with each other. So this is absolutely fantastic. And yeah, I'm just proud of the application that we have built so far. With that flags out of the way, let's go ahead and add this functionality where when we click to this view all 6 comments button, it is going to open up a model that shows all of the comments. And we're going to be doing that, I think, if we are only in the home page. It is because in the profile page, if we click the post, we already see all of these. And in fact, we don't even see that view all 6 comments in this component. It is because all of the comments are here. So here we have a little bit of styling error, but I just let that as a challenge for you, so you would just fix that. But in this case, it's okay, and I don't really want to waste any time. So let's go ahead and build it in this component, where when we click to this, we are gonna open up a model. So I'll just give a break and then come back to this functionality. Okay, let's go ahead and build that model. So when we click to this text, we would like to open up that model. So we are going to be using the model component from Chakra when we click to this text inside the post footer. So before that, let's create that component. You can create it into this comment folder because it is related to comments, but instead I'll just create another folder called models, and I'll just put my comment model here. .jsx. And at this point, I will copy and paste it about 30 lines of code, and I will copy and paste it again so that you can copy and paste this. It is nothing than just a model. So let me just put it here, copy and paste as the starter code for the comments model component. Okay, we should rename this. Let's say comments, and it is called as comments model. So what it has is just a basic model which is taking isOpen and onClose as props. So we're gonna go ahead inside the post footer and we're gonna call it right here. So since we are using a model, we'll just say use disclosure hook. It is going to give us 3 values: isOpen, let's say const isOpen, onOpen, and onClose. So we are going to go and say when we click to this view all comments, on click, open up the model. So onOpen, and we only want to see this model if we are in the home page. So if it is not profile page, so we're going to go ahead and let's say comments model only in the home page. Let's say if it is open, then just render the comments model, and we're gonna pass the isOpen and onClose. Oops, so that should be here. onClose, it's gonna take the onClose as well as the post so that we can fetch the comments from this post. Let's close that off, and maybe it is just better if we use it like this. I'll just say null. Okay, so that should be working, hopefully. Let's save and let's take a look. We're gonna go here. If you click to that, it is gonna call the onOpen function where we just get this model. And when we post a comment, we're gonna see that comment here. And currently we are not fetching any comments because this comment has, this post has 6 comments. We would like to see all of these. So we don't really need to fetch it because post already have it and we already fetched that in other components. So we are gonna go ahead into the comments model, into this flex, we're just gonna render that. So this component will be taking a post as a prop that we sent right here. Okay, this is taking the post itself. So we'll just go ahead and inside this flex, we'll just map that. So post comments.map, give me each comment and then render this JSX, which is gonna be the comment component itself. It is gonna have the key as well as the comment. So we don't have this comment component, so let's import that. It is coming from the comment folder, and then get the comment. So if we use it like this, then we have an error. Before that, let's comment this out. It is because we don't have this ID inside the comment object. So I'll just say console.log the post, save it. Let's take a look. If we open this up, there we go. This is the post and comments array, but each comment don't have an ID in this object, at least in the database. So let's go here, posts. So these are the comments array that we have, but we didn't really put an ID. Maybe we should, at this point, it is not really a problem. So we can use the index as the key, but I would suggest you to just add a comment when you create that. So it is going to be here. So you would somehow add an ID into this comment, and there are other functions that Firebase actually handles that for you. So just check out the documentation and add that. So let's not waste any time. I'll just delete this and let's go here, comment this out, and then we'll just say key is gonna be the index. Let's get that. So IDX, we're just gonna say key will be IDX starting from 0. Let's save and hopefully that should be working. We are gonna go ahead and there we go. These are all of the comments that this post has. So when we click to that, it has the loading state and it shows up. So we can even comment from here if we wanted to. Let's add that functionality. We're gonna go into this comments model, and when we click to this or when we submit this form, we would like to post the comment. So you might think that we need to create this functionality all over again, but not really. We have a hook that posts the comment. So we're actually going to be calling it. So let's say use post comment. This hook will give us 2 values. So the function, let's say const. So the function was handle post comment as well as the loading state, which was the is commenting. So we're going to go ahead and let's say when we submit this form, on submit, call a function called handle submit comment, and you'll see why we're using this function. We'll just say const. It's going to be an async function, e.prevent default. So this is the first reason. We don't really want to refresh our page, so do not refresh the page, prevent it. And then after preventing this, we'll just say await, call this handle post comment function. And if you remember, it was taking the post ID as well as the comment itself. And we can get this comment's value by using a ref. So let's say const comment ref. You can use a useState as well, but I'll just go with a comment ref. And then this is going to be into the input. Let's say ref comment ref. So when you type it into this input, you can get the final value by saying comment ref current dot value, and this is gonna post the comment for you. So let's import this one and use the loading state for the button. Is loading will be equal to is commenting, and once we post the comment, we would like to clear that input. So we'll just say comment ref current value is gonna be an empty string. So that should be handle for us actually. Let's save, and again, beauty of custom hooks where we just call it in one line, get the function, call it, have the loading state, and everything works flawlessly. Let's go ahead and test it out. I'll just refresh in case we have any errors. So yeah, so this the question mark we have. It is because I submitted off camera. So let's take a look. One more comment from the comment model. So let's say comment from comments model. And if you just post, okay, it says n.indexOf is not a function. So what this problem is, okay, that was taking the post ID and I just sent the post. If we save, let's test it out again. One more comment. Let's say, let's post this. It has the loading state, and there we go. So now we can scroll, and this is the comment that has just been posted 1 second ago. And here it also updates the state where it just says view all 7 comments. So let's add one more. I'll just say one more, and that should be 8. Okay, it has been updated, and here we go. The new comment is here. But when I comment, so if I just put something here, I want this scroll bar to scroll for me, and we can use a use effect for this. We are going to implement that inside this comments model JSX component. You will just say get a ref initially. So const comments container ref, and it's going to be null, and we'll just put it into the comments container, which is this flex that holds all of the comments. So let's say ref, and the reason that we are putting this, we are just gonna scroll to the very bottom in this container. So max height is 250, and once there is a new comment, we'll just scroll to the bottom. And also on the mount, when this component, so when we first open that up, we would like to just scroll to the very end. So let's add that. We'll just say use effect for this. Now we're gonna go inside and create a function that actually scroll to the bottom. Okay, so it's gonna be only one line. So let's say comments container ref dot current dot scroll top is going to be equal to this scroll height. So that will just scroll to the very end for this container. And then we'll just say if this is open, so on the on mount, we'll just say scroll to bottom, and this should run whenever the is open changes, as well as the post comments dot length. So whenever a new new comment posted, it is gonna scroll to bottom. So if we save it like this, then we're gonna get an error. So let's see. I will click to this, and it says that so it cannot read properties of null, which is scroll height. So it is because when this use effect runs for the first time, so on the on mount, this thing is empty. The container.current is null. And this is because I think how React renders things. So we could maybe just delay this. I'll cut that, set timeout, and just delay it for 100 milliseconds. Not 1000, but 100. So if you just call it like this, then it should fix the problem. Let's go here, close here. Let's say view all 11 comments. And there we go. It scrolled to the very end for us. I'll just say, hey, scroll for me, and post it. There we go. It scrolled for us to the very last comment. So this is gonna be it for this component and functionality in the homepage, where we can see all comments and even comment from this component. And I think this is the entire application that we have just built. In the homepage, we see the posts of the users that we follow. We can like that or unlike that. We can see all the comments, or even we can comment ourselves as well. So we can follow these users or unfollow them, and it is gonna update our user interface. Depending on that, we have that suggested user component where we can also follow users from there. We can visit our own profile and edit our profile by editing profile picture as well as these inputs. So we could create a post that will update our user interface as well as the post state, and we were even handling the error states. So if we just post without any picture or image, it'll just say please select an image file. And then we could search for users. If we search for ourselves, so let's say Jane Doe, it is not gonna show that follow button. Or if you just search for someone like John Doe, it is gonna actually show that follow or unfollow button. And besides all these, we have authentication going on, where we can log out, create an account with email and password, log in with that, or we can basically sign up or sign in with our Google account. So let's see if there is any optimizations that we can add, and then we're gonna get into the Firestore, add our security rules, and then just deploy the application. The first optimization or fix that we can add will be this posted time. So we're gonna go ahead, instead of having this hard-coded value inside the post header, we'll just say call our function. Maybe I'll just give a bit space. Time ago function, call it with the post.created at timestamp. So let's save, and we'll just see that it has been updated to the actual value. Another optimization that we could add will be inside the create post component. So I said that we are going to create this path name and we're going to use it later, so it is now time to use it. So the thing is, when we are creating a post, we are updating this state, and it is because, let's go here, it is inside the user profile store that is used to update the number of posts in the profile page. So if I create a post in this page, which is my profile, then it is going to update the number of posts. But I only want to increment this if I am in this page. So if I create a post in the home page, I don't really want to update this state because this is null when I am in the home page. So I'll just go ahead and say that if the path name is not equal to the home, so I'll just say not equal, then actually call this function. So we could make it one line and save it. Now this is that optimization that we just added. But now I think we have another problem. So if I am in the profile page of this user, which is not me, so I'll just create another post. So I will just select the image of Bob, and maybe not Bob, so let's go ahead and say John. Okay, I'll just say this is John. Now if I post this, this is not the profile that this is not our profile. Okay, if we post, then now it is gonna look like if this user has two posts, which is not correct. So we are gonna add if this is not the home page, and we're gonna say if user profile, do we have that value? No, we need to get that. So we'll just say duplicate this, give us the user profile state. Okay, we'll say user profile dot UID is equal to the auth user dot UID. So if this is our profile, then update that number of posts. So let's save, and I'll just create another post by refreshing this. So this user has one post. Now I'll just create another one. So I'll just say this is bad. And if we post that, hopefully it shouldn't increment. And there we go. But we have another problem, that it adds this post into this profile. And it is because we are updating this state, whatever happens. So I will just copy this maybe, or actually cut this. I'll just say if this thing, okay, if user profile dot UID is equal to auth user dot UID, then actually update this state by creating the post function. So let's go ahead, refresh and test it out. So I'll just say please work. Let's post. So it shouldn't update anything in this page, and there we go. Post created successfully. Number of posts didn't increment. The posts, so to say, the post hasn't been added into this field. And if we go into our own profile page, there we go. We have 3 posts, and they are all posted just now. So 1 minute ago and 2 minutes ago. So even test this out further, I'll just create another post, but in my own profile page. So I'll just select the maybe John, not the John. So let's say Bob. Okay, I'll just say this is Bob, or even I don't have to say anything in the caption. If I post that, now it should add it into this component, and there we go, number of posts has been incremented by 1, which means that it works as expected. Now one more thing that we would like to add is that when we click to the suggested user's profile picture or the name, we would like to get into his profile. So for this we can go into the suggested user.jsx, and we're gonna wrap our avatar with a link. So I'll just paste this line where it just links to the user.username. It's gonna take us to his page, and let's close that off, and we're gonna import the link from React Router DOM, which I already had. Okay, and for the full name we're gonna just do the exact same thing. I'm gonna copy this line and then wrap this box with it. So let's paste the link closing tag, and now if we click to their profile, that should take us to their page. So these were the fixes and optimizations that we could make into our application. And now I'll just pause the video here, and I will add a couple of more users into this application, and then I'll just add a couple of more posts so that our homepage looks a little bit cooler. Okay, so I have added 3 more accounts. The first one being is Jesse Pinkman, which we are logged in as Jesse. So let's go to homepage. We don't have any friends, so let's just make some. We're gonna follow the Walter as well as the Skylar. So let's wait for that. Okay, it's been updated, and let's follow this girl as well. There we go. Now we have all of our posts in our feed, the users that we actually follow. So we could like, this looks insane. Let's just post a comment. And there we go, we have 1 comment. Let's see that Jesse says this looks insane. So we could follow other users, and the feed posts will be sorted from the latest created one to the very first one. So this is the entire application. Now let's go ahead and add our security rules into our Firebase console. So now I am in the FireStore database, and I click to this rules tab. So here we can see our security rules, and this is not secure at all. It's because it always allows to read and write operations as long as we are within this timestamp, which we are. So we don't really want this, so we're gonna delete that, and inside this statement we're gonna go ahead and write our rules. So we will allow every user to read users collection. So even if they are logged out, they are not authenticated, they can still come to this page, the Jesse Pinkman page, and they can see this informations such as biography of Jesse, username, number of posts, followers, number of following, and that kind of stuff. So we're gonna go ahead and we'll just tab and match the users collection, and then a placeholder. So this value could be anything. I'll just say user ID because this is what that is. And then curly braces, we're gonna write our rules. So we would like to allow read operations always. So even if you are logged in or you are logged out, it doesn't really matter. But we only want to allow to write operations, so colon and your rules. So, or the conditions. If request.auth is not null. So if user is authenticated, this is what it says. And a user can only write into their own document. So they cannot go and update or write into another user's document. So let's say request.auth, which is the user that actually sends the request, .uid is equal to this user ID document. If this is the case, we are going to allow the write operation. And now let's go ahead and write the post security rules. So we are going to allow everyone to read posts such as post info, maybe like the post text, right? The caption, the post image, number of likes, and maybe also the comments. So let's just write it down, and then we'll just write a couple of more. So let's say match the posts collection, and then post ID. Again, this is a placeholder that could be anything, but it should be meaningful, right? So let's say allow read operations in any case, so always. And then we're gonna say allow, they should be able to create posts only if they are authenticated. So I'll just say if request.auth is not null. So same goes for the update. So allow update operations if request is request.auth is not null. So if user is authenticated, and so we have an and here, it is that a user can only update a post if he is the creator, right? So we'll just say request.auth.uid is equal to, now how are we going to get the posts, so like post created by field? If you remember, we had that. So this is how we get that. So we'll just say resource. In this case, it is going to be the post dot data, not date, data, and created by. So that was the field that we had, if you remember. And it's going to be the same thing for delete operation. So maybe I will just copy this line and paste it. So allow delete operations if user is authenticated and user is the owner of this post. And that's it. Now, if you wanted to, you could add more rules. So you would just think of it, what can I add to here just to make it more secure? So I'll just publish this rules and let's see. So okay, it says publish changes can take some time, so you should just wait a little bit. So while it is being done in the background, so maybe I'll just zoom in a little bit so that you guys can see that in a better way. Okay, like this, I think it is better. And let's go ahead and just add our environment variables in case you push this repo to your GitHub. And we're gonna go into the, let's see, we had this inside the Firebase. These are going to be our environment variables that we're going to put into a .env file. The first thing that we need is to create an env file. So I'll just go into the root and I'll just say .env. And now in Vite, if you want to create environment variables, you need to prefix it with Vite underscore. So something like, so this is the API key, let's say, and I'll just say Vite underscore Firebase underscore API underscore key, and it is going to be equal to this value. I'll just copy and paste it. And now I'll just do the same thing for all of these values. Okay, maybe I'll just speed up this part, or maybe I'll just cut it. Okay, so I just put them side by side. There you can see we have the API key, Vite underscore Firebase underscore API underscore key, and then just put the value. And I just do the same thing for these remaining 6 ones. So the auth domain, the project ID, storage bucket, messaging, sender ID, app ID, measurement ID. So just do the same thing, copy and paste that. Now, instead of putting this string, we'll just use that value from .env file. So I'm going to save this file from here, and then the way to do this or to use this will be with import. So we'll just say import dot meta dot env dot, and you just get the each value one by one. So in our case, Vite underscore Firebase API key. And I'll just do the same thing for each of these. So here I just basically did the exact same thing. I got the auth domain, project ID, storage bucket, all of them from the meta.env. And now I think we could save this, and let's take a look if our application still functions, but maybe we need to just kill our terminal and open that up. I think that might be required some cases when you update the .env file. So let's say Control B to open up this panel. And inside the git ignore, we would like to add this .env file. So we are going to go ahead, let's see, maybe at the very bottom, we'll just say .env, just ignore this file in our GitHub repo. So let's see if our application has been initialized or started. Yes, it is in this port. Let's go ahead and we'll just say, and let's see if that still works. Okay, it is loading and it's been loaded. Actually, let's say, hey Jesse, nice car. And if we just send that, and hopefully it is still working, so it is still connected to our Firebase account. And one thing, so in the terminal, you see this as, so this IP address instead of localhost address, right? If you put that, you might get an error while you are logging in or signing up with your Google account. And for this, you need to go into the authentication, as far as I believe. So into the settings, let's see. So authorized domains, you need to go here and add one more domain, and it should be this. So let's see. Okay, we need to take this and just paste it. So you could either do it in that way, or you would just use something like, just like me, just localhost 5173, this port address, and you'll not get any errors when you log in or sign up with your Google account. So just keep that in mind if any of you get that error. And I think with that, our application is ready to go. So we can even search for other users. Let's say Walt or maybe Heisenberg. That was the username that I created. So let's search. This is the Walter White that we are following. We could go into his profile, and there we go. This is all of his posts. We can like, okay, so missing or insufficient permissions. So I think we did something wrong in the Firebase rules. So let's take a look. This is not our error. Okay, we cannot like, maybe it is, so it is definitely related to security rules, and it is nice that we see this error. So let's check that. So I think it is related to this line. I haven't tested out, so I'll just delete this. So here we are just saying that if we are the owner of this post, then we can update it. But this is not the case. So this post has been posted from this user, but we are the Jesse, right? So when we like that, we are actually updating this post's likes count. So we should delete this line, and let's publish this, and let's see if that will solve our errors. Now I will go into this application. Maybe I'll just do a quick refresh. And now let's try to like a post. And there we go. Now we can like and unlike. And I am really happy that we got that error while doing some live coding or live checking. So now we can like or unlike. So let's just put a comment. Hey dude, let's post that. And there we go, post has been posted. If we refresh, we're gonna still see that post. And yeah, I mean, we can still see that comment, and we can like that post again. So this is gonna be it for the Firebase rules and implementations. Now, the only thing that we left should be to actually push this repo into our GitHub account. So this is a Git repo. If yours is not, you should just say git init and press enter. That will initialize it as a Git repo, but mine is already a Git repo. So I even have, I think, 2 commits. So I'll just say git log -- one line. And there we go. I have 1 commit that I have committed when I completed the design part, and then 1 more to update the readme file. And now it is time to add another commit, and I think this is gonna be the last one, hopefully. So I'll just say git add all, but before that, let's check if there is anything that we don't want to push. So .env is ignored, and okay, that should be it. I think there is nothing important other than .env file in our case, right? So we are even storing them, and yeah. So git add all, and we'll just say git commit. Maybe we should say as the message completed the entire application. So you actually never complete a project. So I'll just say added, or maybe something like connected design to the backend. And let's just commit this. Now we are basically gonna just push that to the GitHub. So I'll just say git push, and that should handle that for us. Okay, so we're just gonna go into the Vercel and import that Git repo and then just deploy it. Okay, so now I am at vercel.com/new. If you don't have an account, create one for free and then get into this route. So we're gonna import this Instagram clone project. So I'll just import that. And we need to add our environment variables. For this, we're gonna go into here and just copy all these. And let's go here, environment variables, just click to this and paste. It is gonna paste all of them for you, and we'll just deploy that. So let's wait while it deploys. And there we go. It says congratulations, you just deployed a new project to Vercel. So let's continue to dashboard. So here it gives us 2 domains. So let's just click to this. And here we have 3 domains actually. So let's click to this one, and it's gonna take us to this page. We could go to this one. Okay, so we got an security error. It is because Google thinks that you're actually doing some really bad operations because Instagram is a very well-known application. So it just thinks that you are trying to cheat people. So for this, we can go and just change our domain. So let's go into the settings. This is our project. So we're gonna go into, I think, maybe advanced or deployment. So let's see what we have. Environment, nope. So we have domains. So we're gonna click that and we'll just edit this. So here I'll just change it. I don't know what to say, so I don't want to think about it. I'll just say social app as a programmer, and you could just put really anything that you want. And I'll just save. So this is the new domain we have. If we click that, we are never gonna get that security error. So because Google doesn't think now this is it, we are cheating someone. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and try to log in. So maybe I'll just say skylar@gmail.com from 1 to 6. That should be 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's log in and hopefully it should log us in. And there we go. Skylar doesn't follow anyone, so let's go ahead and follow the husband. And we have again insufficient permissions. We're gonna go into the Firebase rules. So I am sorry that we are getting these errors, and again we are trying to update the users.collection. It is because when we follow someone, we are incrementing the number of followers, and we are trying to update that, but this rule doesn't allow us. So we could just delete this and save, and maybe there would be a better way to write these rules, but you get the point. And after this video, maybe you could just improve this. And yeah, so we just published that. So let's go ahead and test it out. So now we are here. I'll just refresh this page and let's see. So this user has 1 follower. Now let's try to follow it again. And there we go. Now we can follow that and update that user document. And we can just see any post. We can like it. Hey, nice post. We can even comment. And we have comments. We can see that. And just everything. There is one more thing that we are missing. So if we go to the home page in this application, it works. But if we try to go, let's go to here inside the application, we can go to this page. But let's just press enter to directly go to this page. So we're gonna get an error because routing is not handled for us. So we cannot just copy this and open up a new tab and just paste it. So it doesn't work. It is related to Vite, and we need to go and create a file called versal.json. So into the root of the project, so we'll just say versal.json, and then just paste this line, which you can grab from the GitHub repo. So basically, with this above code, we are telling Versal to map incoming routes to the file that points to the index.html. So we're gonna save this and let's git add all git commit -m versal.json file added, and we'll just git push that. So once we push this, the Versal is gonna take a look at, so let's go into our Versal account. So Versal is gonna take a look at the project and it's gonna see there is a new commit, so it's gonna try to redeploy this. So if we go into the deployments here, we should see that, okay, it has just been deployed and it just says just now. So we're gonna click to that, or let's just refresh this page and hopefully it should work now. So we can copy this route other than homepage and just paste it into a new tab and it is gonna immediately work. So that was kind of like a trick that you need to know when you're building a VTAP in versal.com. So I just realized there is one more problem or error. If we try to log in with our Google account, currently we cannot, and it says unauthorized domain. So we just need to copy this domain and we're gonna go into the authentication settings and authorized domains. So we'll just say add domain and paste that. We're gonna just delete this, only have the root domain up until this versal.app, and let's just add that and hopefully it should work now. So I'll just do refresh. And now if you just click to that, it is gonna use our Google account and then just log us in. So I think it is the end of the project. We just built our own Instagram clone. I hope you enjoyed as much as I do and learned something new from it. And now you should be able to add all kinds of features to this app, because now you know how to work with authentication, Firestore, and storage services of Firebase. And if you add more features to this app, let me know in the comments. And with that, I wrap up the video here. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and thanks for watching.